just like Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first qualifier of the For Those Who Dare tournament, hosted by Sword Gaming. Joining me today is the none other than the very talented Vansili and Lemon Kiwi as my on-air talent. Hey guys.
Hi. That was sick.
Thank you.
First off, Ethos, I didn't know you were gonna say like I'll be right back for like 15 minutes. I got a prep, and yeah, I had to change into like a dress shirt and be all clean and stuff.
I know. If I'm
Now you got me with
We
the backwards
underdressed.
hat, and I'm going camo like I'm hunting for ducks during the fall season. If only you told me, I would have read the memo. I would have dressed up.
No, I like the camo. I think it suits you a lot, actually. And I mean, the dragon outfit that Lemon's got going on, I think that just beats all of us. So I had to bridge the gap there a little bit, Vans. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, true.
All right, right. Okay, so do you guys want to get into the tournament format now?
Yeah, why not? I think this is actually pretty cool. This is the second installment of For Those Who Dare. We did it last year. I was hosting it. DDK, Sean Garrison casting. You're a watch partying, so it was good times. I think, you know, I got to give a shout out to SOAR, to ASUS ROG, and also to Intel to put this together because, you know, there's not many events happening during the off season. And they have always had a partnership with Riot for the last 2 years now to be able to be added into the off-season circuit so that we can continue to support the tier 2 scene. You know, the teams are still trying to figure out to like tryouts or whatnot and looking to get scouted for challengers in next year and hopefully even VCTs for next year. So I think this is actually a great installment, a great initiative, and always super happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, and these are going to be really intense qualifiers because only one team moves on to that big main event where TSM and 100 Thieves are waiting. So we have our first qualifier today, second qualifier tomorrow, $15,000 prize pool at the end of the main event. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day.
Oh yeah. Now the tournament format, for those unaware, will be 16 teams across 2 online qualifiers in a single elimination bracket. Now for those who dare, the $15,000 and the opportunity to play in the grand finals against the likes of 100 Thieves and TSM are up for grabs. I thought of that in the shower.
That was a sick bar.
Thank you.
I wanted to do like a mic drop, but my mic is attached, so I'll just drop my phone.
Yeah, let me just unscrew my mic real quick and then drop it.
Oh god.
Good times. But yeah, dude, $15,000. I mean, I think this is a similar prize pool as it was last year. $8K for first place. And again, you're playing in the gauntlet of open brackets. So we're going back to the sources of what it was in like 2021 when everybody's fighting the open bracket, trying to make it into the group stages, the VCTs, and then hopefully win the big prize pool. So it's nice to go back into the grassroots, and that's why today, even out of the 16 teams, I think people will be familiar with some of the names that are going to come and compete with these teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, back then in 2021, the golden age, when the Wild West, man, every team could be any team, dude. Everyone had the opportunity, you know, everyone had stars in their eyes. Me, I had stars in my eyes. That was awesome, and to feel like that light kind of rekindled in this off-season event is just, that's so great. So thank you again to ASUS ROG and Intel Gaming for making this happen.
And we're gonna have giveaways in the chat, so we hope you guys are locked in. So stay tuned for that. And here's our bracket. Like everybody else said, you're gonna recognize a lot of names. A lot of rosters have made small changes, so we'll see if these are upgrades. And there's also the challenger season, so I feel like this is an appetizer to what's to expect for the rest of the season.
100%. I think what we're seeing right now is the brackets for the first day. So for today in the qualifier, we'll show a brand new bracket tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel, but at least for now, the names are familiar in terms of Turtle Troop. I mean, for me, it's kind of bittersweet, Ethos, because at first it was Turtle Troop that, you know, everybody wanted them to get signed. They joined Dark Zero, almost qualified into Ascension, unfortunately did not. Now it's back to TTR. So again, going back into what it was for grassroots. But it's also a roster that slightly changes now as they're going to have to play against Marville University.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like we did like that. He's one of my longest standing teammates I've had in my entire career. And like, I love that man, and I love Turtle Troop. And, you know, it really stinks that the way things turned out with Dark Zero, but seem to come back. Like these guys, they never get kind of disencouraged, and they're always just ready to fight and win. And same thing for every player in all these teams. Actually, these are all like long-standing veterans of the scene, to be honest.
Yep.
Yeah, we have another bracket tomorrow, and then the main event next week. So whatever happens, we're only sending 2 teams to the main event, and then they'll have a little bit of time to prepare against the likes of TSM and 100 Thieves, which just an honor probably to play with them. But maybe, you know, some teams may recognize TSM from like the Challengers days, but that's some tough competition waiting at the main event.
Oh yeah.
100%. Even looking then, TSM comes in with a different roster for, or should be at least coming with a different roster for next week, because they've recently announced the addition of T-Dog. It slips my mind, I apologize, but there was a 5th player that was announced most recently as well.
Ziff?
Yeah, I was gonna say, was it? There's probably Xif.
Yeah.
Because one of the players playing today is like Retro. Is like Retro and Xif are usually like hand in hand when it comes down to like competing in a tier 2 scene. So yeah, so the 2 latest edition for TSM still playing here with Sim, 7, and GMD. So that's probably going to be a great practice going and leading into Challengers 3. So I'm quite excited for the one next week, but at the same time, I'm still excited for the one today, because as everybody has mentioned at the top of show, there is a lot of high tier competition going into this one, even though for some teams it might be bugging it even more than others.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited to see what they bring today.
I think we got our maps almost ready for game 1 too, so we can start talking about that. Turtle Troop versus Marville. We had to pick the best match, so I'm really excited for this one, because both teams have made some pretty important changes. We'll see what Marville selects. We go with Sunset, and TTR will go with Bind.
Dang, and that's the new Sunset, right? With, you don't get the unbreakable trip anymore. So I'm kind of, interested to see who they play, if not Cypher. I haven't really seen a whole lot of, the new Sunset. So I'm excited to see how these teams kind of innovated around these changes, because it's definitely a huge change. Just removing that box from that B site is that's actually massive. I'm not gonna lie. That was like the identity of that map, was that unbreakable trip.
100%. I think if anything now, as you're starting to see players and teams starting to play Sunset already, and already with the changes of Sunset has been played a lot during, for example, the game changers that just happened in the past 2-3 weeks. So Cypher is still sort of part of some compositions, but mainly just taking over the A site instead of the B site. Well, it's like your Omen or any other type of stalls you could actually use to play over on the B site. So I think it's just one of those moments where people are still trying to figure out the map with those changes around that B site. But overall, as it's still quite fresh, you might just see like different modifications of the current meta until we get into potentially a full different composition in the next couple of weeks, or leading into VCT next year.
And a big identity change for also both these teams who have made roster changes. Turtle Troop not the same as before. You have Chaotic and Joa coming in, where Chaotic's that duelist, plays a lot of Yoru and Raze, coming in for Corey. Waiting to see what new team maybe Corey is going to. And then Joa, same thing. Not sure what team or what team Stellar is going to, but Joa comes in as that initiator, playing a lot of Sky and Sova. So 2 big additions on 2 very important roles for Turtle Troop.
Oh yeah.
And Ethos, sorry, I was to cut you, but I wanted to even throw a question to you as well, because we were trying to figure out who the hell was IGLing for Turtle Troop at this point, now that Stellar is gone. When you think about Turtle Troop, you think about what Stellar brought into the double Sentinel meta of the Deadlock and Cypher on so many maps, and then, other tier 1 teams started copying it as well. But now it's actually Adder IGLing. So what are your thoughts on just Adder IGLing most recently for Turtle Troop?
Dude, I mean, that, like, Adder, I call him Jack, but this guy, he's evolved.
He's jacked.
Yeah, he's actually, I played a LAN with him before, and he was that very quiet aimer type. Like, this guy held it down. He was like the brick wall, the silent brick wall that just would anchor his sight and just get 3 kills easily. But now to see him in the IGL role, like, I was astonished. I messaged Weeded earlier today because I was so just kind of like surprised by the fact that it would be Adder, and he confirmed it was indeed Adder IGLing today. And I'm super excited to see how the calls play out and how he kind of manages the team and leads, because being an IGL is so much more than just calling strats. It's a lot about leadership and a lot about making the right decisions at the right times too. So I want to see Adder and see how proactive he's become as a player, and see how much he's evolved and how much he's learned from someone like Stellar, who's been through obviously tier 1, tier 2, who's been around in the scene for this entire time. And Adder's, still a very young kid, at least in my eyes.
And I think that's the thing, being able to play under the wings of Stellar, you're able to learn a little bit more in terms of like how you could work around strats, or how teams evolve throughout the map from the beginning to the end of that round. But I think overall, if you're thinking about Adder, the first thing that comes to mind is that Adder playing KO, for example, on Ascent, and then he's played some Sentinel roles most recently. So he's also been a player, despite being young, that's gone through a lot of different roles and different experiences around the gauntlet of Valorant in terms of agents and roles. So I think that in itself also helps build that type of experience. And in French, you call it gabarerie, or you know, like a big stocky guy, you know, that's able to like get all that experience under him, under his belt, and now being able to take the role of the IGL.
Yeah.
And we look on the Maryville side, where anyone who's a big fan of CVAL, Collegiate Valorant, this is not the same Maryville that went through the championship. This is a new roster that came together about 5 months ago, but they're very exciting. They just came off a win at the Hue Invitational in August, top 8 at the Red Bull Homeground Qualifier, 2nd at the EG Back to School Bash. So I'm excited to see this roster.
Damn, me too, man. I wanted to find some way to cast Maryville University ever since the roster was announced because of MC as a coach, right? And also even a big shout out to Eccles, because Eccles joined that team overall at some point, and now unfortunately is a sub, but he's hanging out in the chat right now at twitch.tv/Soar. So big shout out to Eccles. But I always wanted to see what MC was able to cook, because everybody gave so much praise to MC and what he was able to do with Cloud9, for example, or the guard even, before, you know, Josh RT took over the guard, and you see the G2 roster today. So MC was good in terms of a coach that's able to build some brand new talent, to be able to build that synergy, and to get some victories towards the end. So to see that happen now into the collegiate scene, and as you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, having great results most recently, and you're starting to see all that labor come into fruition that MC has been putting into this team. So as you mentioned, brand new roster. Well, not brand new, but like some changes. But I'm still excited about that one. I think Giza also is a player to look out for this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask, final, just what are your predictions for this series? Who do you guys think between Maryville and Turtle Troop? Because I know they're both heavy hitters, and they've both gone through some roster changes. And honestly, I think it could be anyone's game. So I'm going to leave it to you guys to make the prediction. I don't want to take sides here.
Put us on the spot, huh, fans? Okay, you first.
Me first, dude. I'm probably still gonna have to go for Turtle Troop, because it's just off recency bias of being able to see so much Turtle Troop in the past in challengers, and even with 2 changes coming back into the roster, yeah, they lose a Big Brain and Stellar, but overall I think there's still great firepower coming out with Joa and Chaotic, and I just love to see Weeded back in the server right now as well. So you cannot not cheer for this guy.
Yeah, big shout out to Ethos joining us on the hosting role. We're gonna go and take you through game 1, best of 3, and this is an exciting. I gotta go with Turtle Troop, just a more known quantity. You know, the first team that brought us through different compositions and challengers. Was it the double, triple Sentinel at some point on Ascent? But what's interesting about both these teams is they both have a similar, I guess, compositional gap. Right, with their duelists, it was very raise heavy. Both these teams really like to avoid jet maps. They ban them out, and maybe B-Dog comes in on the jet every now and then if they have to for Turtle Troop, but it's really a heavy avoid. So both these teams happy to go to a map like Sunset.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we also praise Turtle Troop, aka Dark Zero, in the past for challengers, as the role switches from map to map for all of these players, just to make sure that they get the best out of the best when it comes down to these matches. Although the overlay that we currently have so far has MXS and OXG, as we're talking about challengers so far, but nonetheless, it's still the same players inside the server right now, and B-Dog playing this breach instead of that duelist role, as you mentioned before here, Lemon Kiwi. But back in the action, going straight into the pistol round, there's already a contact going towards the A main.
Just a lot of neon play. Both these teams ready to play fast and aggressive. Chaotic with the crossfire with B-Dog, the fault line to push them back. Maryville with first blood on B-Dog. Chaotic has already been spotted, and so far so good for Maryville. Renz is on a tear, but brought down to 10 HP. Eventually finished off there by Joa, who's still holding on to the site, but will be able to distance themselves. And there is the lurk from Giza, I guess, coming through in the mid-map.
Scanning ahead.
And Joe is going to be the last player standing. I think overall he should be falling no matter what. The spike's already making his way towards the east side, but initially here Turtle Troop had the right read of trying to fight back and counter what was going to happen for Maryville University up towards the A site. But it feels like Maryville kind of went more towards the contact play, so they didn't need to bait out any of that utility in the first place, and then actually caught the players of Turtle Troop trying to go for jump peaks in the very beginning. So Chaotic gets caught. That really unraveled the rest of that utility, but then everybody got caught in like 1v1 positions. So unfortunately, didn't happen for Turtle Troop in terms of the execution on the read, and Maryville University have an incredible pistol round to start with.
It's going to be a big battle of those duelists. Renz versus Chaotic. Chaotic, that new addition to the Turtle Troop roster, who's been very exciting, has a lot of time with Joa. So it's nice to pick up that duo who just already know each other and come in, just being able to integrate themselves into the Turtle Troop system, which still have to acclimate themselves. It felt like Marville was able to just take things inch by inch, step by step, clear one, clear the other, very staggered engagements. And it was an A site hit this time over at B with a forward smoke from TTR. They're gonna have a surprise here on the other side. We did gonna check things out. The classic close range with the right click can be quite deadly. The orb's gonna be tapped, so Marville know there's someone close. I like that We did is there for backup. The smoke dissipates and TTR get away. Renz knows there's close. The aftershock maybe flush out that corner. Some damage into Joa. Marville on the approach, trying to take their time. I like these shock bolts to try and delay the entry from Marville. The paranoia does the same thing, but somehow Marville still finish off the job. They get one kill, but with all this vision being obscured, Marville will take their time.
Yeah, and right now too, this is a great stall by Turtle Troop and great kills coming across at the same time. You have to brute force. Now everything's gonna calm down really because you have the double rifles coming out from Ange and Renz. But it really started off quite well for Turtle Troop with the stack. Great job by Joa and We did to kick things off. They were able to get at least the orb into the hands of Joa to get closer to Hunter's Fury. They went with the one-way smoke and the paranoia just to try to delay as much as they could so that players could meet up with them. And Joa did so much damage with the shock darts that there was possibilities to do shared body shots or right-click classic close range that could potentially win the round. When all of Marville University were kind of stacked towards that B site, they had no choice but to really go back and pressure back into B because they had no control towards middle or A site. They didn't have the utility to re-clear as well, and they knew just at the end they had the better weapon, so they'll go for it. So at least there's still some decent damage that was done. Going into this round, though, lots of pressure from Turtle Troop within the middle. Nice little shock dart to go here towards this B site, but the action still continues into the middle where it's a 1-for-1.
And before this round, Turtle Troop only had 2 kills, so I was starting to get really worried with just how much damage they could overall do to the Marville economy, who were able to bring a lot of their guns over to this round. Now it's a 4-4. Things have calmed down a lot with mid control and camera information, but this push up here at the A side will be spotted by the trip, but they managed to find some foreheads before that. Still, numbers continue to be even. I'm looking at Chaotic doing the longest flank. He's about to meet Wildfire in a dark alley, and that's spiked down.
Attacker spawn.
That's unfortunate. That is a slight mistake here, running with the knife out when you know there was a second player pushing out. So defenders have control of the spike. Thankfully, it's being pushed away by Chloric and Ange, but now they have lower weaponry. Only a Spectre and a rifle, and at least Chloric's able to win that close range onto Chaotic. Another situation when they ran with their knives out, but finally switched out to the Spectre at the right moment. So this could be winnable, although Joy appears to rotate towards the A site so far.
We still have a Sonic too for Joa.
Shadows.
Now smokes in place for Marville. Coming from behind is the defense of Turtle Troop. 13 seconds though. Marville have done a good job of clearing out the site.
Timing.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, backstab there. Chloric gets the plant down. 1v2. Sonic has time to throw it. Does get shot. Spots 2. Knows one is close and can't finish off the job. And Turtle Troop alive and well.
Nice moving by Turtle Troop too, just to not really overextend Adder into, you know, the slant so that the recon or the shock dart, could bounce in the right moment and you could double swing after that. But initially though, Marville, you saw that nice little recon that actually bounced from the fourth and went all the way back towards Boba. So the idea there was trying to get that fault line across, get the recon towards the back so that hopefully Renz could come through and maybe even stun towards the market and fight that 1v1 in market. But at least Turtle Troop, once again, beginning of these rounds, have a great read. They pressured 3 players towards that middle and completely isolate Renz in the first place. That didn't allow for the first execution to happen. But it came down to a 2v2, a great bonus round that hurts the econ over at Turtle Troop. They only have 1 player with a Spectre and a couple of them with half shields. And one more time, back into middle aggression, and they lose from Marville the smoker to start. This is going to be tough for the exec.
Still, if Renz, if you can insert them and activate with the overdrive, this could be a big round. They're ready to just open up the B site exactly with that. Chaotic going away from having his own overdrive, and you know how pivotal these neons can be when they really get going. And Marville Be careful about the timing of this paranoia. As Weeded unleashes it, a big blind. Maryville try to counter with a fault line, I think, from Wildfire, and Maryville gets spotted pretty close. Some good damage there. The shock bolt to keep TTR at a distance, and because of that Omen smoke, you're not able to continue engaging. At least you would be engaging into the unknown. That smoke will be gone. As Chloric can now drone and see just how close the competition is. Check out every single one of these corners. Knows that, okay, well, the defense will have to be further into the site. The Omen there just teleported out. Fast lane. Maryville trying to establish themselves. A good turn and burn from Chloric. The aftershock. The deal with the corner, very low though, is Renz, but manages to still get a kill in the smoke. Now it's a 1v4. Good damage though into Chloric, and Renz still a tough task for someone like Adder, and great bridge util out of Wildfire to make that easy.
Great move too by Renz as a duelist. Heads up play on top of that when they were trying to execute towards the B side. You talked about the timing of the paranoia from Turtle Troop. That was off, you know, contact from Chaotic so that they could actually get the paranoia and stun, double stun through. But Renz, all he does is back up, and at the same time he throws his own relay bolt at the entrance of that B site, the B entrance, which did allow here Chaotic to get the best value of the Neon sliding through. Instantly stunned, instantly taken down. So Turtle Troop had no choice but to throw a smoke on the ground to slow them down. But there was still an owl drone available for Chloric for the retake or the re-hit towards the B site. So when it comes to the trade of utilities, Maryville looks really good so far in the last few rounds. Although they lost that bonus round against Turtle Troop, but overall at even strength, they're looking way coordinated so far in this game.
Turtle Troop are going to leave A open and just stack surrounding mid with just a couple of sheriffs and a Bucky, Neural Theft, and Overdrive.
Yeah,
so
they want to activate
round.
Chaotic for sure. You see here, B-Dog's just going for the fault line in tiles. You see Weeded's already set up for another paranoia or a smoke down towards middle. And then you have just a full crunch on middle if anybody's going to try to just walk through. So a great read by Marville University. The last two rounds, they were getting pressured so far by the middle of Turtle Troops. They decide to work for extremities, and they know that Turtle Troops on an eco. So they're just going to try to figure out here if the hit's going to be towards that B site. Now recon guard gives them an indication that it's an open site for them to take.
Yeah, they got rid of Maryville. Got rid of one trip, but not the other. So Renz has found the overdrive unleashed from Chaotic, and he's on the chase, and he only sees prey. And Wildfire couldn't get away in time. And the other two on the opposite side of the world, but Chaotic sprinting towards the only site they can be hitting, and Maryville are about to get crunched. But against the sheriffs, against the Vandal, Giza comes out on top now, hoping to protect his planter. That is successful. Chaotic with the turn. It should be TTR finishing things up. Maybe if Chlor could get an exit frag just to maybe get closer to that Hunter's Fury. Did just hear the spike get tapped and dodges the fault line. Nice lineup on Chaotic, but the rest makes it tough. He got an Intel Thrifty coming out of TTR.
Dude, I thought I was just mentioning how the coordination was so much better here from Marville University, but again, it's the trade of utility. But when it came down to hitting that B site and realizing that it was open, I just looked away. I was like, this is going to be easy right now for Marville to be able to take this round. And somehow they were able to turn it back here on the side with the full aggression from Turtle Troop. So all of that utility that was being utilized and getting prepped up to just try to go for a trap play on middle just allowed for them to flood back into the B site because they didn't have to use any of it at the beginning of the round. So it really threw Maryville for a loop. At least they got the plant down, they keep the economy up, and they have a chance to reset things as they have the ult already pushing in towards this B site. Or A site, sorry.
Gotta check your corners. Yeah, Chaotic was able to swing the round for TTR last time, and Renz was hoping to do the same thing, but the mantle's picked up by people like Chloric, Hunter's Fury. No other pings there. Plant goes down at A, but TTR on the horizon around the corner. Weeded and V-Dog with the peek. A good flash comes out of Wildfire. He's able to make his job quite easy because of great util from the attacker's side. V-Dog on top of the box at half health. Adder takes up to finish up the job. It's a 2v1. Giza dancing around the box, trying to play his life, trying to play time, but Adder's just too good.
Adder continuing here his role as a Sentinel player, switching away from the Initiator from a couple of years ago and really putting it into full force in these 2v2 scenarios. So IGLing, being smart now in these duels, and also making sure here that Turtle Troop keep the game close against Marville University. And I was mentioning there was an opportunity for Marville to really reset the economy, or at least reset the tempo back in their favor, because they had so many ults to work with, and they really tried to engage all of these ults to put Renz in a good position, but somehow he just gets swatted just before, you know, his opponents got blinded by the paranoia thrown by Ange, and unfortunately that just didn't allow for Marville University to have the best setup in the pulse plant. So as you can see now, the tides have turned. It's actually Marville University that have a broken econ. They're forced to play it around 2 Guardians, make that even 1 Guardian now, as Giza just lost to Chaotic on that battle on middle, which seems to be happening quite often so far in these early engagements in the last few rounds. I mean, out of 7 rounds, at least 3 of them came down to a 1v1 early peak, just a duel, a showdown on middle. And this time won by Turtle Troop, and for the rest of Maryville, they have only 1 Guardian and a Vandal left to try to work with on this A site.
Yeah, with the Turtle Troop Thrifty that came earlier on, like, Turtle Troop, these early round trades that you talked about make these retakes quite easy. 3 of them in a row, and all gets pinged by the Cypher Trip yet again. Renz gets tripped up. It's been such a good job from Adder with the reads to find this Neon. The Kryptonite, now the Hunter's Fury from the defense, and just in the corner holding it down and stops Chaotic from infiltrating in. Trades though, still a 2-man advantage for the defense. The retake ensues. Turtle Troop have done this before, and well, it's all at the Chloric at 85. The Shockwell knowing someone is close. The Sheriff does an okay job against Adder and just hoping to stop the defuse, but there's just so many on the other side. Wait, Chloric was kind of nasty with it, but the defuse still comes through.
The good old simple drop the pistol and try to swing across, and 2 of them get punished for trolling there on that fight against Chloric. But overall, I gotta say that the shock darts from Joa is doing a lot of damage throughout this half. So I'm thinking of that piston round. I'm thinking of that previous round. They even got a shock dart kill on top of that when they did the 2 versus 1 in that round number 3 against Marville University's bonus. The E seems to be a pretty decent addition right now for Turtle Troop going into this quote-unquote pug style for this team in this For Those Who Dare tournament for the first qualifier. So you're already forcing a timeout coming out from MCE, and I think it makes a lot of sense because Marville University are definitely looking for a lot of flood hits towards the A site as just like a fast tempo type execution. But the question came through here from Ethos before: what changes now do you see with the new sunset? And then, like I said, the Cypher usually now sets up here towards this A site, and there's not enough utility that it's being utilized to try to break those early trips so that the Neon Renz could try to slide or get the best out of the space that he could make with this Neon. So this is like 2 or 3 times that he's getting caught on or off positions or off trips, and there's not enough util that 1 gets rid of trips, or 2 just flushes players out of these tight angles and these tight corners within the A site. So if Marville University want to try to go with the re-hits towards this A site, they got to figure out a little bit more of that util.
I think that's up to Maryville to talk about where those trips usually are, because most of the time it's the second one that really gets Renz, because they go for the obvious one, let's say at B main, like it is right now, but not knowing where that second deeper one is tough, and now you lose Renz altogether. Still got a 4v4 with Adder. You can maybe get to that corpse to be able to use that neural theft. Same thing with Giza, and Giza got access to it. Neural theft will ping Adder, so he won't be able to use his neural theft in a second, giving Maryville a chance to assess which site is weaker.
And then you realized here it was towards the B site, especially with that neural theft, so they're utilizing Sova util to break that trip in the front. Now goes for the full exec. This might be finally a doable round for Maryville towards the B site hit.
I like this pressure from Adder just to shoot through the cages and the smoke just to make them think there's trouble on the other side. The rolling thunder to try and prevent the plant, and then Chaotic is able to execute. And Maryville are taking their sweet time because of this pressure, this scare. On the other side, they do still successfully plant. And now here's the retake from Turtle Troop. This is where they shine. Chaotic, or Chloric, I should say. They know where he is. And they're gonna go send Chaotic to finish. Of course. The fast one will succeed. Now Maryville are playing from main, and it's just the hose down from Turtle Troop, and yet another successful retake.
I think there was just a little bit too much of a fast step coming out from Wildfire. It seems as though that Marville University wanted to utilize their breach to be maybe a late lurk in towards middle. I don't know if Wildfire still had an aftershock or something like that, but maybe the goal is to try to take control of that middle, and he just got picked off here by 2 players still watching middle, despite, you know, the full execution from Marville towards that B side. Why? It's just because you had that Rolling Thunder simply thrown by B-Dog that really slowed down the plant, and while it didn't really slow down the tempo of Marville University, so Turtle Troop could just continue to watch their different angles until they wait for the next tap. So Wildfire pushed a little bit too early, got picked off out of that, and really just foiled the plans that Turtle Troop, or sorry, that Marville kind of had here, attempted for the B site. So now, though, at least they're looking for a full hit towards the B site. Recon sees nothing inside the B site for Marville University. It'll just be a little bit of a faster tempo, already going inside the B site for a plant, and nice entry by Renz.
I love that out of Renz, starting off on a good foot for Maryville, not having these silly trades that limit your options on the post plant. Now Maryville can cover every angle. Obi Giza washing this market. Good headshot there on the Joa. And Turtle Troop, it's not going to be a relentless win yet. And Chaotic, one away from the overdrive, and they've invested in rounds that seem like losses. There is the paranoia and the retake from Turtle Troop, but the crossfire is just too strong out of Maryville. But here comes B-Dog from the market. But another crossfire and a Thrifty, Intel Thrifty, this time from the other side, Maryville.
Yeah. And just a quick pathing towards the market when the recon dart went towards the front of that B site, and they realized nobody was playing any shenanigans on the left or on the right side of the B entrance because nobody shot it out. It was easy here for Renz to just move through and for the team to focus on taking over market. So a different way of pressuring inside the market. Instead of going for like the neon slide from the middle, they went just from the B main. It got that pick actually on to Adder, and really just didn't allow Turtle Troop to set up here for the retake on the site, because everybody from Marville University were not playing, you know, the spam fest that Sunset used to be known for, especially with these changes. So keeping within the site, played the right angles, and you mentioned those crossfires were really good. So now able to close that gap by 1. TTR not looking for any early pressure back towards middle, because they realized now that there hasn't been too much of these early peaks coming out from Marville University. They've been looking for a lot of these pushes since the timeout from MCE. You know, you saw an A site hit, you saw 2 hits towards the B site, but now they're going for the different tempo to pressure a slow mid, and it works out well here. So some great calls overall over on the IGL inside of Marville University to change that tempo, and you could see how much more space they were able to gain here.
And just off of the early round, you had that fault line. GTR able to snuff out at least the Sova and a second member at A. This caused Maryville to shift over to the other side, and for Renz to take over the map all the way from the backside, slipping through the defenses of Adder. And Maryville putting all the eggs in the Renz basket, who's ready for this retake, trying to get ahead of the game, but decides to not hold that angle any longer, getting outnumbered. It's all right to just play time.
Yeah.
TTR coming from the top side.
You already see the late lurk. This time it's from your actual sentinel roll. Gizer's just holding it by the pillar, and he's not moving any more forward until he realizes when his teammates are going to call where the pressure is coming from. So once the activation comes, you'll start seeing him move around, and you already see him moving towards the market. So this might be a sealed deal here for Maryville.
They don't know. B-Dog still wins that, but you still have Chaotic up in a 1v2. If there's anyone you could trust to do this, it's him, but the time forces him to stick on the half defuse, and Maryville ties it up 5-5.
Great round overall. Again, just Turtle Troop, they closed the door early. They didn't add enough pressure on top and middle. They counted too much on that trip right after. And you already see Marville University slowly scaling up. And as soon as they take the pillar side, they've inserted Giza at the right spot. Went for the full exec to break that door and move inside that B site. And then they overtake it. And you saw the rest unravel with the late lurk. Like I said, sealing the deal by making sure here that your lurker has never been spotted in the first place. And he was the one that was able to pick up the last kill there on the attempt at the defuse coming through from TTR. So 5-5 scoreline. Fast move coming through from both sides.
Well, you don't want to mess with Renz on that overdrive, but because of all these Cypher cages, it's been really annoying. And then you got the Rolling Thunder from the offense, a big investment, and they're carved down to just a 3v3. It's a deficit despite such the investment that Maryville put on. But Giza will still try to puncture through this site, but the smoke's in their way. Giza's now at a disadvantage and cut off from the rest. They're gonna have to wait this out, getting time for Turtle Troop to, I guess, push past that. B-Dog thought they were leaving, or an interesting swing. Now it's all up to Weeded off the information to at least get the guy who killed his teammate, but having no idea where the rest of Maryville are. Weeded's gonna be behind on this race.
Yeah, and especially off that hat that was thrown here by Giza, that you already saw Clark and Wildfire just book it back towards the B main for a plant. So that's going to be very difficult for Weeded, despite him having full utility so far on this Omen. He's going to have to play up against a Recon, a Fault Line, a Flash, two Shock Darts, and 2 bullets, yeah, but made enough noise here so that Chloric could easily get that kill towards the end. So at least Weeded still got it, though. That was a clean sheriff shot onto Giza on that 1v1 towards the elbow.
And at some point, this was 5-3 in favor of Turtle Troop, who were on a 4-round win streak, who were successful on most of their retakes. And now Maryville is doing a way better job. I mean, they're being met by a bigger challenge before they even get on the site, and Maryville's getting these first, these seconds bloods, and building a stronger advantage in the early round, which makes things easier later on.
Yeah, and you'll take it though, right? It was a thrifty that you had for TTR's side. It came down to a 1 versus 2. You'll count your wins whenever you can. And another attempt to try to go for an entry, both of them stunning each other, both Neons, but Chaotic is trying to just limp away.
B-Dog there to assist. Just the aftershock though, and well, Chaotic is no longer bait. Aftershock to maybe catch someone in that corner as B-Dog will try to escape into the shadows, barely gets to that corner, but not a lot of assists. Joa's mid, just watching the other lane. Kind of individual battles that Turtle Troop have to win, salvage this defense. But it's Maryville to have to push through smokes, and it's not ideal. It's a really well-timed shock bolt out of Joa. And now they know the rest of Maryville are still around that corner, all thanks to the hat thrown by Adder. Now Anj and Wildfire just have to work together, but it's the solo peek that punishes Anj. At least Weeded was there for the trade. 3v2 in favor of the defense. But this offense is split up in half. Somehow Wildfire goes 1 for 1 with the spike down. This is tough for Clark, and the Rolling Thunder invested by B-Dog at 5 HP. They know where Clark is. B-Dog can act as bait, and from behind, it's Adder to give Turtle Troop the tie.
Dude, I just love it. B-Dog still continuously insta-peeking, going for duels like he's as if he's still playing a Jet Duelist on that round. Just look at him peek. The first one, all right, I'll try to fall back, goes behind the wall, peeks again, goes on a 1v1 against Wildfire, still wins this fight, and then goes for this peek so they could actually delay enough so that Adder could come across and get the pick. And all that, all thanks to the initial pick from Weeded onto, I think that was Giza that was lurking towards that B main that allowed here for Adder to get the hat out and the information on the last few players. So wouldn't want to ask for a better way to start for those who dare, with the first match going into a clean slate, 0-0 pretty much on the second half, into the single elim BO3 in the first qualifier between Turtle Troop and Maryville University. And now TTR has an opportunity to work on the attack side. A double look down from Maryville University towards that right side middle. So they are giving up a little bit of the control or the vision that they could potentially get towards tiles. So a great opportunity now for Turtle Troop to move out as a group.
Just making some noise there at Market. Anj still has the paranoia and reestablishes the smokes while TTR are able to cross through mid, but still sitting in spawn is Maryville. They've lost Wildfire. Renz doesn't even get a chance to get a trade as TDR start to converge towards the B site, and waiting for them, a well-timed paranoia from Anj, and it gets the whole team. That's good damage. These pistols can only do so much. And what a paranoia from Anj to make that beautiful for Maryville.
Yeah. And that paranoia hit everybody going into a tight corridor to try to take control of Boba there onto TTR, which then allows for Adder to just play Duck Hunt, like a cheat code. You know, back in the day when you're playing Duck Hunt and you're placing your gun on the screen just to like 100% shoot the duck down? That's basically Adder, because everybody was fully blinded walking through that tight corridor. So I love the trade of utility that continues to be very good on the favor of Maryville University that ends up winning that brawl towards the Boba control of this pistol. So an opportunity here to really move forward in the second half by converting this anti-eco, although they don't have the best number of players towards this B site hit attempt from TTR, but at least they have these one-ways that allows now for Giza to look down and see if anybody's going to try to peek through.
I like that camera spot from Giza, who already spotted that neon, and he got a lurk in mid, so TTR have already been found out with pistols. They want to get as close as possible. Chaotic's gonna start first, the fault line to catch, and a paranoia to slow things down, but Ange snuffed out as TTR. Paranoia now back into the site as Maryville holds on to the site, and Giza just can't get a trade. Now gives up his gun, his SMG to TTR, who get a plant down, and with smokes, it delays any kind of immediate retake from Maryville.
Yeah, such a late lurk coming through, but he's so far behind. This is not going to give a chance here for Marville to really convert and come back on the retake.
TTR about to tie things up. Cloric is always the last one left, I swear, for Maryville. Poor guy.
Yeah, you just gotta try to run that util out, you know, for your team, but unfortunately you can't do anything this time around as your teammates are falling through. If anything, though, yes, I do like the shout out to the camera that was being utilized that gets to watch like towards the market and B main at the same time here for Giza. But I think from Ange's position just behind a news box, I wish the camera was actually placed just strictly into news, looking down so you could spot feet for players walking up on middle. That would allow for Wildfire to be a little bit more ready with the fault line to be more proactive instead of reactive. Because as you pull the paranoia out and the fault line off the contact, then your player's already caught off guard and Ange already fell down, and then you're leaving basically Giza alone on the site when you're being converged on two different angles. So that said, you don't need the camera looking into B main because Ange is already running one-way smokes. So unfortunate there on that second round that they now get intel thriftied, and then now TTR has the match in hand with so many weapons that they upgraded for free, and now even a Vandal to work with, even two.
And TTR, they went for mid control, but when the door closed, they usually been able to walk up for free, usually having Chaotic lead that charge, but leaving B on wash. There's a forward push from Maryville. There's a Cypher trip, though, that'll catch them, and TTR will be able to start getting a site hit. But with the trade, it has kind of scared them a bit. They're hesitating. They'll be able to grab an ult orb if they care, but not really knowing is there a trap with Wildfire going on, or still a fault line available. They're taking their time.
Oh, the timing on that, unfortunate. Ange had the perfect timing to go. I mean, he TP'd across the trip. He knows that the pressure's going towards the A side, but he didn't expect, not knowing where Adder was going to be lurking around, and then unfortunately just got spotted. So that full ninja going from behind and getting backstabs is going to be fully nullified, and now TTR knows that they could fight against this. They know they're going to fight against a stack here towards this A site, so util is good to flush him out.
Clor got mega hit by that and was just not able to escape, and this is Maryville not even knowing if TTR were actually going to still hit this site, and they had Ange still inserted closer to spawn. Now Turtle Trooper just paving the way to victory with the spike planted, now clearing the back. They know the only person to worry about is the flank, and they're getting as far away from Ange as possible.
Funny enough, look at Adder's trips. He's got one on top mid as if he was playing the defensive side. So that's the power of the lurk of the Cypher moving through as well, where Ange is not going to be able to get any. Oh, well, I was as of a caster curse. He actually gets weeded before he falls by Adder. But overall, I got to say, yes, even though I was mentioning that it was a stack that was from Marville University towards the A side, it was only Cloric inside there. But just knowing that Ange was so far inside that spawn already, and as the attacker, of course, you don't know where the stack's coming from, where the players could be, but it already gives you an indication that so much space has been gained and taken away from B and middle that most of the players most likely will have been rotated towards the A side, which is why you see the full exec coming out and the plethora of utility that went towards the A side, and where you just talked about Chlor getting mega bomb towards land at the A side.
Yeah.
But an eco round that, you know, resulted in a couple of kills, which is not so bad But this is going to be technically supposed to be the bonus round, and Renz gets a nice little start.
You blink.
Just all the timing of the util and
Down A.
the later ones being used by Wildfire is what really dismantled TTR at the end. You trade Neons for sure, but Wildfire has been so good on this breach. And he knows to just distance himself from, well, the fire that usually likes to come at A. I much prefer playing for retake here for A than or having a good crossfire going on if you're going to sit someone box, but sometimes the backside gets smoked off, and if you're Chloric, for example, you just get left on an island. Now, Neural Theft going to be invested from Adder in the 2 versus 3, knowing just how close this defense is. Are they on the side? Are they not?
This is big. Good fault line across. Yeah, exactly. This is huge.
Fault line and teleport, but Adder struck early and struck quicker. Rolling Thunder's gonna catch one, and B-Dog's got 3 this round. Wildfire in the 1v2, but Adder, slim to no health, will play this corner as his teammate plays bait. Wildfire checking everything. Initial flash, he dodges. Easy kill on Adder. Dodges the flash, and Wildfire's built different.
Oh my god, I was just about to say that probably was going to be the cleanest 2 versus 4 by B-Dog and Adder based off the hat that was thrown after they picked up the orb, because having B-Dog just booking it towards the elbow to fault line for Adder to surprise and catch one, use the Rolling Thunder to save Adder, and then get that kill to make a 1 versus 2. And then they realized the Thunder footing coming across, but the first contact that was not the immediate swing right after. Right here, everything was isolated so well because you counted too much on that counter flash to try to just swing through the fight. But although, I mean, Wildfire was fully blinded, that should have been a kill by B-Dog no matter what. And if you're going to miss that shot, well, Wildfire isn't going to miss on the return once he's getting clear vision once again. So a nice little trade-off, nice little clutch, and here's a fight down, and Renz get clotheslined by Chaotic.
Just the Spider-Man point of 2 Neons trying to do the same thing, but one's just better.
Each other.
Like synchronized swimming, but great trade. 4v4. Take out the smokes from the offense too.
I was just gonna say Neon versus Neon, Omen versus Omen. Now Cloric's Sova versus Sova. We're just doing a mirror match gauntlet so far. Everybody's in a gulag. And a breach is about to fight against a breach on B. What is going on this round?
But now you just have to write Omen diff, Breach diff, Neon diff. Like you have to at
exactly.
that point.
Now who's the team diff for this round, right? It's still 8-8, so it's going back and forth here.
Yeah, B-Dog would love to have some friends in this one. Here's the double swing, and B-Dog has a chance to go 1 for 2, but the turn is just better from the defense. Ange is left now in a 1 versus 3. He teleports onto B, and he thought he got to the party on time, but wrong spot.
Yeah. Thought they were gonna full exec after those instant trades, but you still had Joa that was lurking all over, and unfortunate misclick there. I think he was trying to do a quick 180 and probably hit his keyboard and forced the mouse 1, but thankfully Ange wasn't in anywhere close to Joa to hear that shot, so this is still gonna be a easy clean plant, a 1 versus 3, but again, one of those rounds in the beginning where you're just playing aggressive on every front on that middle, and it just came down to duels. So Ange has no choice rather than to save this weapon on to the next, and it's an important save, right? This is going to give a lot of money here for Ange. That's going to be able to drop for a teammate. Giza could potentially buy into a half shield as well. So there's going to be maybe a half buy overall with the Hero Vandal into the next. But Marville, if they continue to try to do these early pushes from Renz, it's hard for somebody else to follow up with him, right? Because he's just Neon sliding down. But at least there's some attempt of some people trying to push through, but you're basically running into a whole team at that point, and it's very hard to continue with to line up a different trade with that.
Man, we just haven't had a solid lead since the beginning of the game, but this is a chance for Turtle Troop to do just that, get momentum, win in the sales, especially when you have an overdrive from Chaotic. Now this time, if you don't synchronize swim into the other Neon, that scares the heck out of you. If you can really get some value out of this overdrive, which Chaotic has shown us at the beginning of the game what that could look like. This could be how Turtle Troop gets some insurance. All depends how this goes off the rip, and look at all the trips waiting for him at B. Yeah, tough one.
Yeah, coast is clear pretty much after the initial traffic play, but not clear in B.
The Bucky too. Just when Chaotic bought a judge, thought it was gonna be the big overdrive play, and Turtle Troop, there's just so many obstacles you gotta tackle. And first time we've seen Giza even insert himself into that corner. Usually he plays fairly at the back of sight. The 1-for-2. Okay, Joa, going for the ace. Wildfire just has a classic. Oh, you just know Turtle Troop, the type of friends that'll set him up for that.
Hello.
Wildfire.
He's running. He doesn't care about his friends. He's like, I'm just gonna run it down.
Yeah, the ace! The sword ace for Joa. Welcome to Turtle Troop.
That was a nice little shot towards the end while he's fully stunned too, and you saw the quick drive-by coming across from that breach from Wildfire, just trying to hopefully land that right-click classic, but yeah, they came into a little surprise there from Giza with that Bucky close range. The only thing that really was the bane of his existence there for Giza to stay alive was a recon dart that landed at his feet, unfortunately, where he went into the whole mindset of if A then B. So if I don't break the recon, then they're gonna spam me. But if I let myself get pinged, maybe I can get somebody. We'll hold that thought. Another battle here. Dude, Red just continues to push every single round. Look at that TP in the back lines. Red by Ange.
Yeah, was just trying to react to the fault line that Wildfire likes to put on in that moment, but Turtle Troop just sent Chaotic immediately, and that's been a play that Turtle Troop have done before. And as the dust settles, you have a neural theft from Giza that's gonna read where Joa is. He says, "Bring it on."
I have the spike.
I got the spike. Still got hope, and Giza's not at full health anyway, so now that the neural theft is gone, Joa has the element of surprise. It's still a minute left to go somewhere else.
That's the thing, a full minute. So he could definitely take his time, but the thing is, Giza is probably watching this camera. Well, maybe not. He'll just focus on middle. He'll just wait for the tap. He'll use the camera potentially for the retake on top of that. But they've already realized at that minute when the spike was gone that it's A or B at this point, and they'll just stick as a buddy system so they could just play as a team for the retake, because Cloric still has the Aldrone. By the time they make it towards the B side, they're going to get very close to the recon dart, so they have a great opportunity to figure out where Joa could be hiding here on the pulse plan.
Yeah, the defense didn't even immediately rotate, so camera can see this coming, but at least they know he's playing around the pillar side. Joa still has full util drone, and mainly the Sonic and the shock bolts watching the flank because they're coming from the A side.
In a lot of time though.
Oh, shock bolt. Not gonna stop the defuse. It's gonna be held. Recon doesn't reveal anything. The defuse gonna be dropped, and eventually the 2v1 rings true for Maryville to get one round closer to Turtle Troop.
And that's where you see the changes towards that B side. It's so difficult to play outside of the B side. Just if Sean Garris is watch partying this, he'll call this bun set. Just because if you go for that plant on the staircase or close into the pillar, and everybody just plays into the B main, and you're just spamming the spike as if you're also playing Pearl on B main again. So to have those changes, it makes it so hard. It forces now Adder to try to swing out on a 1 versus 2, or should I say Joa, sorry, because he was a Sova, and then you just can't play the sprays that you were able to use to in the past. You used to be able to in the past. There you go, English hard.
Overdrive. Chaotic's not gonna just come out swinging as soon as the barriers drop.
I'm trying to speak as fast as I can, because I know as soon as the barriers come up, there's usually action with people just sliding down. Somehow we have a slower tempo this time.
Yeah, Chaotic with a K, but no kills quite yet. It's mid control for Turtle Troop and a door open. And they know that Maryville like to have someone in market, usually. But Turtle Troop not getting eyes on anyone, waiting maybe for this one way to be gone. And just because of this one way is there, it forces this drone to be used a lot earlier and not to be able to clear all the way deep into elbow. So they're not going to know that Renz and Wildfire are there, and there's a Rolling Thunder. So if this is a team commit for Turtle Troop, like, this Rolling Thunder is going to hurt bad.
Yeah. Thing is, they had probably an attempt to with Cloric with the Hunter's Fury too that helped towards the elbow, but this lurk is going to be pretty good to separate everybody so far.
And now you're just in an awkward angle for the Rolling Thunder, so Wildfire has to kind of adjust, but well, the offense has already arrived, so the Rolling Thunder plan is gone for Maryville. just a good execute, just to start with the
Spike planted.
isolated duel. For Chaotic to just run through elbow and just timing favoring Turtle Troop. He's now a 1v3, but not gonna work. A 2-round advantage this time now for Turtle Troop.
Yeah, and I'm okay with Marville University changing the tempo of, you know, not always forcing Rens to rush down at the beginning of every single round to try to go for a trap play kill. But this time you've given way too much space. Everything was trying to get played to be more reactive. I didn't see anybody try to find information down towards middle, nobody fighting towards B main, nobody's playing aggressive angles towards the elbow. So you saw how much space was given away and that Turtle Troop took advantage of. One single smoke towards the top right mid and Adder moving up just placed everybody into different chaotic positions where you're looking back towards making sure nobody's pushing through the smoke, there's no execution towards market, and then nobody's watching in the right moments, and then everybody gets caught off on individual 2v1s pretty much at that point. So unfortunate on Marville University's setup on how they wanted to counteract or change that tempo against TTR. But they're going to have to think differently. If they do want to play a little bit more slowly rather, they still have to find ways to find that early information of where people could be, right? Go for that nerdy cam that probably still exists here on that belt to look towards the name and walk up, or just try to find ways to push a camera down towards mid or recon art, something like that. That's going to give you an opportunity to know where the lean could be or where the default could be from your opponents at the very beginning, which wasn't really there at the previous round there for Marville.
What's funny is Maryville's the only one using timeouts. And well, they have the coach, you know, MCE, you talked about that.
Mm-hmm. And TTR doesn't have one anymore, right?
Yeah,
so that's
I wasn't sure if they did. Because like one of them secret coaches. Okay, so they know Chaotic is there. Especially with that overdrive, you kind of want to be ready for where that neon is as early as possible. So it's still good early info. There's a one-way smoke from Maryville to cover A. And Turtle Troop, you talked about that change of pace, and that's happening yet again. They'll insert their lurk in mid. I wonder if that door is open or not. That could easily open up a pick for Adder, but looks like that door is closed.
Yeah.
And Turtle Troop spotting something with the Sonic.
They've already expended a lot of useful at the very beginning. These guys are going to get caught, and there you go, open A site. So I like the idea, trying to find the early info. They went for a paranoia on recon, realizing, yes, that Reds was there. They pinged him out, and they got some util around that, but the reaction around it was, oh, well, maybe if they went for early information and they got it and there's no real pressure, maybe that the A site is not going to be attempted by Turtle Troop. They might try to work back towards middle / B, which they kind of did with the middle control for TTR. But then they just counted on like all their eggs in a basket that hopefully the 3-man stack is going to be good enough for the B side, and unfortunately it wasn't. And that's how the cookie crumbles pretty much, right? You can't really ask for anything more than potential good shots coming out from a Sheriff buy, but it becomes an ASUS flawless instead for Turtle Troop and also Match Point.
That's also post timeout for Maryville. This is also a Maryville map pick. So not too stoked about this, especially after the 6-6 half. You're able to keep close in this race up until the finish line. Turtle Troop 1 round away from doing just that. They got an overdrive and a Rolling Thunder against Wildfire's Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury from Chloric. So this is the most important round, and you're not even going in with full armor if you're Maryville. Okay, overdrive. Bring it on. Wait, Ange didn't even die. Chaotic. You gotta finish your food! Oh my god, he bit it!
My ult is ready.
But Turtle Troop, that's a big boon now lost. But a big entry player gone. Still got Rolling Thunder, but you need information to play off of. And the Sonic's already been used, the drone is being used mid, and that may not see much.
It's a huge shutdown from Ange in the first place, but the idea from Turtle Troop is to sell this fake towards this B side. You saw this early rotate back from Chloric. Yes, using a drone might seem preemptive, but with the smoke on top right mid, it might give an opportunity to pull the rotates out, especially after B-Dog gets entries like this.
TTR just salvaging this round, the Rolling Thunder. Expecting B to be held down as B-Dog, makes it look like he's coming through market and wraps around, and this back mid has been left open by Maryville, and that's how TTR were able to wrap around the A site last round.
30 seconds left.
Now the 2-man advantage. Maryville facing series point, match point. B-Dog looking for the ace. It was Joa last time. Now it's up to B-Dog. But Giza already on the site. Adder will steal it away. But Turtle Troop steal away Sunset from Maryville's choice.
He'll get the assist at least. That was a big round by B-Dog. And once again, despite that, despite the quick shot and a nice shot from Ange at the very beginning here, in towards Market, it's still a round that was capitalized by just Turtle Troop remaining calm throughout every single one of these situations, despite any surprise that might be coming from Maryville, and despite the numbers that they might have in their left in their favor, they're still utilizing everything around the map in their favor in terms of util, in terms of orb, to try to turn it back in their favor. So I love how it's been really heads up, just adaptation on the fly from Turtle Troop overall, and pretty decent calling from Adder as the IGL now.
Yeah, without having to take a timeout for you to be able to adapt and overcome and stay composed when Maryville, a team that is on the come up in the collegiate scene with this new roster, is able to go toe-to-toe against a Turtle Troop. Yes, a different Turtle Troop that got second in the mid-season cup, but one with some serious additions. I've been very impressed by Joa and Chaotic, and we'll see if we'll be able to close out the series on Bind coming up next, so stay tuned, everyone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare tournament. But before we get into the first map and talking about that, let's pay some bills. Because because this tournament is brought to you guys by ASUS ROG. ASUS ROG makes the best hardware for PC gaming, esports, and overclocking. Their innovations deliver top performance and premium experiences to everyone. Visit rog.asus.com/US. Exclamation point sponsors in the chat, or just click on the panels to learn more.
Nice.
Yeah,
Do it. Do what he says.
Yeah.
Exclamation point sponsors. We
All
did
right,
it. We
that's
paid the bill.
One bill paid. We still got a couple more to go, but that's one bill just off the to-do list. But man, that map was insane. Really, that was crazy. MU's pick, right? That was
yeah, Maryville's pick, and it was really close. They never even took a timeout. Like, they just believed from the start.
Yeah, so what I really wanted to highlight here was just how much Sunset has changed overall. Like, with this big B-side change, you see just that one box removed, everyone has to play this map completely differently. It was this big spam fest, everyone could just play off on B-side. B-side was a huge weak point on defense, but now you see that teams actually have to adjust and play somewhat normal Valorant in terms of holding the site and post plant. Overall, I was really impressed by Marville University. They seem to be winning most of the aggressions. The cornerstone of Breach Neon is these early round aggressions, and Marville was winning almost all of the early round aggressions. The fights, the set plays were all going in favor of Marville University. But you saw Turtle Troop, they have that experience, and in that mid round, that gray area of the round where you don't know what's going on, you could see that they would just buddy up and just two people would just walk around, contact everywhere, and they would be winning all these fights and winning all these rounds that really they shouldn't be. So MC definitely has set them up for great plans and great setups, great set plays, but Turtle Troop, again, I just think the individual experiences are really just coming out and just shining through. Turtle Troop was playing a lot more contacty, a lot less set plays, because their set plays were getting countered very hard by Marville University, but that mid-rounding, man, I mean, I gotta hands off to Adder, dude. Like, IGLing and carrying is insane.
I think you nailed it, right? Just talking about the mid-rounding in terms of when the action calms down. So full execs, if Marville University, let's say on a defensive side, were able to read it correctly and you have chaos that starts, yes, they have the initial engagement that seems to turn towards their favor. But as soon as it comes down to, okay, the action stopped for a bit, we're not too sure where the last 2 or 3 players could be, we don't really know what the next step could be in terms of trying to flush out where the Turtle Troop players are grouped up towards to. And then the experience that comes out from these guys of playing at the Radiant level, playing challengers for the longest time, and also playing against the best of the best for the longest time in challengers too, and trying to almost make it into Ascension pretty much throughout the bracket. It shows that experience really shines in terms of double swinging, figuring out how they could isolate the battles on a 2 versus 4, for example, that we saw from B-Dog and Adder that almost converted in their favor, and it's just maybe a tad too much here for Marville University to handle.
It was a slugfest. Like, besides the obvious tied score for the longest time, both teams had a thrifties. You had Joa with the ace. Someone else had an almost ace there at the end
B-Dog.
from TTR. Yeah, B-Dog it was, our MVP, of course. And you guys pointed out, Adder was able to trip up the opposite Neon with good trips. You had Wildfire, who had times to really win good isolated duels with good breach util. So I was a big fan about how both these teams played. It's just TTR turned up at the end, kind of increasing their lead, having the economy in their favor, forcing Marville into some saves and rounds that they were not able to salvage at that point.
Yeah, and I will say that, set plays aside, Marville overall, they adjusted much better than TTR in general. You would see one thing wouldn't work for Marville, they immediately made an adjustment next round, and I think that it really shows that these players really have what it takes to make it to the next level. They just need a little bit more experience in that mid-rounding to kind of close out these rounds that they're just getting these advantages on.
Yeah, for sure. It's taken a lot of timeouts as well, right? MC had to use both of them for Marville University as well. And when we came back from timeouts, I think even the second one, it was an eco for TTR. So you're just trying to make sure that you're able to get it at the right moments to try to play the catch up right after, because you were pretty much at 12-9 at that point and trying to get the weapons into your favor. But I think these are rounds that you wanted to talk about, Ethos, in terms of this B-side changes?
So as you saw in the prior round, Marville University actually failed at holding this post plant on B site before, because they were playing more off. They were playing more like it was the old Sunset. They were having more majority in B main and just having one person on front site, while B-Dog held back side. You see here now, Marville actually expands even with bad guns, just holding that back site, and now it makes that market flood not possible. And it's just so much harder for Turtle Troop to retake if they don't have backside control that B-Dog no longer has control of. So you see the next round, literally the next round, Maryville made that adjustment. They cleaned it up and they won that post plant with flying colors, even with a thrifty round.
And you even saw on top of that, as you mentioned, it was a thrifty round there by Intel. I had to plug that one in. Well, I'm paying some bills as well, right?
Yeah, there you go.
But the initial engagement, they're trying to get into that B site too. It's not like they're just neon wall, smoke, and try to get a plant and escape. You have to be a little bit more proactive and even fight and make sure that the site is clear, but you're scaling differently. So the first kill that they got was continuing to pressure into market to get that first kill, I think, onto the defender playing at that spot. That really allowed for you to get to an open B site to play a pulse plant in and to play within that site in itself. Super important for that. And I think I think that's with those changes on the B site where you're starting to see maybe some of these teams are focusing a lot more on the A site, because I think on the B site there's still not too many corners for you to hide from whenever there's a flood retake that's happening, right? So I think that's why, you know, when we're witnessing this game happen between these two teams of Turtle Troop and Maryville University on Sunset, the A side focus and mid side earlier on was happening a lot, although TTR was taking a lot more control of middle alongside the A side pressure, whether Maryville University were just looking for full execs up towards the A ramp and fight in that spot.
And on a more general side, I thought that Anj had so many big moments. Talk about like team paranoias where that just solo single-handedly swung around in Maryville's favor and shutting down an overdrive neon on the other side. Like, Anj had some big solo moments on the timing of this util. Like, everyone had their individual moments. So I'm looking forward to see how map 2 goes. We're going to Bind, which is Turtle Troop's choice. And just for Maryville, a team, I wouldn't say, I wasn't expecting them to make a team like Turtle Troop sweat this hard. I don't know how this next map's gonna go.
Yeah, I mean,
it'll be a tough one. I don't know what you're thinking. I'm gonna let you talk about it first here, Ethos.
Well, I was just thinking Maryville, they've really surprised me again. Like, I'm not out here to, you know, really just continue to compliment Maryville because I love the guys at Turtle Troop, but these guys really seem a lot more just kind of put together, just in their set plays. They seem a lot more prepared. Obviously the experience is a big gap for Turtle Troop and Maryville. Turtle Troop definitely stands above them in experience, and you see that in the improvisation. But Maryville, they have a lot of good plans here, and if these plans do continue to work throughout Bind and they kind of clean up these rounds and close them out, then I definitely can see Maryville winning on Turtle Troop's map pick here on Bind.
I'm expecting a shift in duelists as well. The last time we saw Maryville on this map, it was Chloric running the Raze and Renz picks up the Viper role. So with the double controller setup there, I'm wondering if Chloric can pick up the mantle. He's been left in these solo situations, you know, 1v2s, 1v3s, and that's a tough one to clutch, but we'll see as the Raze how he's able to carry Maryville to victory coming up.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very fun map to witness here between these two teams, because Maryville has actually gone on a pretty killer streak on this very map as well, although it's TTR's map pick. And I think the reason why TTR picked this map was also, remember in the past in Challengers, Adder was playing a Sage, for example, on that map, and B-Dog goes back to playing a Brimstone on that map instead of playing a Jet. And he plays Brimstone quite well because he just drops smokes and then he just utilizes his gun to get all the picks anyways, right? So sometimes even opts on a Brimstone on that map. So I think they're quite comfortable of playing Bind with how they've broken the mold of what the 100 Thieves meta was back in the Fade Gecko era of that very map, and they found their own type of way of playing that map. But the last time that Maryville won this map was against Fluffy Aimers during the Mr. Funhaver's Invitational, like one of the iterations. And they played against Fluffy Aimers where there was already Renz and Chaotic was already playing in that map with Joa for Fluffy Aimers too. So they already have a decent idea of potentially how these two players play on this map, and they could probably find ways to, you know, take advantage of those positions or the play style of these two players that could maybe, you know, allow for them to win their opponent's map.
I'm gonna ask Ethos a question because I'm expecting a big compositional difference. So TTR lean a lot towards the Sage and more of the Fade Gecko initiators, while on Maryville's side they like the KO Gecko, and I don't think they run any Sentinels. So what are your kind of thoughts on what's the best to play on Bind right now?
Well, I mean, me personally, it's always going to be Yoru, but realistically,
Couldn't tell from that board behind your head.
Yeah, over there. But it really depends on how you want to play it. Well, like what play style suits you best. You see Maryville, they do very well in those kind of set plays, and yeah, you see here with Sky, you see Randa, you see Raze here on MU. They're going to be taking a lot of fights. They're going to have a lot of traps here, and they're going to be relying on that aim. Whereas Turtle Troop, they have more of this deception comp, and they played Sunset with that kind of deception mindset versus that set play mindset, and you can see that, you know, they're gonna be doubling up, they're gonna be going for fights, flash plays here, and I think that suits Turtle Troop very well. They are very good at those quiet moments where an engagement can happen at any time. They have very good reaction times for sure, and I think it's really just gonna be, again, another battle of aggression versus deception, and I want to see how really what it comes down to is the late round. If MU can actually close out these rounds, if they can make these adjustments fast enough and just not let these unforced errors happen anymore, because Turtle Troop was definitely taking advantage of those things and walking up, and you definitely could see a little bit more confidence out of Turtle Troop 2, because Maryville would get those first picks, they would be up numbers, and then they would kind of just let chaos happen. So They gotta not let that happen this time.
Well, thanks, Ethos. We'll be joining you after this map, after, I guess, speaking the Yoru into existence. These are two very different compositions than the ones they previously played. I mean, you talked about the win streaks or the success both these teams have had. Turtle Troop just won this against Moist Shopify. Maryville won this against Fluffy Aimers with the compositions I had mentioned, but clearly the meta has evolved since then.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the side of Turtle Troop, they're still going into what challenges was, and you know, having that experience to play against, for example, the Glazers, where you actually had drone play a deadlock, and how good it was on the executions for Glazers to be able. Or is it Dobros now? Yeah, it was Dobros. We didn't know how to talk about Glazers. But nonetheless, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Chaotic's trying to push down already in his pistol round, and it gets picked off. So we'll be able to have a chance to talk about these compositions as we go on timeouts and whatnot. But focusing on his pistol and losing the Yoru so quickly, thankfully they still have a duelist on the side of Joa, who played a Sova the last time around.
Yeah, I was definitely expecting the Chloric versus, well, who knows on the other side. Chaotic usually. Well, he's at least on a duelist, but it's been a lot of Rays and Yours, so at least Chaotic's on something he knows, but all he knows is a black screen right now with the 4 versus 5. You got the Viper Lurk from Renz, his usual agent, checking out A, having to wall up, really trying to draw attention at that portion of the map. And you got Sonic Sensors from Adder in Hookah that could trip up Giza if he's not careful. He dodged it. And there's the entry. Good stop though from B-Dog, but a better flash out of Chloric to deal with one problem, but many more on the other side. Still the man advantage for Maryville. Plant ensues and Smokes covering all the tracks. Adder ready to engage, waiting for Joa to join him though.
Yeah, right now as they group up, they have an opportunity to still run a sit nade if they can, and that's probably off the boom bot to try to clear for some info. There's the net. There's the nade.
One enemy remaining.
But Giza's there to save people towards Hookah, and Giza also switching out to Arena, where I can't remember the last time he played some Arena for anywhere. I think maybe once on Ascent or something like that, but I could be talking out of my butt this time around. But nonetheless, this is gonna be okay. As I said, a difficult round. That's a nice tap by Joa.
You don't have time, but hey, you're farming. And you love to see that out of Joa. The almost ace. I guess you ace yourself at the end of the day, but
why is he playing Initiator? Put him as a duelist. What the hell? Those are some clean ghost taps.
Joa's just been good. I had our first ace of the day. And I like the Chloric flashes that came in to capitalize on those moments. You had Smokes that covered up the sights, and then you just had to play time, and Joa ran out of it.
No charges.
And overall, like I said, the dominoes kind of like just fell when you had Chaotic trying to walk down and try to find some opportunities to get picks. And because of these kills that you had coming out here from Joa, they're going for a force buy around Maryville. So they have a Guardian, a Marshal, and Spectres to fight around those that may be able to tap and weaken off these two weapons at the get-go. So that's why you see here B-Dog just scanning down towards Showers. You have on the other side a long-range fight from barrels into short. And it works out.
Oh.
They find info.
Didn't work out for B-Dog. Depends on which side of the coin you're caring about. But good info from B-Dog. At least he gets to keep his life. See if he'll get to keep his weapon. That will be playing at range over at A. Dogging up Showers. Yeah, totally.
It was kind of on Renz's face, no? But anyways, default. But yeah, this at least getting that Marshall shot ring out first, that's gonna sound the alarm for Marville University. So they're gonna have to group up and be a little bit more clean on their execution. So they're going for the full unload into the A site.
Yeah, Bird in, Gecko counter flash, still someone in U-Haul. Got Wingman, he's gonna go see what's up, but Maryville walk past the smokes now, still have to clear U-Haul. They're gonna send Clore to do that at 1 HP. Everyone is just hemorrhaging from the Maryville side. He still managed to get a plant, but it's really not gonna last. Still 4 players alive from TTR. About to take this anti-eco.
And just gotta run away. I was gonna say, you should run away and try to save the Bulldog or throw it out of the map and die, because this is gonna be some good upgrades for TTR. Able to reverse here. And we're not really gonna call this a thrifty because it was still a force buy from Turtle Troops, so Intel, you're not gonna get your money this time, although I just mentioned your name, so you still got your money.
Intel.
Intelligent play, at least, though, from TTR, right? On how they were able to set up all of these crossfires. And again, it's all off the Guardian from Joa to kick things off when he was looking at the right spot. He landed the person that was probably trying to satchel across here from Qualifier, who he also is switching away from an initiator role into a duelist. So quite an interesting composition for both of these teams going to this map, but you're definitely starting to see that it's going to get much more brawly going on Bind.
Just everyone jump into the Joa backpack, I guess, if your Turtle Chirp is 5-0. Outlaw buy from Chaotic 2, hanging around A. Having the teleport back. He may be going for an aggro play against Renz, though.
Portal closed.
Oh, the kneecap was almost gone there, though. There's a lot of these kind of missed sniper shots, but it's okay. If you would have bought enough, you would have hit that. But the shoulder at least got hit. Giza down for the count, not wanting to leer on the other side. The net almost catching that race. He's just jumping away.
Satchel still saves you. And at least at that point, a kneecap would have been still good if it connected there, because you know it's an outlaw that you're playing. It's a 140 damage, and I don't know who was the one that was trying to lurk up there, but nonetheless. Speaking of lurks, Renz is already inserted towards U-Haul, so he's like, okay, maybe I have an opportunity to make this clear. Let me wall up, but this is definitely going to put Weedid in a position where he's just going to wait to see if anybody's going to swing out here from the back end. Oh, he gets caught.
Oh, the timing. Oh, we did got his gun up, but oh wait, Cloric had him low. He did damage, and now Chaotic. No, someone was in U-Haul, and TTR almost got surprised, but just better aim at the end of the day. Now that they're stable, Maryville only have Ange left with the Sheriff. This is GG.
A half bind just with Sheriffs too, just trying to get a plant down. So that's successful. So that's 2 plants in a row. That's 600 credits in the last 2 rounds plus the bonus. So you have a chance, an opportunity not to really reset your recon. But although we haven't really seen Maryville try to look for any orb control or any objectives to do that, so you know you might get really close to your orbital strike for Ange if they want to try to control any type of those extremities to start. And I think this is the call from TTR, the read coming out from Adder at the start. They're already pinging out towards the fountain, saying maybe Maryville might try to go for a little bit of pressure to try to take the orb on the top B. So you already see a set nade getting ready here between Joe and Adder. So that's how they're going to set things up here to pressure and hold this B side. And if not, crunch and power into Showers.
Annihilation 2.
That's so ballsy. I love it.
Sit right next to that smoke in the corner, and Not seeing anybody walk up, so Turtle Troop gonna go back to the B site, play off the Sonics, and he's just not going for a lot of Lear plays, just kind of peeking and hoping for the best, and he's been picked off a couple times. At least Wildfire is still a duelist that's left, but not a lot of manpower on Maryville's side, especially with how split up they are. Flash in for Maryville towards A. Anj exploring deep into sight, going towards the back by himself. About to face a high-low. Not ideal. Now it's ideal. Whoa! Never mind. I cursed it.
No, it's not. But I do respect the play he was trying to do, right? Just trying to get that pick, but the plan allows the Seekers to be ready because they're losing players in the process. So good on them to hold the Seekers on top of that. Annihilation out, even aimed towards the top and almost hit Wildfire. That was a crazy read from Adder and still wins that fight on a 2 versus 1. But I gotta say, when you're seeing this happen here, 11 Kiwi at the beginning of the round, how ballsy it was to push down towards the smoke. The idea was still there to try to control and maintain, to not allow any orb control to be taken here from Marville University. But with that and the smoke dissipating, that's what, a 20-second smoke from the Brimstone, and you're realizing here that, well, there's full timer, nobody's added that pressure. You know it's moving up towards the A site. So you're able to just try to go for trap plays. You're able to get a couple of trades here inside showers and still maintain a pretty decent control of that map. You see how passive it was for them, rotating back towards the spawn, and didn't want to fully engage back into the A site yet because they added so much of that pressure initially on the other extremity of that map. So I love the patience coming out here from Turtle Troop with the map control that they've gained. And now this time around, they're going for a double push to the side, and Chaotic will not get punished this time around.
This is a trade, and the Invulnerable doesn't save you from showstopper there from Joa. Goes 1 for 1.
I've got
He's
your
even up the numbers. Ange able to get an upgrade on the gun. Seekers coming through. And with how deep Turtle Troop are playing at the site, it's not really going to help Maryville. Like, maybe it helps how many numbers we're going to be on the site, and the dog just bites Chaotic right in the face. So Maryville have an advantage to work with. It's all up to Weeded, who just heard a bunch of people take the teleport. So is he going to follow right behind? Left behind them is Wildfire too. Maybe he could have backstabbed if Weeded went for the teleport, but instead Wildfire's going to try and cut off his rotation.
I'm down for it too, actually, to see Weeded go for it. He's got a lot of money to work with too. Ange is low on HP. This was, oh, he heard the rotate from Wildfire too, so he potentially has an opportunity to catch Wildfire off, but I love that Ange is moving forward to support as well. Doing some econ damage would be huge, but instead he's going to decide to save his Vandal back towards the spawn, which is another nice little move. You're going to be able to add 1,000 credits on top of that, which would guarantee you to have enough money so you could potentially even buy an op for Chaotic. Because if you're looking at the playstyle from TTR at the beginning of these rounds, Chaotic is trying to find opportunities to push down very quickly and trying to find ways to escape. And you've already seen him use an outlaw like 2 rounds ago, so I wouldn't be surprised here if they want to put an op into his hands so they could try to get these early picks. The Vandal, if you miss, you're forced to TP. You're kind of leaving your teammates on an island as well. And as I say that, he goes for a Vandal instead. Probably because he has this dimensional drift to work with on the Guru too.
Just a good round for Maryville to win when they got first blooded by Turtle Troop, and it was kind of a mess against the Reyna versus the the Showstopper, and Maryville had been losing a lot of these isolated engagements, not using util. I mean, they only have the flash from Chloric. I'm not seeing any impactful Lears from Giza, although that's kind of why Reyna isn't a popular duelist, when you can just shoot the Lear when you don't have a Gecko or something else to combine it with usually. But now you got the Boombot checking out showers. Now you got bot battle in showers, but maybe this nade stops the orb from being picked up. Either way, Wildfire just gets crunched. And there's more members of Maryville around the corner, and Joa doesn't get the kill, but gets a lot of good information just knowing where Maryville is stacked in the map.
That was very nice there from Chaotic too. That the crunch that they had towards that slide, the decoy to actually push through and open the TP, and he TPs away and makes Ange force out his orbital strike. This is a big round for TTR now.
I have Crossfire for Maryville, and Joa, I mean, with the smoke cutting off Chloric, or at least most of his vision. Joa can just take these solos 1
30
to
seconds
1,
left.
although we could help him out as well if they just want to play more passive. With the flash from
remaining.
Chloric, it's still the
Spike down
crossfire
A.
2v1. That's just gonna be better despite the vision, unless Chloric would have been quicker, but Renz almost cleans it up, makes it close, but it's Turtle Troop on a tear.
Yeah, everybody's isolated that spot, tight corridor to fight with. You want to be clean on your trades, but it's very difficult to do there when the other one has free range on the defensive side to just swing back and forth while the other ones are just in a tight angle. So timeout coming out here from Marville University. We're just going to have to figure out here how they could change the pace where, again, we haven't really seen Marville outside of the pistol round really to take any of that long and sand control. And I respect it because every single time we've seen Adder just waiting there and playing with a set nade with Joa, but maybe that might have to be the game plan for Marville University in the first place. Just trying to make sure they can add that pressure first, waste out the deadlock util quite early so that, you know, you just don't have a player sitting inside the B spawn or the B site knowing that he can just play the clock in his favor because there's just zero pressure there. So you could actually have more, you know, players crunching back towards a site, towards showers, as we just saw in the last few rounds here from TTR.
I would just love if TTR just played a more passive defense. I think they're such a confident team. They know they can beat Maryville. I mean, they already took map 1 and proved it, but TTR are only losing rounds where they walk up on Maryville and get traded. If TTR just set up crossfires, like Maryville don't have a lot of flash options, or at least ones that have been really causing problems for TTR. So if TTR just play site, wait for Maryville to waste those initial flashes and play after that, I think that make things just more one-sided for TTR. On Maryville, though, really having to play off the contact of Chloric. Giza needs to be activated too. Have the Empress, which will help. See what the Boombot finds. You know, someone could be close in tree. And the Lear to see if they were going to be pushing up towards Orb. So you still got 1 Lear to go. B site being explored there by the attack, while TTR all eyes on that.
Beautiful.
Good lurk opening too from Anj.
Yep. And that pressure comes through as Maryville calls it after the timeout here from MCE, but it doesn't force out any type of early util coming out from Adder yet. Yes, the wall was already used, but he still got the net. But just waiting out this wall would still give him like a good 30 seconds here from Marville University to see if they could activate a lurk towards short for Renz, and they could always go for a late TP back into the site.
Oh boy, you're the showstopper. You don't want to be anywhere near that. Mad respect. Space being created though, as Adder, I mean, the showstopper's still active, and he says, let me get a piece of that.
Still got it.
And Anj and friends, no problems planting this. Smokes in place. I'm actually surprised even Adder peeked that without the assist of his team, who really wanted to wait for a proper synchronized retake, but we did on the flank is gonna get some attention from Maryville, and the flash from the sky is gonna reveal B-Dog, and it's taking these peaks one by one. It's usually a Maryville strat, and TTR are gonna fall because of that.
And space given away from Turtle Troop for that round that allowed just Marville University to just scale up. This time no raise to really help out at the beginning of the round. And just these late lurks coming out. This time for Man, just beginning at Market, really catching Chaotic, where, you know, it's almost a similar thing from the first map when we were or at least I was continuously talking about Renz trying to get an early pick as a Neon and getting picked off every single time and getting punished for it. Chaotic seems to be punished quite often on this Euro push and trying to get action done here with a Vandal. And there you go. Finally, he gets this op out, and he's going to try to hold out a different angle here while B-Dog is holding close range with the Bucky into Hookah.
It was a good adjustment for Maryville, knowing that TTR like to sometimes like to aggro push up A short.
Yeah.
Yeah, TTR really taking their time with this, and I like that because A is difficult to engage into unless you got good flashes, you explode in with your rays. But it's Maryville leaning towards the B site, and they haven't had a lot of hookah action too. These sonic sensors have really put a lot of fear into Maryville's eyes, so they've been just trying to use B long, and with all the deadlock util there too, I think the barrier's up, so Maryville are having issues even getting to that side of the map.
Surprised he throws a net very early too. There's really nothing to follow up with that as well, so he's not gonna have too much utility on the top B side for Adder. Opportunity now for Marville University to really flood inside this B site.
Ooh, tried to dodge out of the Lear and got caught on the escape. So Marville, the patience was paying off to just take things step by step to take care of the deadlock util. Now you know what TTR have left. The Viper's Pit used. Ren's playing up close and personal to the door. The wingman catching Chloric. The execute from Joa, but better trades out of Ren's. This is his pit. It will not go down without a fight. B-Dog at 23 HP in a 1v2. Not knowing if both players are in the pit. You know at the very least Ren's is there, but where is Ange? And now you're just brought down to 1 HP. B-Dog in the isolated duel while Ren's with 3 that round. A big turn for Maryville.
A great, very big turn for Marville. Again, just disrespecting the deadlock utility for the last 2 rounds, which is really, really good. And for the last 2 rounds, it was also deadlock utility with no support from Arrays. So that is definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult here for Turtle Troop to try to anchor this B site, where Marville doesn't really want any of that smoke inside hookah that many times. And once you realize that, you know, they went for dimensional drift towards the A side because none of them is getting the blue hue around them, they're like, okay, well, they're still trying to find information from A. You hear the TPs across, they flip the map, everything's just really well read from beginning to end ever since this timeout from MCE. This time around, though, we're going to try to go for a double flash off the contact of Joa. And this is a big Hail Mary play. Because if they're able to get people there, then Joa could potentially just satchel forward with a showstopper. And Marville University, they're going back into what seems to be working for them, right? Just hold a default, knowing that they're playing against an eco. Once that minute marker starts hitting on that clock, they'll start moving and potentially even start moving towards B again, which might catch some players pretty badly at this point.
I've been wanting to see a dog up B long because the boombot isn't good at really getting
huge.
into all the way into tree. And now you know someone is in tree. So Maryville boombot next, drop more fire, a lot of flashes. Okay, TTR definitely not in tree anymore. But then what? Maryville not able to advance through that section. They're gonna try and re-clear all the way through the A side, probably off a call from Ren's. It's feeling a bit weaker on this side. And they're taking it. It's Adder with the Sheriff along with Joa trying to explode onto the site. And the Showstopper does exactly that. Trade 1 for 1. Great reaction out of Giza. Not turn this into a hemorrhage. As TTR gonna pinch from behind, coming through mid. Maryville playing through main. Is someone watching mid? It is Giza, but is this Vandal gonna be enough? It's a lot of damage and too many cooks in the kitchen. TTR just better coordinated, better focus. And even despite the better weaponry, Maryville fall.
Dude, as a Valorant nerd, I was going to. I want to say that was actually a sick round for both of the teams. Because first, the movement from Chloric on that dog, just holding around the corner, jumping across, and then going for the dive into the right corner of Octagon. Had the information on 3 players, and that was a call from Chloric saying, this is a trap play here. We got to avoid this spot. And especially after they've inserted the Viper on the top of short A, they're like, okay, well, it's clear cut for us to hit towards this A site. But when they do, there was already the early rotate coming out from Joa. Adder goes for the sit nade with a showstopper on top of that, and then everything just starts falling down here from Marville University. When you think that you're able to take control here of that site, you didn't flip the map too because you didn't know where the flank was coming from. They didn't know there was 3 players from Turtle Troop flanking on that spot, and it's Turtle Troop with chairs. It's so hard to mess against. And that's a great thrifty from Intel. 1 here by TTR in that last round.
Seekers from Chloric helping them push a short, and a lot of angles being taken from Maryville. It's gonna be a fight for showers. TTR outnumbering them on that angle, so it's a good win for Weeded and Friend, but then Maryville just bulldoze their way through short and wrap around through the back side. They clear heaven. Well, what's the plan here? The spike's all the way at B. Maybe you leave Giza behind to get some shots into TTR, who could take the teleporter, but Giza's helping. Maybe good ears over at the A site.
Yeah. Everything's fine so far here too. Getting him up there is huge. Now here's both TPs. You can move towards the spawn. The difficult portion is they flip the map on the side of B, and you're playing against an orbital strike and a thrash. So if you're going to utilize that first on a defuse and then going for double ults, that might catch 2 players off guard. Oh,
Okay, Wingman won't be able to defuse. Time running out. TTR have to act here and now, and it's a blind that catches B-Dog and Wildfire on the cross. And Maryville dismantle. And they'll be able to tie things up despite TTR looking like this was their map pick. They came in with a better plan. Maryville are making these small adjustments to really hurt TTR.
Yeah, I guess they tried to go for aims instead here for Turtle Troop. So using the wingmen to try to flush out some players instead, so that hopefully they could go for somebody peeking out and punish them right away instead of potentially trying to go for that Thrash orbital strike combination. Maybe trying to save it for this next round right here. They still have a lot of money to work with into a strong buy round in round number 11. They're looking to flash out of this smoke. Anti-blast play huge.
Wait, Maryville still wins that. Oh man, what a scramble. I mean, 3 versus 2. I mean, you'd imagine it'd go Maryville's way, but when Giza's back turned, I was a little concerned on the timing of if TTR were going to actually push out of that smoke. Now this is a pretty assured Maryville round, especially with TTR not making any moves towards it.
That was sick. So you saw just Giza was just playing anti-flash, looking away at the same time, just the fundamentals of keeping your barrels outside of the radius of the smoke so that whenever you swing inside, you don't point your barrel in first. They swing in together on the top. The third one that was going to get blinded is just going to blind spray while everybody's focused on him. The other guys could just run in and get the picks. And he win 3 fights, 3 individual duels on top of that for Maryville. A huge play for Marville on top of that, expecting this push coming down as soon as the smoke came down towards Long B. So I gotta say that's a great heads up play. And then Turtle Troop, they've been known to do a couple of these plays, maybe not necessarily with the Yoru, but back when they were playing with the Sky, just trying to Sky Flash with a raise through the Long B smoke. And it's still present though with a different composition. So look at that, it's beautiful. Look at that guy just spraying. it was that Brimstone, it's just Eng fully blinded. Oh my god, what am I doing? I'll just spray at the wall. Everybody's focused on trying to take him down. The other 2 duelists are going inside that smoke. That's really nice. Great job, observers, for catching that replay and playing it twice for us to fully catch it.
Just TTR going for the early jump on these rounds has costed them more than not. And then when they play passive, they use too much util, and then Maryville run them over because they're able to save theirs. So it's about finding a balance between passive and aggro if you're Turtle Troop. And this orbital strike's gonna hurt. Goodbye, Clark.
I was waiting at some point whenever a nade or net combination was gonna have to take some players down, and it works here.
Oh, and the detain. These ults are huge for Turtle Troop, and you got 2 more, including an annihilation, but oh, they're even gonna use that too. No fish in the barrel though. Now Maryville are gonna leer in, and Adder's fully blinded and still manages to get almost 3 in that round. It's tied 6-6, another 6-6 half.
And that's a true definition of Turtle Troop. If you've watched this team play in Challengers, whenever there's a team that has a sick round or whatever, they're just able to stop the momentum right away. They just picked apart that whole map from beginning to the end, from one edge to the other. Like we talked about the net orbital strike, but the 1v1 battle, knowing that there's always going to be a late lurk somewhere here from Renz, from that Viper, one here by B-Dog from from the Thrash that was thrown out, and then Chaotic to move through, gets the pick, TPs away back into a B stack where the players are running through and picks up the last kill. I mean, that was chef's kiss on how they played that defensive round. So both of these teams continuing to show here that they have a lot of grit, a lot of fight, and a lot of team synergy as they start with the pistol in the second half. Giza trying to walk down, and this is a high risk here. This is a dink dismiss if he could get one, and he gets a dink but no kill, unfortunately, as we see here. B-Dog, long range battle, so still survives here from that headshot.
And Maryville not wanting to give up any space on A. So Turtle Troop will try to carve their way through showers, but having to use util to take it step by step because of that Viper wall. And Turtle Troop just heavy stacking into that, and Giza's gonna hold it down, just pushing aggro through that. And then meanwhile, you got Joa exploring through hookah and isn't getting in those opening picks to signal Turtle Troop any viable site to hit. Not quite yet. So kind of a devastating early round there for Turtle Troop.
Yeah, they just want to keep back and come back and try to fight Giza. Again, you've seen how Turtle Troop kind of played these scenarios where they relied a lot on their aim and chemistry to ping pong off each other. Now Chaotic's about to get double swung towards Showers.
Take this one by one. No, Giza's starting to really turn up. I love to see that because Reyna's all about that feast or famine, but Ange is getting netted and needs some help and manages to not only get himself out of that situation but win against Adder. 16 HP though. Only 2 members left from this attack. And this is a tough site to get through with all of Maryville there. It's ASUS flawless too for Maryville.
Yeah, we went from a super clean round from Turtle Troop to what the hell just happened there? That Adder just walled themselves out with it. Can't even get out of Showers too. That was just unfortunate there in terms of that communication and try to salvage that round after, again, great position from Giza getting that first dink. And yeah, you talked about Giza activating. He got a couple of kills, but I didn't know he was like a silent killer going in on their attack side because he's already at 14-9. And you were talking about putting players into Joa's backpack. They're definitely doing it so far for Giza, who's, you know, been caught playing a lot of Sentinel roles ever since he, you know, played for, I think, Cloud9 for a very small stint and then going to Maryville. And now it's nice to see that he has an opportunity to shine a little bit more outside of the Sentinel role and press forward and really try to find his openings for the team.
It's going to be a lot of delay from Renz and Cloric. Is he going to want to flash them? Well, it's the Gecko flash that came up from B-Dog, and Maryville, well, they were stuck on the site, forced to scrap through, and they go 1 for 1 each. The spike will be planted and the retake. No Leers for Giza. Just got Wildfire. It's tough to satchel through this one, and there is a lot obscuring Maryville on this path, including a deadlock barrier, and that's the beauty of running that agent on a post plant. Now the nades to clear close, and Adder won't be moved from the spot. Wildfire, hey, with the judge. You're able to clear one from the box. It's not bad, but Ange gets overwhelmed knowing exactly where they're going to come from, and we got another tie game.
I think this is one of those moments where MCE is just not happy with the scenario. I think this is the second time that Maryville wins a pistol, and then the second round Turtle Troop goes for, it seems to be a signature for TTR right now, just a force buy on the second, and then just able to capitalize on a dub. And that's going to break the econ for Maryville. And then on top of that, Adder's going to play an outlaw in round number 3. Where this is just going to pick everybody apart. So if anybody's going to try to swing through here towards Showers or towards Short, he's just waiting there. And he's going to try to fight it because he knows that Giza, from the pistol round, was trying to find some battles here, right in this carpet area. Hylo's not going to work too well.
Adder make a connection. Spike left behind 2. Showers not going to be touched from Turtle Troop. And opening pick there from Adder, but do they expect the other one on the other side? Well, Weedit has us back.
Launching smoke.
Wildfire gone too. Turtle Troop hoping to build a lead off of this. Teleport play from Maryville, hoping to come from behind. Chaotic makes his way through Showers. Won't be shot in the back yet. That's a plan.
An easy one too. After those picks, and you're starting to see the, as I mentioned before, the Dobros type of style where you go for the full exec back into sight, you smoke the right spots, you get this nice deadlock wall towards the back, and you can really isolate the rotate. So now you're forcing players to TP across, and this should be an easy lineup for the last players. Cast a curse, cast a curse, cast a curse.
Great flash, not bad. Barking on the other side, a better swing out of Renz. Standing and delivering into 1 versus 3, I respect it, but the Gecko flash, disrespecting that. Turtle Troop will get the lead after all.
And not losing too many bodies in the process, so it's not too bad. So we go back into a similar scenario as if TTR won the pistol, so they're going to have a bonus round that's pretty decent. Outlaw is going to be given to B-Dog, as we mentioned before, like in the pregame, he likes to play op with a Brimstone on this map, even on the attack from time to time. So to delegate the outlaw to him, and for him to also just be the spike carrot that's going to throw the wingman and be able to just cover the wingman's back. This is a nice little switch off, so the bonus round is pretty strong. And even if you have a gun round from Maryville, it's not that great, right? You have 2 Guardians, 3 Vandals, not the best of utility. There's only 1 flash for Cloric. I mean, maybe he's used it already at the beginning of the round to spot towards 1B.
The molly could only slow them down so much. Turtle Trooper's still gonna walk past the boom bot, catching Ange close. Annihilation will pull Wildfire, and they won't get him out, but drops right into the right into some crosshairs. So Turtle Troop definitely owning their half of the site. Ange, what point do you want to try and push through the smoke? You feel a lot of pressure with the gecko flash there, and smoke is maybe didn't expect the smoke to dissipate that fast. Ren's in heaven. You got Caloric blocked off by the barrier, and just Marville got completely flooded out of A.
Yeah, and I was gonna say at that point you're just gonna let Ange die and try to save your weapons. And Ren's, I think, overextended his stay. He even tried to peek out to get a pick towards heaven, and now he's low HP trying to save his Guardian, and you already have B-Dog behind the tails. Thankfully, with this timing, he's going to be able to make it out, especially after Chloric won that fight, so there's still an opportunity to salvage some weapons into the next round. There's going to be a Phantom and a Vandal upgrade, so that's actually not too bad, especially, again, after Chaotic lost his fight, so it's not a Guardian that holds on into the next. So we'll see if they could do something about that, and definitely they want to make the best out of it, right? You have an Empress available for Giza, so the call here is, do you want to actually give an opportunity to have Giza have a weapon here, drop one of those in for him, so he pulls up the Empress and goes for a high risk, high reward type of play? Because there's still a lot of Valorant to be left to be played here in the second half potentially, where Giza could probably have the next Empress possible if he's able to activate in the next few rounds, just like he did. As we talked about his 14 kills going into the second half, he's still unfortunately stuck at 14 now, right? So they figured out a way to really try to shut him down, but also, you know, it's still Giza. He could still turn it back in this round.
And this is so deja vu, though. I don't know how much more Valorant we have left to play, because this is the 6-6 half, just like on Sunset, and they're tied up all the time. But as soon as we get near that 13 mark, Turtle Troop just start winning everything. And look at where the economy is at. They're rich, they're good. This could be Turtle Troop running away with it, and Marville really feeling the pressure, because this is a single elimination bracket. We do have a qualifier tomorrow, but Turtle Troop. That's a good point. I didn't actually check.
Yeah, the other qualifiers are going to have another set of 8 teams, right? So this is really do or die for any of the teams currently playing for those who dare in this open qualifier number 1. There's a second matchup happening at the same time on a B stream with no caster that's going to be found on that night's game, and that's Rose actually winning that first map against their opponents. And now going back in the action here, though, it's quick and denied by Renz.
Renz got hit by all types of util, and I thought for sure he's gonna get punished. How does Renz get 2 out of that? Now with the Vandal too, Marville, this is... I don't know how many thrifties we have, but we got bills to pay, so let's get it until Thrifty going again.
Maybe they'll raise my day rate.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'll just be a millionaire now.
Oh, the flash hits Giza, but he still manages to get the kill on we did, so...
Okay.
All good. Giza healing back up to almost full. The detain from B-Dog, and just no eyes on who to punish there. And Marville, holy cow, what a round for them. I'm gonna eat my words.
Yeah, definitely. This is a sick round. So Renz, again, being able to save the Vandal on the previous round when he had a Guardian allows for him to get 2 kills at that spot. And the second point that I was mentioning, give Giza a weapon. Okay, he doesn't need it. He's just gonna get 2 headshots with a Sheriff and a third one with a Guardian, and doesn't even need the Empress in the first place. So that I think is just pure. I'm able to anchor my sights. You can't cross this line. Thou shalt not pass, and a great anchor hold by Renz at the very beginning. You talked about the amount of util that was being thrown by TTR in the first place for the exec, and he still got denied. This is a great little round here, won by Marville University, and they have a chance now to really tie up this game. Although the money's still very good for TTR because of those thrifties that they were able to get on that second round. Well, I guess the force buy win that broke Marville's University on that second round. Oh, trying to run the op. Oh my god, nice.
I was wondering if they were going to go for that flash play. That's something Chloric likes to do at B long, and you already heard the early shot from TTR, so you knew something was up. But Marville wanting to take fate in their own hands, now dogging up to just see, is there any remnants of anyone here? No. So you've cleared the left side of the map, at least you would think, for Marville, as Clork is still going to keep eyes on it, away from the Seekers. Yeah, still somebody there.
Yeah, and we praised how TTR were really good here in the mid round on that previous map of Sunset, right? When they have power of less numbers and working that map, and Adder's still alive. B-Dog has the op now too. See what happens now.
Oh yeah, you're still just getting information just off of peeking TTR and no damage being exchanged.
30 seconds left.
And these brim smokes last forever, but you can see a hookah exchange. Crossfire from Maryville. Weeded gets the jump on both of them. I thought it was a crossfire, but it is B-Dog's time to clutch. From a 3 versus 5, TTR making this winnable. 14 seconds, they'll get the play in time. Weeded getting flushed out of hookah from the nades from Renz.
Heard the TP has orbital strike.
Right there.
And you know the boombot too, so you know both the Viper and the Raze are around hookah. So just wait for the drop down. No need to early peek if you're TTR. You heard a jump.
Orbital strike is going to be off Adder's call too, especially if he drops.
One enemy remaining.
Don't need
If you
it
even
anymore.
need it.
Yeah. Who did? We did. Dude, that was so sick by We Did to be able to turn that round over. And literally, we just mentioned it. In the mid round, lower numbers, TTR with the experience, a 3 versus 5 converted by Turtle Troop. Just by single individual plays. We Did hiding inside that smoke. The 20 seconds trying to see if anybody's going to peek inside of that. He knows that when it's about to dissipate, he falls away just at the corner of Sands. Nobody's pushing him. He isolates 1v1s and just opens up the site for just B-Dog to focus on just a simple mosh at that corner with an op watching the swing out, and he catches another one. And that's Marville University getting a great round 2 rounds ago from Renz's 2K and Giza's 3K. But once again, you're going to have to rely on those two players one more time to hopefully try to narrow that gap again, because they only had 3 rifles to work with, and 2 of them are on those 2 players I just mentioned.
You got an op watching A short, and Giza's pushing up, so that could be initial exchange. But now there's orbital strikes galore and showers. Everyone getting washed, but it's Wildfire gone first. TTR taking some damage, but not falling yet as this op just slowly peeks over. Who's going to get the last lap between him and Giza? Just holding the angle. Then you got TTR ready to maybe just clone out of showers. Or even, do they have a boombot? No, so just a satchel if Joa feels like it, or a showstopper out, but TTR know they have an advantage, but they don't want to get too crazy either.
Just trying to wait and see if Maryville is going to make some sort of mistake here and over-rotate as everything stays so quiet. Because this is definitely going to be a re-hit on a site no matter what, because they have 0 control on the B side.
Oh, yeah, showstopper 360 hits Reds anyway. At least it goes 1 for 1.
Did he just wall each other off again?
No idea. Hard to tell with the smoke. But it's a spike plane, and is all that matters. An op versus the world. 1v3. Seekers catching them. And goodbye, TTR. Maryville stay in the shadow.
Yep. They were able to salvage a round with the rifles that they carried into this round from Maryville, and also the upgrade to an op if they want to, and they will. Clork's going to be able to pick that up, and I got to say that wall, I feel like it's intended to try to throw above and try to land it towards the back of truck or triple so that nobody could swing out from that spot. But that's the second time it just lands right in front of their faces, and they are forced to just break it right away so that they could get some sort of positioning after the wingman plant. So again, great job from Marville University to capitalize on the mistakes coming out from TTR's execution. And yeah, they still make it to narrow that gap down by 1, but Adder buys an op in this round. And he's about to fight against Giza. It's already being pinged out. They know this push from Giza that consistently moves forward. The overextension could maybe happen here.
He didn't overextend last round, but I think Maryville can always switch things up. And maybe you shouldn't have. Now I'm taking it back. Hindsight is 2020. But
Yep,
TTR, the op slowly creeps through, but not hard aiming. But Wildfire was. So now at least you know the op was on the right side of the map for the defense. TTR thanks to the Viper wall from, well, the opponent, able to get into hookah unnoticed. And Renz is inserted into that corner with flashes, at least one flash from Chloric available. Flashing out, but you just got the clone, so Chloric just has a dog and is not gonna really have the space to use it, and Renz got left out to dry as Chloric faded into the shadows. Is still gonna hang around elbow, not able to escape, and now TTR may be snuffing this out. It's a big engagement for Chloric, and winning that against Chaotic gives Maryville still a chance. Dogging up.
Scout destroyed.
At least getting some information there, as Wildfire won't be able to be as mobile with the op in hand and just so much to look at. The op is dropped, and Turtle Troop win every engagement on the retake.
I was just going to mention, Ange was too far away here towards this A site. Yes, you're able to get one kill to even things up on a 3 versus 3. But you don't have anything left to really try to re-clear towards that side. You have one smoke maybe remaining. It wasn't there to really smoke towards hookah because Wildfire had the op and he felt like he wanted to take that fight into hookah, and it just got caught when he was trying to cross over because he wasn't even looking at that spot anymore. And that just, things just fell apart. They're just small things when you're just trying to adapt throughout the chaos here from Marville University to try to go for the retake. At that point, I think it's safer to save your weapons. You don't really have that game plan under that pressure to retake, but they still have money. One Guardian for Chloric. Fast-paced play from TTR to take control here of Showers, and TTR have been a lot in these moments of not getting too many lurks happening in terms of like trying to get control in TP safe. They just have Adder trying to go through and trying to get picks with the op wherever he finds the information, and it's like, okay, well, I got rid of maybe one guy, I got information on the other one, but they're still going for a full site hit. There's no pump back to a different site.
Maryville is just keeping to always watching Showers. It's been difficult, and you still have the Leer in your back pocket. You didn't even need to use util to get that kill. So it's good on Maryville. And with the smokes in the way, it's Turtle Troop have their tracks covered to try and sell a fake, but you have Maryville, you have Chloric fully looking at B long. You have no eyes on hookah, so mid-map is a question mark. Turtle Troop needing to execute, but every time they take a step up, they just get shot by Maryville holding angles. Now the flash to just get this round over with if you're Maryville. 2 left, 1 with an op, Adder, Joa, doing what they can, and the Sentinel is not your favorite thing to try and get into a site with. 12 seconds left, and it's important to keep your gun out. Maryville looking all over the map.
Adder already threw it away, right? Because he had a op at the beginning of the round, and then he's like, okay, well, I can't let these guys pick up another op, especially with the upgrade that they just had here from the Chloric switching from a Guardian to a Vandal. So just trying to chase him down. That's experience that we were talking about here. So he throws the op away. He switches out to a Classic, so he doesn't lose full bonus, or sorry, he gets full bonus rather, and not only save 1,000 credits, and then just let the last guy save his weapon, so they could still have some sort of a quasi buy going to this round here. They could drop a Bulldog or an Outlaw for for B-Dog potentially. But they could leverage 2 ults around this weaponry to try to get a good buy. And there you go. We did goes for a half buy, continuously being selfless and drops a Guardian. There you go. Drops a Vandal for his teammate. And now they can still have a full buy. So that's the experience I was talking about here under the pressure.
Oh, wait, the Annihilation. Chloric should be freed, right? Right?
Nope.
Oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to get that. That is a sturdy cocoon.
Yeah, exactly, and it makes sense. Giza doesn't want to fully swing out and go for a full spray in case somebody else is there towards market, so he doesn't want to give his life away. So it's a 1-for-1. It's not too bad, but that's huge initiator utility that's gone. That's no heal as well. But look at this push down from Giza. This is actually quite big. He has no idea that the spike is down, but he's unintentionally forcing the players to come back towards him, where he's gonna have the upper hand.
Thrash isn't done with you.
And he'll have ears too.
Now he
Got
peeks.
Thrash.
Says, hey, I have a
Looking
spike.
through hookah all the way, not into B. Spike recovered by Chaotic as Giza was done waiting around. Now Turtle Troop can set their sights on B. It was already something they were trying to clear. You got smokes, you got Molly, and I guess you just got spammed through the smoke. Lucky for We did. 4 versus 2 with the spike planted. and a pivotal round to
Enemy
put
remaining.
Turtle Troop on match point, series point, and things are not getting any better. At least he'll be able to save, ideally, the Vandal into the next round, depending on Chaotic if he wants to peek this.
Yeah.
And the
Smart play.
showstopper next
So-
round may help.
Rest of the team is going to be able to buy for sure. So yeah, it's very important for him to keep this weapon. Another situation here where Marville University are going to have backs against the wall, and I think already MC has used both of his timeouts. So using his extra time as well while Wildfire is saving his weapon could give a chance here for the IGL to continue to have that conversation to carry it over to the next until Wildfire is going to start getting pressure. He's going to say, shut up, I need to survive here. Oh my, no! Dude, check him PC.
Rip.
Chicken PC or Joe was using some ASUS ROG peripherals that are so good right now that he's just able to just get a random wallbang spray right into triple to get that kill. And that's no weapon save. That's a Guardian at least purchase into the next round. But this right here, I like that Giza won that fight. I saw that he saw the spike, but the overextension going through here did not expect that Chaotic was going to be at the bottom of the staircase. And that unfortunately was a small mistake where, again, he had full control of forcing players to move in towards him, especially after he saw that spike.
Yeah, the 2v2 annihilation play really defined that round. You got dimensional drift, and you're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down, I'm still trying to get info. You got the showstopper. The barrier is really hurting him, but hey, going 1 for 1 is not the worst thing ever. Turtle Troop can just lean on Chaotic just like they did on Sunset. 4 versus 2 to close out the map and the series to send Maryville out of the qualifiers, and it's a 4K for Chaotic to do just that.
What a round and a read and a call by Adder in that last round. Just using the dimensional drift too, just to make sure that you force out the showstopper. A net goes into that, or should I say a wall goes into DP, gets caught in there, a triple spray to take him down. Dude, that util and everything about that play from TTR. I mean, I love that Stellar's in a chat here in twitch.tv/soar, but I'm gotta say, like, TTR looks as good here without Stellar so far, and it's tough to say because I give a lot of respect onto the IGLing from Stellar. But holy crap, TTR looked good in those plays.
Yeah, well, we look good as well with Ethos joining back. Holy cow, what a series, Ethos, man. That 13 to 10. I thought Maryville was kind of starting the comeback. What did you think of that map?
Yeah, man. I mean, honestly, again, dude, Maryville, they're looking so good. They were adjusting correctly the entire time, but those 2 thrifties or those 2 force buys and then also that 3v5 loss I'm sure it's gonna haunt MC in his nightmares tonight. I mean, that's just unfortunate because it seems like they were very prepared. They were making the right adjustments, and overall I think they caught on a little bit too late on T side to adjusting to what TTR is doing and what's working for them. Because again, when you play against a Yoru, you gotta play kind of slow because they can play both sides realistically, and you saw towards the later half of their T side that they started just waiting for that Yoru TP to expire before grouping and hitting. Contacting isn't gonna work against TTR. They're just gonna shred you in your crossfires.
It's crazy because on one end you have to play slow because you're playing against a Yuru, but on the other end you kind of have to play semi-quickly because you're playing against a Deadlock. So to try to waste that at util too. So you kind of had to keep Marville University on their toes, and they had to be, as you mentioned here, Ethos, they had to adjust very quickly every single time, and sometimes it's just very difficult in that moment when you're playing against such a seasoned core in TTR around Adder, We Did, and B-Dog, and the additions that they just had over here with Chaotic and Joa. I mean, that's a lot of firepower that also comes within that team. That's a nice little 4K that finished that map for Chaotic, but overall from Joa, seeing that he's able to play Initiator and drop so many kills, and then also a Duelist right here to drop these type of frags, especially the wallbang that we saw against Wildfire. That's just crazy what TTR has right now. So you give them a little bit of time. If they're still playing challengers on top of that too for the VCTs, I mean, they're going to be looking like once again a strong powerhouse and probably a very strong underdog moving through. But that's not until they continue forward into this first qualifier of for those who dare. So they still have an opportunity to move in, win the whole thing pretty much, and then hopefully be the first team that qualifies to play against TSM or 100 Thieves next week on Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, speaking on firepower, it's not just the players, but the comp itself. Turtle Troop's comp is absolutely nasty on attack. You saw those full execs, they have a Yoru Flash, a Yoru TP, they have the decoy, they have the raised nade, they have the grab net, they have Brim Molly and Gecko Molly for crowd control. It's just impossible to play on site, and I think that Marville, they kind of reacted a little bit too late and adjusted a little bit too late, because you can't play on site there. You gotta either play to disrupt the choke and pivot, hold a choke, and if you can't hold the choke and you let them have the chokes, you need to get off site, because you saw it was literally impossible. There's nothing you could do if you're playing on Cubby on B side, if you're playing backside on A. The mollies or the grab net, everything, you're just going to get flushed out, and you need to get out and play for flood instead. And we saw that work for Marville a couple times. We saw the disrupts work a couple times. And you just need to see, you just need to be a little bit more disciplined about those reactions. And if one thing isn't working throughout the round, you have to adjust, and then you have to fall off, back out, make those decisions, because otherwise you're going to be caught in a very precarious situation where you're going to be in a lot of danger with these mollies and these flashes flying at you.
Yeah, that was a huge thing. Flashes and mollies that were flushing Marville University out of these spots were actually huge. So that's probably something that Marville has to touch up upon when it comes to those, because they got caught in a lot of these moments where usually you see like a Viper wall come up or a smoke come down, so the person that gets caught could try to escape. So just trying to react under that type of pressure that comes from their opponents, they're be looking pretty clean to continue in their collegiate journey.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that overall, I mean, Yoru clears on bind, guys. Like, let's just be honest here. like that.
You said so at the beginning.
Let's be real here. I mean, really, like, there is no such thing as a perfect comp. I mean, again, Turtle Troop's comp is so good in firepower, but what they lack is info. You know what I mean? When you saw MU, when they slowed down, when they were playing slow, letting that Yoru TP expire, you saw Turtle Troop be forced to double push chokes and be forced to push into sight lines. And you saw where a lot of the mistakes, those errors happen. So really, like, there is no such thing as a perfect bind comp. Bind's a very hard map to play, I won't lie. You're either giving up a Cypher or a Viper, or you're giving up info. But overall, I think that Turtle Troop did play their comp a little bit better. And just in general, again, that just individual experience, that 3v5 we did in Hookah, man, I love that guy.
Dude, that was sick.
That was insane. That was
so sick.
I pogged IRL.
Can't wait, dude. All of us, dude. I was slapping my desk at the bottom. I was like, dude, we did still around, so that's pretty sick. But as Ethos was mentioning, Yoru clears on bind, but we're also going to clear on the desk. We have more for those who are happening after the break. There's also B streams happening on the nights on Twitch. But also, I think what's most important is that you stick around right here on twitch.tv/soar, because we have a bunch of giveaways that we're going to give throughout the stream today. And it's starting after match number 2. And there's going to be some spam that has to be done within that chat. So make sure you stick around and continue the interactions on that Twitch chat. And don't touch that dial. We'll see you after the breaks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare tournament. Again, I am joined by the great Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi, and today we are going to be just continuing the intense and epic matchups. But before that, we have some awesome giveaways from our presenting partner, ASUS ROG. If you guys would like to answer, make sure to type the keyword RAZE, R-A-Z-E, throughout the match, and we will be announcing the winners at the end of the match. The first giveaway is, I mean, you can take it away if you'd like.
No, continue.
All
Man.
right,
You're
then
doing a
I'll
great
continue.
job.
All right, then go for all right. The first giveaway we will be doing is the GTAX 6000 EVA gaming router. It features Wi-Fi. It's a Wi-Fi 6 gaming router featuring dual 2.5G ports, free network security, and AI mesh support. It's a great router. If you guys want to go in and win it, again, type the keyword RAZE throughout the match, and make sure to check your eligibility because it is only for lawful US and Canadian residents over the age of 18. So please make sure to read the eligibility requirements. And,
Damn, I don't qualify.
oh, you don't?
I'm not old enough.
Oh. Yeah, no, me neither.
So under 40.
Oh, also under outside of the threshold, the range. Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Oh man.
Come back,
he's
please.
gone, he's
I don't
gone.
want to solo this.
Oh no. Oh my.
All right, all you ethos, carry us the map.
Oh man. Oh my god. Okay, so
But yeah,
yeah.
some great games so far, right? So yeah, we decided what we're gonna do for the second game. Looks like we're gonna be doing Washed versus Rose, which I was actually quite. I was looking forward to actually to cast some Rose. Although I was gonna be like, yo, I get to cast Rose. Is it Timotino in there? Because that's all I remember when I see Rose. But unfortunately, from what we're talking about in the green room here, Ethos, Timotino is not part of that team anymore. Although they still look like they have a pretty strong roster from your experience.
Yeah, I mean, funny enough, I actually played with Rose for like 2 weeks, and then I left.
Got cut.
I got cut, and then Timo was like, "If Ethos is gone, I'm gone." So shout out to Timo. He did lose to them again in the the first round, but hey, shout out to Timo there. But look at the map picks here. We see Wash has banned the map Bind, Rose bans Haven, and Wash selects Sunset while Rose picks defense. Rose then picks Abyss with Wash picking attack. Wash bans the map Pearl, Rose bans Ascent, and then the last map remaining is split with Wash picking defense. So what are you guys' thoughts on the maps?
Okay. Lemon Kiwi, what do
Another
you think?
sunset.
Like Sunset, yeah.
Yeah, sunset is pretty standard. I wonder if you're gonna see some more neon. Of course, we got Abyss with the jet map and split as a cider. It's been kind of 2-0s all day. I don't even know if it'll get there.
Yeah. I actually think maybe we'll see a 3-mapper because a team like Wash, like I'm always thinking about Mocking. Every time Mocking comes up with like a pug team, it's always like a very strong team. And if they lose, then they'll probably be like the 5th time that Mocking retires from competitive sports and comes back into Valorant within the next. Probably for those who dare. Maybe he dares to come back a 3rd time.
Oh,
We're going to hold a
man.
3rd one, right?
Whoa,
Mocking knows that.
I'm pretty sure Mocking's retired more than 5 times, so let's just get that straight.
But if anything, during the whole stint, he's always been very good at supporting the scene, just like how ASUS ROG, and Intel have been doing for this event right here, presented by SOAR. Because he's put together his own Mocking events as well, little like $500 cash when the scene was building up. So he's a great. For me, a great person in the community to have. Nonetheless, though, when we look at this matchup, for them to choose a map like Sunset kind of makes sense. It's still very doable. It's one of the most common maps that you see so far. And Rose definitely wants to come out with like we have the synergy, we have the team, we're practice, so we're gonna play a map that pug teams usually cannot play well on if we have that extra synergy. So they're gonna go with Abyss. But to have it on Split, I think this could still go 50-50 because when Split came back, it came back with no changes. So everything could still be played with like the default comps or the default way to play it, and we've seen it a million times. So it could still be a very good map for Wash.
Yeah, but Rose did just win Abyss and Sunset against Rock Bottom to be in this spot. And for Wash to 2-0 SAD, I mean, I'm not calling that surprising. I just know more about SAD and, their stint in Challengers. So for Wash to 2-0 them says a lot. And they played Haven and Split. So I would definitely favor Wash going into Split. But you already have Rose warmed up on Abyss and Sunset. So I don't know who could win here.
Yeah. You definitely bring up a good point with the fact that they were able to beat a seasoned team as SAD, even though if you look at the roster from SAT, it's maybe not fully the same as we've seen from Challengers, but
Yeah.
the 5 players that are playing in that team have already played with each other at some point, whether it's like Northwood or like Team USA for Rebel Campus Clutch. So they definitely did have that type of like synergy, and Northwood was unstoppable as that roster for the longest time. So to see a team like Wash being able to beat them, yes, it is quite a surprising one, and a good shout that you're bringing here, Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, I mean, Wash again. They got some firepower. You got Ion, you got Kane Zero. Like, these guys are like the definition of ranked warlords, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. These guys are incredibly mechanically gifted. But Rose, again, they have been together for longer. They're an actual preset team. They do scrim, and they do have a lot of reps under their belt. And I actually did. Yes, I did play with them. I do know Rebo's leadership, and I do think that they are gonna do well if they can shut down, the chaos of a pug team. If they can do that, then Rose should clean this up 2-0.
And what do you think about like the secondary initiators? It seems to be like Breach has been a mainstay ethos, but it seems like Rose really like their Fade. There's other teams that prefer Sova, other teams prefer Gecko. Like, I like to ask you about comps, but do you have any favorites? Don't say yours.
Now, me personally, I think that like if I were in the highest tier of like competitive play again, it would be like Breach is a very strong agent for those set plays. You have those options to take those fights, have those super aggressive set plays, and also have those traps. But using second initiators like Fade, like Sova, you get that info to be able to mid around and play around. So that's going to benefit more players that are more individualistic, that have good aim, and that can kind of improvise more on the fly versus taking team fights with stuns and flashes. So I think that for a team like Rose, and also a team like Wash, that type of playstyle of being able to allow your initiators to also take command as an individual player and also shine through versus always relying on set plays, it kind of enables them to have that liberty to play freely and to shoot freely and also maneuver the map based off of info versus just based off of just sitting in trap plays all the time.
Yeah, I also like that there's a lot of people first time messaging here on Twitch chat saying #Rose up. So we got a lot of Rose fans. I think there's a huge community around Rose as well, because I was just mentioning it too. I have already met a couple of #Rose people in Montreal back when I was able to see Timotino play in like a local Quebec event. But overall, though, it's quite nice to see here that they're all coming up together to see them rise. But remember, it's not just Rose, it's also Raze that you have to type out, right, chat? RAZE for a chance for giveaways after the second matchup.
Well, thanks again, Ethos. Will be checking in with you after the series. And that is, of course, not the Dapper. It is Knights, just using an extra account there. But hey, the more Neons coming out, more Fades, and excited to see Clove in action. It's not something you see every day on Sunset.
Just want to be an embodiment of Dapper playing not a Sentinel player, but as a Clove. So yeah, I mean, if you're looking at this roster, it's still a very, very strong roster on the side of Wash. But like you said here, we're seeing a decent stuff going around here for Sunset in terms of composition. Something very standard. They have the Neon come out here for Rose as well. So it's gonna be quite fun to see how this is gonna go, especially now that you have a Clove on the side of Wash being played by Knights here, not Dapper, of course. And we'll have to see how that changes the tempo and the pace of how they can counteract against a Neon at that point. You could drop those smokes out quite fast and quite instantly in comparison to, let's say, an Omen or an Astra. It's a little bit quicker. It's almost as quick as the Brimstone, if I'm not mistaken. So this would be a great way to really cover up any type of like early aggression that Rose might be trying to come out with the Neon setup.
Yeah, and with the vulnerable grenade, you can maybe flush out these corners, but I feel like you missed something really important. At least you got to work with the Omen for those paranoia plays and not playing a proper second initiator like a Sova, a Gecko. I wonder how much information you're losing there. So it's going to be a lot up to Mocking in that case with the Fade. On the other side, got the Breach and the Fade. So a lot of options to break into the site. So we'll look at what Washed has in mind with this default.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at Mocking, they're probably going to use the Prowler a lot to try to get Kane across. But the thing is there's a lot of trips you could place on the ground now. If you're an experienced player as a Cypher, you could really try to avoid that Prowler to hit it so you could still land some good traps. But that said, there's a quick push from Wash on the top mid, and Truth is about to get backstabbed. What a 180. Holy
What
crap.
a flank from Rose. Like, they're coming from all the way from behind. There's also a deep lurk from, well, not Dapper, but Knights all the way at the back. And weird map control going on, but a plan nonetheless. That's the one thing that's consistent. Now they know exactly where Rose is coming from, so all sights on B main. Paranoia is going to hit the majority of Rose, so breaking out behind the Prowler. Good exchange so far. Is Kane holding the corner, slipping past 2 with 3.
That was sick. That was sick. Okay, so we're going from Dapper to Knights Observer 9 to Knights. So this, just remember, Chad, if you see Knights Observer 9 or Dapper, it's Knights. Exactly, identity theft happening so far here, but at least, as I mentioned, what a 180 flick from Truth to start things off. But with him dying, and also getting the pick onto Ions, it really gave a chance here for Rose to go for that quad flank towards that back. But it wasn't until you saw that beautiful flash set up here from Shot Up in the back of the pillar to flip that map to counteract right away. I love that we're seeing so many old names in this matchup, and Shot Up and Rebo are players I've been thinking about for the longest time. So it's nice to see them still compete in this tournament right here. So we're reminiscing from the past.
That's 3. Gotta go.
This is just the Kane show, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, okay, just with the Judge to the Ghost to goodbye. It almost went for the ace. It's only the second round. They're washing the other team. Like, this is so gross. Like, Rose went for a 2-man, like, early push into B main, got absolutely cleared by a Prowler, and then you just send a Neon with a Judge? Okay.
And I actually just love that you had this drop of an upgraded weapon from a Bucky into a Judge to realize, oh wait, I got more range with the Bucky, so let me try to drop that again, and then gets caught. So unfortunate there for Clamran on that second round, but this is a very strong bonus with the amount of kills that Kane just got. This is the finger blasters just ready to just go for the full execute flood into the B site, where again they haven't really gone into like trying to figure out ways to set up trips to really stop Kane in the entries. But here it comes.
Yeah, maybe realizing this Judge is going to be carried through. Let's not early push if you're Rose, but still another first blood in favor of Wash. Now, rifle shots coming from on top of the box. Kane says, well, I could probably just hold this corner, but let's have some fun and slip through all their defenses. What defense? Not when Kane's in the lobby. Jesus, this is going to be a quick map if Rose don't do something about this Neon.
Yeah, I was talking about reminiscing about the past when we're seeing Shot Up and Mocking and Rebo play, but you have to pay attention to the future as well. Players like Kane, players like Ion, that's been grinding so far here in ranked and also in the tier 2 scene, trying to get an opportunity to step up to the plate. And I think Kane has had some opportunities to play in a couple of teams, trying to grind into the open bracket of the challenger scene, and now really is, to me, has shown how he's evolved into this Neon that doesn't give a damn when he's actually activated the way that he is, and they're gonna go for it again. Is this how they actually beat Sad before, just having this guy hold W, creating this space on a 4-man flood every single time? Because so far it's really counteracting the utility from Mocking.
Well, regardless, you can't do this on Abyss, right? I guess we'll have to wait a couple more rounds, but Kane hasn't lost a duel. I mean, to be fair, no one has shot back yet because he's just that fast. Yeah. And there isn't exactly the best weapons to shoot back with on the defensive side. And you still need to activate someone like Cuz. Like, Cuz, where are the kills at?
It's coming. You got the Bucky.
With a Bucky? Okay, there we go. There we go. That's the start of something good. Rage. Oh, what the hell was that? What the hell was that?
Yep.
Oh, okay, the overdrive was insane. Insane in like a interesting way. Okay, eventually the sheriff rings true, but still ended up being a washed round. Good damage though from Bros.
Again, that would have hit on land there for Rebo. But as I was trying to mention counter-rounding the utility, I was mentioning Mocking before, but my apologies. I meant Ian, because he's also playing the Fade on this match, in this map. But dude, these Neons are just insane so far in this game. But right there, this is still some good damage being pulled out by Rose, as you mentioned before. 4 kills going through with a Thrifty. Although, I mean, this is still Wash 4-0. They've leveraged just Kane 0 opening the sights every single time and trying to figure out ways where they could really stop it. And you're seeing with this gun round a slight change. The trip's a little bit higher, so he doesn't really care about the Prowler, but cares about Kane 0 with a slip off, but he still slips in.
Kane didn't even have his finger blasters ready like when he was slipping around the corner, and he's still getting kills.
Yeah.
This is kind of a smurf, I'm not gonna lie, but I like that Cuz showed us some signs of life before, and with the help of Truth, Rose could have a successful retake. It is 3v3. Got the paranoia from Rose hitting from behind, and there's Cuz on the execute. Now having to break through all these cages and smokes and walls and shot up that was unnoticed in the corner. And in the 1v1, can't close it out, and Rose are on the board.
I was gonna say there was that some moment there where Shot Up is probably gonna be just like we did, where I was gonna mention that he still has it. It's been a while since he's played in a professional setting. I think everybody remembers him as the immortal Shot Up that was unstoppable as a Reyna, and this time playing as an Omen, almost wins a 1 versus 3 to be able to get a 5th round for Wash, and thankfully Rose somehow stops the bleeding here, but they're definitely bleeding out of their pockets. They don't have the best buy despite the round win, but I think we still have to just keep an eye onto Cuz and Kane 0 throughout all these rounds. This is going to be a little bit difficult, though, because Cuz is looking to slide accurately with a Guardian. The only other Neon that I've seen pop off with the Guardian slide has been Fluorescent over at Shopify Rebellion, and now we're going to see here Cuz getting tested the same way.
Oh, the timing on that smoke, because I think the Prowler had just hit Cuz, and they don't care about the smoke. Kane is a one-man army, it seems. Now trying to flash up against the other man. Kane takes every duel with so much confidence, and at least Rose can put up a fight here in mid against the Lurk, but Washer, they don't even care about planning. This is TDM all over again. The Prowler, the full team swing. Rose will stay composed through it all, I guess.
This is utter shenanigans, because everybody's gonna walk back through the smoke, and Mocking somehow lines up too, and it was just aiming at Truth. A straight bullet, even with the spray, and stopped by Shot Up. And again, just why did we leave the spike there?
Don't need the old orb, just vibes. You
I think at this
don't
point
need,
we might...
you don't need to plan when you just shoot.
Yeah, I guess so. And if it continues in the same type of tempo throughout this whole game, we're going to quickly go into another break and just have to wait until the other side of the bracket finishes, and we're going to have like an hour break instead or something, because these rounds are so fast on just the activation of Kane. And yes, thank you also the coaching staff over at Rose to slow things down even more here so that we can give a chance. So a little bit of a chat here from Rubies and Donut as the assistant coach to talk with Rose. Rubies having experience past with TSM as an assistant coach, even going to coach the TSM X, and this was a while ago. If I'm thinking about the TSM X Game Changers team, I'm thinking that's probably like the Athena roster back then, but could have been a little ago, right? This is like 2 years ago, I'd like to say.
Still, like, Washed are a very strong offensive team. Just looking back at their score lines against SAD, I mean, they won 7-2 on their offensive half on Haven. Split it was a lot more back and forth. They only won that 13-11, but I'm very impressed by the aggression that has not been punished yet out of Washed. So is this just going to be a question of getting lucky with what site you use your trips on, and maybe you just meet aggression with aggression? You try to get the early jump on them if you're Rose. We'll see what solution they come up with.
Yeah, it seems like they're somewhat trying at least a fault line relay trap towards B main, but I mean, Watch is going to have pretty much an open sight here towards A, especially even pushing towards the spawn. Truth is going to get tested. Nice shot.
Was that Kane had the judge too? I don't know,
Yep.
but the Sheriff just getting the headshot is nasty there. Big pick out of Truth, and keeping the flank in check too. Great job by Ion. So Washed have the play. Here's the Prowler coming through the top side. Didn't get deep enough to get much going. It's all up to Cuz with the judge. A lot of trouble. Now the wall is splitting up all these isolation fights, and Washed are coming out on top on almost every single one. And Clam just didn't have the HP to clutch that 1v2. So this may be a quick map, fans.
Yeah, but if anything, the lighter side of things and the positive aspect so far for Rose is that they're actually hitting some good shots on their thrifty. So they're able to get players down, keeping maybe 1 or 2 alive. So they're not really letting Wash really run away, not necessarily with the scoreline, but run away with their economy. So they are forcing a lot of buys where potentially like 1 round over here since the timeout, now you could start escalating a little bit more ults around this. And if you could cycle through these, you have an opportunity to really reset the economy of Wash in 2 rounds, and then maybe even 3 rounds maybe it might take. Really bring the game back in your favor. But the same thing, Wash has a lot of ults to work with. Open sight after the nightfall, a TP towards the spawn, and I don't know whether there's 3 smokes there. We'll take it.
They're kind of trolling, I don't know. But I'm here for it. They Wash certainly have a round buffer to work with. They don't care about planting either. I would be so confused if I was Rose. Maybe the Rolling Thunder, or no, that was the Nightfall, sorry. And Wash are not having a good experience against that ultimate.
This was definitely a troll round. Like I said, they double smoked, I think, close smokes in the spawn on top of shot up smoke in a TP. Potentially just because, hey, I'm gonna stick the TP and then hopefully pull some players back, and they can't really spray me and don't know where I'm gonna come out from, so the rest could work around the map and create the diversion and ruckus and hopefully fight back towards B. But leaving that spike at the same default spot, getting caught off the rotate, that's gonna have to hurt. And
they're
Rose,
not even gonna watch it.
But that's the thing, man. To get full map control, they know the Omen TP'd away, and he still left the spike. You're gonna give Shot Up another opportunity to play a 1 versus 3, and I think this is gonna be one of those moments where Shot Up will not care, where will not loses. He still has
10 seconds
a full paranoia, 2 TPs. He could avoid even a Rolling Thunder on a 3 versus 1.
Cover going out.
But Shut Up has a great opportunity to win this.
Oh god, what is he gonna do? Open the rotate, comes through top mid. He gambled wrong. Opposite side. Is he gonna hear this? He is gonna turn in their direction. It's good damage. I mean, Cuz 16 HP. Ian with 47, Clam with 89, and he gets the backstab on Clam, but position revealed, and the 1v3 possible. The Neon only has 16 HP. This is doable for Shot Up. Defuse halfway. Time running out. Trying to stick it. This guy's insane.
I told you, fool me once, but fool me twice is not gonna happen. Shut Up this time around, just throwing the smokes. You saw that he throws it towards the slant to be like, hey, if there's 3 guys here, I'm trying to avoid the haunt. I'm trying to avoid the flashes from the breach. They're gonna focus in that spot, and he just isolates those 3 1v1s. No chance there for Rose to win that. Even the paranoia to jump away so that Cuz has no audio cue of where where Shot Up was going to be. And Wash, they are not washed at all, dude. That was clean by Shot Up towards the end.
Okay, Cuz, oh my god, even with the guy
Dude,
getting hit by you too, he can't get that done. That's so unlucky. Oh, Kane unleashed. Oh, taking these duels 1 by 1. It's the better time swing out of Kane and friends of Wash. This is such a weird map.
what is going on?
I don't know. My rank games, I guess. Just you get to run around and do whatever.
At least my rank games, I don't get smurfed around by a Neon just running across. I'm still able to somehow shoot back. That was sick. That was sick. Big
And
shout
for
out
Shot
to
Up
Razor
to get
here,
the-
who's running graphics for us. Gave me a little dad joke, and I'm gonna have to read it. Chat, did you hear about the 1 versus 3 and Rose versus Wash? They got
No.
Shot Up.
Chat, can we ban this guy? Also, Shot Up got that 4K after, again, using his ult to TP into the enemy spawn with like 3 smokes there. And just did whatever he wanted. Like, but also Rose just didn't watch the spike, so that was also their bad. So 8-1, full site control. There's a Cypher camera there. Rose knows what's up.
Spike
They're gonna see this
planted.
plant coming. Here's the Rose flank with the Cypher trip in the way. Prowler will trip that, and well, Rose did a good dent. The flank, now it's tough to see what's happening with all the cages, and Washed coming out on top. 3-2. But Truth and Rebo really split up. Now Rebo's in a 1v2 with knives
One
out.
enemy remaining.
That's disrespectful. that's mean.
I mean, because Shot Up's still alive, so they know they could count on Shot Up to just win the round right after, but it's Mocking to kill the last two kills. Kill the last two. But nonetheless, you see the slight difference as well, though, between, you know, how Wash deals with the Neon versus how Rose does. So far, it's just the Kane Zero showcase is just able to slide through and open things up quite easily, and every single time it's just close range fights. The thing is for Cuz is when he's trying to slide back and trying to get players down, he's able to get one, but there's instantly another player right there to trade it right after, where Irons was just supporting his teammate so that they guarantee that trade and no more space making being done here by the Neon. This time, yes, there's a buddy system, but they're on the lower buy.
Well, Wash don't really care about smokes, even if they're one ways. They're just gonna step past it and get shot up by Rose this time. Rebo getting shot through the box
Enemy
too.
remaining.
Yeah, take it
Still
back.
clutchable.
Down A.
Ian with 3. The sheriffs are different.
Thrifty.
And, well, Rose get an intel thrifty out of it, so I don't really know how to react to these rounds.
Nothing will be saved after this.
Yeah, I mean, they got an Intel 30 there. They almost got 2 more previously. I think at this point, you just got to play with Sheriffs and Stingers, I think, that they had on that previous round. But overall, I think it's more on just Wash not really caring what happened in that round in terms of smokes one ways being thrown by Rebo. They just wanted to power through because why not? They had the whole confidence. And so much confidence that Kane's about to go up with a Odin with a slide. Just let's keep a camera, let's keep a POV on him because I think he's gonna try to do it some shenanigans with this Odin slide.
At least Wash are taking their time around these one-way
Here it comes.
smokes this time, but Kane has an Odin. Oh, it's such a cute skin. I approve. Very cute.
Yeah. And I think they got spotted by a haunt too, so that's why
Dropping
they're just gonna have to just
I have the spike.
stop and go. Yeah, they're definitely trolling. They're just gonna raid on the right moment here, but making so much noise, so Cuz and also Ian are just gonna be somewhat ready for it. Mocking, trying to give his position
Spike
away,
down A.
so you can bait out so that Kane can do Kane things maybe.
Yeah, a lot of util hitting Wash there, getting caught. Rose taking this
remaining.
fully seriously and leaving a shot up all on their own to end this half 9-3. And I think a very charitable Wash team, though, to
Switching sides.
allow this to happen, though.
100%. I honestly really wanted to at least see some neon slides with an Odin to see how accurate that is, but they decided to play hot
Well,
potato with the
Mythbuster's
spike
it.
instead.
Yeah. Well, Mythbuster's it another time, I guess.
But yeah, we're gonna switch side at this point and just spam your raises, I guess, right? In chat, we still have a bunch of giveaways to go out throughout the rest of this day, but we'll mention that after the end of this map. Now going into the pistol round for Wash on the defensive side. I want to see if there's going to be any shenanigans coming through from Kane, but I think the aggression's coming out from Rose instead. Breach to support Neon, Haunt to see if anybody's pushing down towards A, but it is going to get very chaotic soon.
Okay, Cuz causing a lot of noise, and in a 1v1 wins it against Knights, and then Kane comes in for the trade. 4v4, he got the lurk from Rose in mid. He took care of a defender over at B main. Smokes up for shot up, but Rose are gonna step past it, all thanks to Prowler Ian on the plant. They haven't cleared back sight, and this is definitely a corner you need to check, and maybe they thought the Prowler had taken care of that, but now Shot Up is giving a chance for Wash to get back into the site, and it's evened up the numbers 2-2. It's all up to Rebo. It's already been spotted. The dance around the pillar and to take care of Kane. That was massive. 17 HP though against a very healthy Mocking. Will end the way of Washed after all.
Okay, I mean, I love the fights and the pressures that we had on both ends. The lurks moving forward from of a Cypher versus Cypher between Irons and Truth that was well held on the defensive side. But as you realize that they get that win towards that B side site, they went for the full commit right after while selling all of that fake towards the A site at the very beginning. We talked about something that was supposed to be very chaotic from Rose at the start as soon as the barrier came up. But after throwing the one-way on the side of the attack, which was actually quite surprising, into the short side of A, they pulled back out of that one, faking that they were adding pressure towards elbow to allow here Rose to full pivot back towards B for the plant. At least to get the plant, but we'll see the diffuse come through from Wash. And yes! Technical pause.
At least it gives us a moment to everyone to relax.
No, I
These
think at this point I would
neons
have
to
just wanted
simmer
this
down.
to finish. I'm being
That
overstimulated.
too.
Just continue with the stimulation with the slides and the chaos that we're seeing from the neon so far, and give me some Abyss right after. And I want to see more shenanigans come through into that one. But at least a tech pause allows for us to really talk about the full giveaway actually. So at the end of this second match, make sure at least if you're a lawful citizen from the US or a Canadian resident of at least 18 years of age that you are spamming R as in Ronin, A as in Alpha, Z as in Zebra, and E as in Elephant to try to win one of these ROG Raptor GT AX6000 EVA edition routers. It has dual 2.5G ports and also free network security and AI mesh support. So I think coming into 2024, mesh security and mesh internet is actually quite important. That's something that I use myself here at my house during the build of my or renovation of my basement. So it helps a lot. It helps a lot.
And for the weebs, it's kind of colored like Evangelion. So
Dude, I was
would
about
pick
to
that
say,
up just
and
because
that was my first alias when I started gaming chat at 13 years old. This was back in like 2001. Or 2000, I can't remember what year it was when I was 13. But my first alias was Eva01 because I was a big fan of Evangelion. Shinji was my first alias, and then I went into Eva01.
Another tech pause is Cuz brings us through Pilates.
So what was your
But-
favorite Evangelion then? Let's continue talking about our weebness with
Oh, I don't care about any of that. I'm just an Asuka
What?
simp, so.
Wait, so how do you know about Evangelion then if you...
I watched for Asuka.
Oh, there you go. See?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Actually, for the longest time, I thought it was Evangelion.
Dude, I always would say the full name Neon Genesis Evangelion, and then I don't know. That just seems really
Yeah.
try hard.
Which was also why I thought it was ASUS in the past, but it's actually ASUS, and Ethos will talk about this later when we
Oh.
get back on the desk. Now we're finally back in the game though, as Shot Up gets the first ball. Oh my god, dude, let's just finish it now. Let's just finish it now.
Yeah.
Another potential thrifty win for Rose, but if not, Kane continues to do what he can do here with the
Not over. Wait, that guy's fully blinded. Don't back down, Ian. Don't back down, Ian. That guy was
Never back
blinded.
down, never
Okay.
what?
Standing.
Well, 1v2 against a Clove that jumped around a corner. I don't even know if he looked at him, but either way, can you really do this kind of stuff on a map like Abyss? Like, surely we get something more normal on Abyss, right?
I don't know.
It's a good insert. Wait, winnable.
We're gonna see some Yoru. I think they'll play some Yoru in Abyss.
Oh, Ethos will rejoice. Oh, you saw the end of the gun. This is very clutchable from Truth, and Mocking is gonna decide to save the Ares. I'm just kidding, but Truth definitely heard the spike get tapped and does
go.
clutch. Okay.
Always play high stakes.
You know what? I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna dial in because I feel like this is something that Rose is really trying to muster back up the comeback here against Wash's interesting strategy in the playbook that they're trying to bring within this game. I mean, this makes sense because it's just neon things and not neon Evangelion. It's just neon things in Valorant. But Truth definitely was like, hey, we're not out of this game yet. And he gets a nice little 4K, a lower buy that you had for Rose.
Okay.
But despite that, the win still keeps them quite low. But it breaks the econ for Wash at least. A force buy allows here to Wash to just force up shares this time around, but Kane still has a Bucky, so you're seeing that Rose is still giving that respect though for Wash. They want to play a little bit more passively from the spawn.
There.
Just anticipating that Kane is gonna fly out of somewhere so they can try to punish him. So I like that we still have this buddy system at the same time as well as they're scaling up towards middle and using the right active information they can get to see where the players could be. So you saw Truth throughout the camera, not too much going around there. Contact play up, and it's a great start.
Wow. Great adjustment from Cuz, and even the jiggle peek at the beginning from Truth tells you that there's sheriffs on B. Just overall, this buy is going to be weak, so Rose can really let loose here. They're gonna go towards B to crunch down on Shada, who was interested in keeping this corner to hide in the smoke, but gets flushed out by the army that is Rose, starting that comeback. And after they take care of Kane, we'll only be down 5 rounds.
Will they?
It's a Bucky.
He's got Bucky and 2 slides still.
Spike
Oh god, you're
planted.
scaring me.
And a stun.
1v5? That would be messed up. Give a sense of security dodging that fade util though. But I mean, Rose don't really have to push this. They'll have to leave to avoid getting blown up by the spike. So
If they're that, I was gonna say if they're that scared, they're gonna run back from B main. But if anything, I like what they did because Clamran just ran forward and then just backpedaled, and then you had the fade do the same thing as Eon ran up and then backpedaled, just so that Cuz was ADSing here with the Vandal could get the pick. So that was actually quite smart just to flush out Kane, knowing that he's gonna move in somewhere with with the slide with the Neon Bucky, and I love that they were able to play that way to just get that pick. So now we go back into a bonus round, this time though in round number 4 of the second half instead of the third for Rose by winning these 2 rounds after the forced buy. And they're gonna try to push up to close the gap against Kane.
ooh, Kane got around the corner. Good delay, and the bite back by Kane. Really well played in that moment. Now got the backup of their Clove. And there is no stopping Kane. No one-ways, no full team with the classic, the ace, the sore ace at that. That was gonna make them sore after that.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Definitely gonna be limping out of that server after.
Well,
So dominant from Kane. He's probably also feeling sore too with the amount of running and sliding that he's doing. That's a lot of squats from a Neon. Standing up every single time she slides down, you know?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
that's just Truth.
Yes.
I mean, I really thought Truth was gonna get that kill. Got him down to 13
Truth is playing
HP.
Cypher.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Oh, shut up.
No, shut up is playing Gomez.
Ah! I'm muting up.
Oh my god, that was funny.
I
Sorry,
walked
I'm
into
too
that
old.
one.
Dad jokes are
Don't
freaking
worry.
getting me right now.
Don't worry. Your freaking Kane's in the lobby.
All right, dial in. Gun round at
Lock
least,
it,
round
lock
number
it.
17. Okay, Rose actually are going to potentially try to go for... Okay, I was going to say they smoked up top left side, so they can maybe try to go for that slide on the right, but they threw that flash a little bit too early. But thankfully, Truth is able to lurk up to open up the B site.
Oh, the ping that close. Truth. Ooh, in a lot of trouble taking a vulnerable grenade potentially, but Rose are doing great. Just trying to be creative and unpredictable in their own right. Truth with first blood and spike planted, smokes up, trips up, and deep at the back of sight too. So Wash, it's gonna take some effort. It's gonna take shot up, checking corners. But Ian, oh, down to 5 HP too. Woo, that was close.
Somehow. Vandal on top of that was a headshot and maybe somehow just went through a wall or something to put him down to 5. But this is probably going to have to be, you know, you're going to start sounding an alarm a bit here for Wash because Rose are bringing the comeback on this sector. Oh my god. That was sick by Knights. That's a great way to keep the economy low though for the side of Rose, and Wash has a chance here. Mocking saving his weapon going into the next round rather. They're gonna have a very healthy gun round. And remember the last time here, yes, I've praised Rose in the lower buys and in the thrifties that they were able to do a great job, but this was on their defensive side. When they had the lower buy against a full gun round here from Washed, it was basically the Kane show after again.
I'm gonna need a PC check on that Knights
This is
guy.
a nice spot.
He's probably running an Intel processor.
I'll show them.
Okay,
You think I won't?
okay. Get your bag. Get our bag. Actually, continue what you're doing. I'm team Intel. I'm team ASUS. We'll find out if Wash can take away Sunset 2 rounds away. Taking up a lot of map control on the right side. We'll see if Knights can actually turn and burn on this mid pivot, depending on if he even wants to peek it.
This is a good read by Wash, though. This is the exact same strat that Rose did a couple of rounds ago by doing that same type of pressure fake. So look at how they're converging right into the B site. Everybody's gonna get sandwiched so far from Rose.
Oh boy, the Nightfall just didn't get enough value from Wash. There's just barely anyone home, and now Rose step up to scrap
One
through.
enemy remaining.
And it's Rose with 3. The paranoia. Maki's gonna go into hiding, and Rose ain't dead yet.
Dude, that's actually pretty sick from
I go
Truth.
fast.
Okay, Truth has been really stepping up here on the attack side. Currently 17 and 13. Well, the lurk that he had 3 rounds ago to capitalize on a 4K, the 4K that he had on the Stinger round 2, and this time being able to continue with the buddy system around the team. So as I talk about the strategy that was very similar for Rose, where they kind of threw that one way and faked that pressure on the A side, there was actually a double trip set up in the back of B. They're going to finish B no matter what, and they wanted to make sure that everybody's just going to move in as a pack. Even though they were getting crunch and sandwich from the other extremity, they flipped the map and make sure that they fought back towards the spawn and take down Wash. And now Wash, I mean, you're seeing that the economy is super low. Only Mocking has a Hero Vandal within this round, and Kane has, yes, the overdrive. But overall, Wash has to stop trolling around at this point because Rose looks serious on their attack side.
Oh, what a shot. And then, even off the U-tilt, Kane is shooting blind, and it didn't die immediately. Rose is biting back as best as they can, 1v2. And the Nightfall hitting Rebo. I'd be scared of him too.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Rebo's going to be able to do the similar thing as Shut Up did. So he's going to TP to try to grab Spike. Although, okay, he's going to try to do it within the smoke, but Mocking, he's wasted so much time that Mocking's already there. He's going to run through and right-click him. Over.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, he let him escape.
Shadows traveling.
He's gonna, they're gonna get
There
him.
you go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Cool. Not choked, after all. It's washed, it's diffused, it's 12 rounds, it's a best of 3,
Next time we'll use
and it's an
wooden
Intel
sticks.
Thrifty.
Make it fair.
Hey, you're wondering what
point.
processor they're using. That's what they use to be able to win that Thrifty.
How do you process these last couple of rounds, though? Like, I would be fully tilted if I was Rose.
Yeah, especially when you're figuring out, like, or you're trying to figure out how Wash is currently moving. They're like, dude, Kane is just sliding and fighting against us, and we're trying to find ways to adapt to it, and yet we still can't stop him. It definitely does get frustrating when you're trying to hold your defensive side, but power to them to stay very calm in this second half, despite the 9-3 half, despite a couple of troll rounds that came through from Washington, the disrespect that they're giving into Rose. They're stepping up to the plate on working the map. Very good default so far. Yes, they're losing some battles here and there, but that's just the nature of the game when you're playing such a steep uphill battle against the first half that was thrown against you, that was dished against you on a 9-3 deficit. But to make it now 7-12, but between rounds and the rounds that they won,
Gotta go.
they can keep this up. They have an opportunity to bring this into overtime.
Wash spread pretty thin and not being too aggressive. Just letting Rose walk into their hands. Truth just needs to 1 kill to get neural theft, but approaching on his right, and Shot Up finishes up the job. No neural theft in a very important round for Rose to stay alive in, and Ian's 11 HP. Gonna push through market now when, wow, Knights is just such a good cutoff in that moment. A lot of injuries on the defensive side. Aftershock easily dodged there by Ion, and Knights, even with the overheal, can't do enough. Rose 3v3, and they still have to plant. And with Cuz still in the lobby, you gotta worry. But the biggest threat on the field is Kane with still in overdrive, taking his time. Caught and heard the slide from Cuz. Everyone holding their angles.
Gotta go.
Clam not even gonna actually peek that, and just getting right next to Repo. Unfortunate there. Rose stay alive.
It was fine too. Rose continuing some great synergy around that take towards that B site. A lot landing around Clamoran, actually holding the back lines and fault lining, flashing at the right spots too, so they could gain that control in the fight against Mocking in the back of that B site. So you're breaking the econ one more time against Wash. 2 Vandals coming through, overdrive. I think they might try to force the hand or force the issue potentially.
Where are you?
At least no overdrive right off the rip through the barriers. Not yet
That is
anyway
also
for
very
Kane.
That would be a difficult way to end the first map for Rose if they were going to be just trapped by an overdrive by Kane, but with the initial utility that's being thrown out, I think they heard the camera on the defensive side for Wash. They convert back towards middle to fight, and that's just
Marked one.
an unfortunate pick.
Oh, and the Haunt was able to just delay things and knocking down Kane. Overdrive shut down Clam. Saving this for Rose. 4 versus 2. To get ever so closer to tying things up. The cutoff from Ion. This goes 1 for 1. Clam is on a tear.
Dude.
Not the ace, but Rose just not faltering in these big moments.
Yeah, 4K in that round, able to save his ultimate on top of that, punishing every type of aggression coming out from Wash. And I respected it as well, and as to why Wash just looked like they were throwing that round by pushing down towards the A ramp. The only weapon, like I said, the strongest weapons that they had were like 2 Vandals, I think. Mocking gets a super nice ADS, and if they're able to take down that second one, because they hurt the fault line coming through from spawn from Clamorin, so they could maybe converge in that spot, thinking that there was only one more guy and they were running that buddy system, they could maybe try to upgrade some weapons and then really overload under the overdrive instead. But Rose stayed calm, got that pick, and it's now time for Cuz, and Knight's to fight, and Knight wins it, though.
I'm out of here.
Overdrives have been pain. Back to back for Kane and Cuz.
Yeah.
Neon's no longer a factor. Well, there's still one alive and with a judge, and it's on its way right to the choke, and Rose get hit hard too after throwing a paranoia out from Rebo. They thought it was safe to entry, but the map ends in favor of Wash, 13-9.
I gotta say, man, a lot of these kills were happening off stream though, for Truth, but he definitely did try to keep his team in the game. So he did a very good job, but overall, Rose really tried to stay as composed as he could, try to fight back here against Mocking's team being Wash. But when like I said, when it's been 9-3 and Kane's been doing those Kane things, it's really hard to really try to cross that finish line, to really try to push the overtime, and hopefully they'll be able to do so. I think just having that small comeback though to make it very close gives them a chance here to bring that confidence into map 2, into their map pick of Abyss.
Yeah, I feel like you made Rose angry, you poked the bear, and they started almost playing better the more that...
The thorns are coming for Rose.
Yeah, when washed. Oh, good one. Well, let's get this dot out of here, but we're going to send it to a break. When we get back, we'll have Abyss. We'll see you then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare tournament. Again, this is match 2, the semifinals, and we just witnessed an incredible map 1. I'm joined with the great Vansili and the great Lemon Kiwi. But before we get into just how insane that first map was, let's pay some bills. Because this tournament is brought to you guys by Intel Gaming. From cutting edge PC hardware to advanced gaming technologies and major esports partnerships, Intel is a leader in PC gaming. Visit newegg.com/Intel Gaming. Also type !point sponsors or click on the panels down below to learn more.
Very cool, Ethos. Very cool. Incredible is one way I would describe ASUS Intel, and not sure about that last map because that was more comedy than Valorant, but I'm excited to see if Abyss will follow in suit.
Yeah. I mean, I think overall that map was just like really strange because Rose, I know they're a very put together team, but it is definitely weird whenever you see a structured team play against a more puggy team. You have to understand that they're not going to be playing normally. So if you're going to try to play normal against a non-normal team, you are going to be dealing with some weird stuff going on, like Kainzero just rushing out by himself with just a fade, pushing into spawn, finding kills, and that's why Rose just didn't really make that adjustment to what they were doing fast enough, or really at all. Because you have to understand that you need to stop, you need to be able to punish their mistakes, their overextensions. I mean, Kainzero was just always out of position, always pushing even further, but still he was being able to find these 1v1 opportunities that they were giving them, and I think they just needed to react a little bit faster, get to their teammates a little bit faster, or set up some more traps to stop this kind of weird play style and force the other team to play normally. Because once they do, the other team's comp isn't that good. So if you can force them to play normal, they have lacking utility, and then you should be in a winning position. And that's what they did so well on attack versus defense.
I agree. I think that's brings me back to, and a flashback to even Game Changers champs of last year when Evil Geniuses, which is now the FlyQuest Red team, had to play Lotus against the SMG team, who are known as Zipto at GCC this year, when on Lotus they were trying to do ping checks, and then ping checks ended up being the actual roster that they had to lock in. So they played 4 duelists, and your duelist was playing a Cypher, yet they still beat EG and almost won a 13-0 at that point because it was so dominant one half. And that was just one team being flustered and like deers in the headlights, trying to figure out how the hell do we play against 4 duelists and why are they pulling this out, and they're just bugging it. So I think that's what Rose, as you were mentioning here, Ethos, kind of had to do, being like, okay, well, if Kain is just going to try to push every single time and doing a lot of solo stuff and not necessarily having as much utility behind to follow up with him, because think about this composition here. There's no breach to do a deeper line in terms of a fault line to really support Kainzero. The flash doesn't go as far. Yes, there's going to be a haunt maybe that can help, but there's not too much around the first initial dash coming through from Kain. So I think to start to realize that a bit more and maybe bridge that gap, or maybe give more of a gap into the aggression that Kain's going to bring in, could maybe potentially would have helped you to fight those back.
And I felt like there was some fight back from Rose, especially someone from Truth, like someone who has to play outside of the norm, that has to go for these lurks, these flanks, whatever, something unexpected. Because if Rose play just still, they don't move, they hold angles, you're going to have a Neon slip by. But we're going to an Abyss where it's going to be more about Euros, and who knows how many duelists. We actually haven't seen Wash play Abyss since they had almost 3/5 of a different lineup. So it's really tough to know what to expect out of them, but with sort of the radiance of confidence coming out from Sunset, they could lock whatever they want.
No, absolutely. And I think, again, really moving into this next map, Rose really needs to focus on their reactions versus actions, because they weren't adjusting quick enough to what Wash was doing. And Wash, again, they were on a very fast tempo. They were setting the pace. They were moving very quickly. So where usually maybe that rotation would have been quick enough against a normal team, the scaling isn't going to be just a solo Neon running out. But in this case, it was. So you need to get to your teammate ASAP. You need to have your util out ASAP. If you're caught out, if you're rotating, if you have your utility out, and this guy is just peeking you, then you are doing something wrong. You need to understand that not every team is going to play the same, and you need to adjust, catch on a little bit faster than that, because immediately you let them snowball and the game just got out of control. And this game absolutely should have went Rose's way. This is a defense-sided map, even with the Neon Breach, and I believe that they should have absolutely won more rounds on defense. And if they did, then again, it became a close game, even with the 3-9 score line on the unfavored half. So again, Rose just need to dial in, focus up, focus on the reactions, and then they got it.
I think we'll definitely have to wait and see what agents come out here from Wash at this point, because if you're looking from Rose's side on Abyss, they're playing this double duelist composition with a Jet and a Yoru, and that already gives me a ping of like, by not watching like how they played on that previous map, because they just played it earlier today on that B stream, but we were casting on E stream, so we didn't know. But gives me like a ding that they're probably trying to go for aggressive angles on the defensive side. But if they're actually so focused in around their protocols, but depending what Wash are going to use, and they're just going to run through and just not be afraid to fight against an aggressive peak from a Yoru or aggressive peak from a Jet, they're probably going to have to change that playstyle on the fly once again, especially with how, you know, Kane has been opening these spots here for Wash.
I'm just worried if Rose, do they stick to that composition that you're talking about? Do they stick to the standard? Because we seem to be alluding that they should be playing something unpredictable. Do you really want to lean on playing a bunch of Sentinels and controllers when Wash don't really care about smokes? They just push past it, but it was with a Neon. So I think you can get away with that with the sliding Neon versus a Yoru, or I don't know what duelists are going to come out of Rose, but I don't know what Rose should do to try and slow this down, if there's even a way to do it. But I like that Rose stayed composed no matter kind of what was thrown at them.
Yeah, I mean, really, I don't think it has to do with the comp, because I think the biggest mistake they could do is to switch up their playstyle and then play down to their level. Fundamentally, this game does not change. Even if the other team is being weird, the fundamentals are still the same. The timings might be different if they're rushing out, but realistically, they were getting caught off guard way too often because the timings were just too quick. The rotations were happening too fast, and the pushes were happening too late. So, like, really, what their game plan is, it should work, but they're just timing it incorrectly because they're not used to this timing. They need to be focusing a little bit more about when Kane's era is coming out, who's there, and how they should react. Really, it's not like their comp is good. Their comp, it should be great. Realistically, they should have won that game with that comp. They should have won that game with the fundamentals. But the thing is, just because you're a pre-made team does not make you better players. You have more structure. You should lean on that. You should rely on your structure to shut down these individualistic plays, punish these mistakes, and punish the fact that Kane Zero is out of position. You know, Shot Up is on the other side of the map. It's just a fade supporting this guy. You have more utility. You set up a trap. You play with the teammate. You 2v1. But if you give these players who are just as good as you, if not better, an opportunity to find an unchallenged 1v1, not it's just a 50-50 straight up, then you are giving the Pug team exactly what they want.
Yeah, that just made me think about that round when they had to play a 3 versus 1 rather against Shot Up, right? And the one that we've mentioned, like the fool me twice kind of thing. you got the spike, even with the TP, you could get the 3 players onto the spike and deny the TP no matter what. And they just left it. They triple pushed towards B main and left the spike there. So just simple protocols going to that one that kind of slipped into just pure fundamentals of, hey, let's just watch the spike, get our crosshair, get ready to just swing through if somebody loses it. And then as they lost the control of the spike, they also didn't play together to retake the site. So I think that's definitely going to be talked about during this in between these two maps, just to make sure to say, look, we're a pre-made team. We have what it takes, and sometimes we have to adapt on the fly. I do agree with you at some point, Aerithos, but I also do agree that if you're trying too much within your protocols, but you're not able to really fight back against the full aggression, and sometimes when they're just feeling it and shooting it against you and winning every single one of those duels, those protocols might not work, and you just have to like try different things. And maybe sometimes trying those different things might be able to save that round for you, right? And we've seen that happen a bit towards Sunset, but hopefully this is going to be something that they could rely on their protocols and maintain their protocols on their map pick on Abyss.
And just if Rose could play off of just information to know when this aggression is coming, ideally, so they're not as surprised if Washer even, I don't know if they can even play as aggressive without a Neon, with as big as Abyss is, because Rose, when they did have that early information, any kind of pings, I think they were able to cause hesitation from Washer, be able to at least trade pretty well against it. So if Rose can just, like you say, stick to those protocols, it'll work out, hopefully.
Absolutely. Again, we don't want any just 50-50 fights against these guys. These guys are demons. I've played against them plenty of times. I know what it feels like to be on the receiving end of that, trust me. But again, if that's the case, then you got to use your utility. Your utility is better. Your fundamentals, your structure is better. You just need to find yourself using that more often, because I felt like they were catching them off guard before they could even use their structure and even get into those positions to flash the Neon when he dashes out or stun him or whatnot. It was just so many just kind of tap 1v1s. There was no utility supporting those fights, and Kanezero was just feeling it really.
Yeah. And as we finally get word here that we're actually loading players inside the server for the second map, make sure, chat, that you keep the interactions high here on twitch.tv/SOAR. For those who there are doing some giveaways courtesy here of ASUS ROG and also of Intel. So make sure for the first giveaway, you are spamming RAZE for the Canadians, RAZE for the Americans, if you're at least 18 years old. So you have a chance here after match number 2. We're going to choose a winner within the chat. You have a chance to win one of those ROG routers, Wi-Fi mesh, awesome stuff. Looks like a robot from Neon Genesis Evangelion, and get that stuff done.
And this is our semi-final, by the way, y'all. So I don't know if Wash will get the 2-0 here, and then we'll have one more match to cover. Of course, who's going to qualify to that main event. And off stream, we have, or on another stream, I should say, observer only, we have Turtle Troop versus Core facing off. So we'll try to update y'all as best as we can on that one. All right, let's see if the Ethos Yoru is here, at least on one side. Okay, Ethos, initial quick reaction.
There you go. I mean, I love Yoru. I mean, Yoru on this map is very good. The lack of a sentinel on Wash side on Abyss is really weird. It's really going to be... if Rose lose this, I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. Because you're running a Yoru. This is the ultimate deception comp, the ultimate deception map. If you can't abuse the holes left by not having a sentinel and the lack of their information of just having a Sova, then I'm not quite sure. You know, I would be frankly pretty disappointed, because I know Rose have what it takes, and they're good players, they're smart players, and I just want them to be able to find just the advantages they have with their structure, and this team comp, it's superior.
Well, thanks so much, Ethos. We'll see if Wash can get the 2-0 against a different team name, but maybe the rise of Rose on Abyss, their choice of map, and coming in with a lot of the agents they've played in the past. But the ISO Vans, I'm a fan that it's in the hands of someone like Kane, a very feast or famine type of agent.
Yeah, both of the teams actually playing double duelists in different secondary duelists, one being a Yoru, the other one being the ISO. But yeah, just to continue the point that Ethos was mentioning here, by not having a true sentinel here on the side of Wash, but also even for Rose, they don't really have a sentinel that's finding information for the team too, right? They're leveraging they're not leveraging a Cypher or KJ for the mid control. They're actually using a Deadlock and an Astra for extremity controls on the defensive side, which we're actually seeing right now. So it's a great way to play it still, and we've seen this happen. Actually, you were able to witness that with me as well, Lemon Kiwi, over the weekend, where you actually have a lot of these double duelists slash Sova playing a buddy system to take control of middles, extremities, while the other ones are trying to anchor through, right? So we'll have to see how that moves forward.
Well, who needs a sentinel when you plan on going 12-0 on your first half, maybe? I don't know, but Washed, it's not going in that direction so far, being a man down. A lot of injuries, too. They've been met by fire from Rose, defending the site heavily. Not playing for retakes, playing for war, and Wash are left with just shot up and mocking. Couple classics, spike tap, so Rose are like, where is that getting planted? They're shot up with the swing and really taking the attention, so someone like Mocking could get a better angle, but Rose are playing the dance, and it's the defense with pistols.
Definitely tough to try to recross too when you don't have any stars left here for a shot up. So when Mocking's trying to recross back from the pillar into the A main, he gets caught literally. And playing against 2 ghosts long range, very, very difficult there towards the end for Wash to get anything done. But great delays being thrown up here by the defensive side of Rebo, and that's the other thing, right? So you don't have the sentinels to work with on the side of Wash, but you do have still some great stall capabilities with this double controller between the Clove and the Astra when they're going to take the defensive side. But at least for now, we'll focus on the attack side for Wash, grouped up together, going for a force buy into the entrance. Oh my god, he actually did hit him.
Ion just like an eagle in the sky with a Bucky, and okay, that didn't work out.
One enemy
It's just scrappy. I don't even know what more to say. Wash getting to play their style. They're happy with this round fitting that more. Now it's Truth in a 1v3. If there's anyone I believe to do it, it's him. Net just barely missing, getting one, and almost got the third. Having 19 HP for mocking is pretty close.
Yeah, they almost made it to happen there for Rose to salvage the round, but towards the end, it's just the simple just Astra dash up from Iron to create the space, and you have the wall up, and everybody's rushing through with stingers to really fall behind the space that was created here by Iron. So it was very, very nicely done. And the thing is, if you're looking at the composition though from Wash, they don't really have any flashes to work with. So for them to still be able to overtake the B site and trade the way that they did is quite impressive. Usually you have that Omen paranoid towards Tetris, or you have like a KO playing to help out, but these guys are just going to be pure aim in this fight.
Oh, unfortunate that Outlaw didn't ring true there because there's a lot of vision being obscured, and Ion just didn't get on top of that box. This defense has been really able to shut down these duelists. But speaking of duelists, there's still one left. Not Kane, and not yet, man. You love to put him on the ice for the double tap. So Plant goes through. Truth in another sticky situation. This time a much more doable one. 1v2, 10 HP, 26 HP.
I like this though. Kane falls back instead of overheating here so that Knight's could be first contact, because Knight has a not dead yet. So if he gets picked off, he can res, and he doesn't need it.
We continue on with Wash just hitting the same sites, but with all the smokes and the chaos happening, Rose are trying to cut them off at the heel, and it's been working out for the defense to get, you know, first, second blood, but once the rest of the offense pushes through the smokes, they've been eventually able to get those trades and just barely pull through. It's been 1v2s, 1v3s in favor of the offense, so going the way of Wash so far.
And right now, the best thing here that you could do from Truth is, I'd probably save the wall because you're on an eco at this point, but I guess he's just going to try to isolate some fights.
And hold this corner solo, and Sova on the other side. Ian can't do much. This unstoppable force from Wash paves the way. Nobody has been able to stop this team, and 4K and an ASUS flawless for Wash.
It's Iron's time actually to just continue to push forward as if he was playing a Neon, or as if King was playing a Neon previously, and it's understandable because Kane is playing the ISO. He can only run as fast as his boots could carry him, and you see them both like running with each other, trying to say, "Hey, it's gonna be my kill, my kill, my kill." But I just love that the double duelists are sticking together like glue and just are not afraid to fight against Rose's utility or Rose's weapon, and it's respectable. They were playing against a lower buy. Rose has a buy now, and Cuz is going to try to bring the op out to really try to stop right now the dash coming through and the early pushes coming out from the duelists, and that's a great way to counter that, which I don't think we've seen too much of that in the first half.
Ooh. How bad from Rebo. Burn through the double tap, and well, Ion gets caught looking the other way. Maybe thought the Astra smoke from Shot Up was going to come up. Either way, Rose have built themselves a pretty good advantage to keep themselves close in terms of rounds against Washed. Meanwhile, the Spike is lagging behind, but hey, you still got site control over at A.
They're playing not to lose here. Staying all the way back, ADSing here, and given all the space of the A site. And playing a deadlock, you're just able to walk through with a sonic sensor and look at Knights. Has ult on top of that, dinks 2 players.
Last player standing.
Okay.
Just runs head first. Take me out. Is that Annihilation? I don't think Truth got anything. Not sure.
No.
And Shot Up is left in a 1v5.
He's done it, right? I was gonna say, kick you in 1v1s. There was a possibility as Ian already, he was low HP and was dinked through a wall by his opponent, by, what was it, Knights that was pushing towards the spawn. Yet he still tries to wide swing and goes for the fight. And even if he falls, there's still, you know, some information that he was able to give to his team. But
pay the bill.
I almost felt it once again.
ASUS flawless, baby. This time from Rose. Closer map though. It's not that what did we have, a 9-1 start for Wash last map?
And that's the beauty of them being able to play on their own map and being a lot more comfortable. I think going back to what Ethos was mentioning on the desk is you have the protocols. You are the team that is able to play against probably a team that's less experienced on this map, right? This is a puck team going in from Wash. They're playing, again, a composition that really doesn't assist both duelists unless they stay as a pack because they don't have any real flashes to come across. And the drone, although, could maybe add a kill contract and pull it to the site. And there it is.
Oh, I don't know. The last well, actually, Rebo won the 1v1 against them last time and does it again. Woo! Rebo may just save Rose, but Wash still get the plant. One-man advantage, and you got the Cosmic Divide at the top of the site, so Rose don't know what's awaiting them on the other side. They still got Rebo on one. Knights ready for the cutoff on this cross by Rose. Had a sense of security off the Hunter's Fury, and Knights on a rampage. And Washed.
Oh my.
You got a 3v3, but it's an Odin versus Nob, and you got a class. Or I don't know if the knives are still out, but okay. Clam, lucky there.
Took a bit.
Backstab. Cleanup time.
There's no time though.
Yeah.
They don't have time.
That's sad.
I think they were trying to make the bigger play here from Clamrun. Oh no, even drops off the map. Dude, your jet, you can float. You can float.
Yeah.
That is just unfortunate there from Rose. I mean, everything was pretty good from beginning to the end until this moment right here in Clamrun. Instead of just running up and getting the pick and supporting his team for the retake to make sure that people could turn around from the B site to fight back and trade back against
over there.
Against their Silva dying, against Mocking dying, but they were just too slow to engage towards the end and just lost on time.
Double tap leads the way, but Kane has been unlucky against someone like Rebo. This time won't be in the middle of the map. Let the face against the truth. Smokes may delay things. Orb being grabbed. Rose trying to meet this, trying to challenge this. They'll have the clone of Yoru step forward, and still not enough to give Clam the edge against someone like Knights. And Washed haven't dropped any bodies. They've barely dropped any health too. At least Ian will have some information to work off of, but he's got to wait for everyone to get in place, and Cuz is taking a while to get on this flank and may get timing against Ion, who just turned away. Don't want to drop this off though, and Ion's just better with it. Now Rebo in a 1v3.
3 versus 5 before. They should have saved that one, especially with the op that they had previously. That unfortunately just got lost here by Cuz. And I gotta say, it's a great idea to have the op out. There's no real flashes that's gonna really get you off your position. Even if a drone comes out and pings you, you could still just activate the dash, hold your spot, get the pick when they're trying to swing through. And the only thing that's really stopping you from getting a clean shot is if Kane Zero is gonna pull up a wall when everybody's scaling up. So I think it's one of those moments where, again, experience comes through from when we just witnessed that previous matchup from Turtle Troop against Marville, where if you're in these unwinnable conditions of like a 3 versus 5, you've lost map control, you don't have utility to try to retake the site, you have an op on top of that, and the op is not with you as you're isolated at different spots around the map to try to retake in 3 individual angles. You just got to count that as a loss and try to save those weapons into the next. Yes, I understand that they could still buy within this round because they have blade storms and whatnot, but this could have been another situation where they could have saved those 3 weapons, have a blade storm, drop it for somebody else, and still have an op on top of that. So it was just unfortunate for that part, and I think it's all on the call here from the timeout to maybe more in terms of like slowing down the maybe the pressure that they're currently feeling within the last 2 maps, with the amount of consistent pressure that comes out from Washed. And again, winning these fights on how aggressive they're playing, how aggressive they're pushing towards the spawn, and really catching Rose off position, off these rotates.
And Rose can now lean on their back room of Rubies and Jerry. See what they have to do next with an economy that could be dwindling. They got knives. They got dimensional drift. This half shields.
Could have had an op.
It Could have had an up, yeah. Could have taken away the op out of Ion. Yeah. Got lucky enough. Look at this mid push out of Rose, and Ion's gonna be detected. That'll back him off and gets caught. And Rose's mid push is being discovered, so Wash feel like their decision has to be now. And they'll push off the ISO wall. The smoke at the top window. There's the drop from the Sova of Ian. And it's an all-around convergence from Rose to surround and conquer Washed out of this round.
Okay. That's an interesting round towards the end. Ion starting things off with even just going for a peek down towards the library with the op and then gets pinged by a recon, but doesn't think that there could maybe be added pressure behind. Remember, you're playing against a composition that has a Yoru, a Jet, and a Sova, and a double stall, really, with a Deadlock and an Astra. So if you're going to see that recon dart, there's mainly chances that there's going to be one or two duelists behind that recon dart trying to push for control. And maybe not read here by Ions, and it gets picked easily by the ADS coming out here from the defensive side. Now we're going to stop the tempo here, or we're going to change the tempo, rather. Ions is already moving through with couch spraying. That was...
In that one, go 1 for 1, and Ian picks up for the advantage for the defense. And Wash just also have one Sheriff.
Not ready yet.
One gets pinged. But Rose waiting for everyone to get into position. They'll need the numbers, and they're all coming through one angle, though, especially with Knights maybe trying to get the cutoff against Rebo. Yeah, Washed, all they have to do is set eyes at the front, and Kane is unstoppable with 3. Really, and taking care of business, I should say, with the spike planted. That's all she wrote for that round, 6-3.
And I think at that point when Clyburn was under the dimensional drift and actually did see Kane Zero once again committed and pushed solo towards the spawn, it's one of those nice moments as a Yoru where you could just go into that bubble, go into that smoke, and really try to commit against Kane and maybe just ping, hey, I'm here, ping on me, shoot on me, because you probably take down Kane Zero at least and start scaling back as a team. But instead he throws 2 flashes and hoping that those 2 flashes is actually just going to blind Kane so that the other 2 could swing across and fight him. But I think at the same time, he maybe even blinded one of his own teammates, which didn't allow for them to be as coordinated to swing back towards the spawn. So we're going to continue with fast tempo from Washed. Ult War picked up. Owl Drone to maybe go with an ult right after.
Yeah.
Nice shot to start things off from Ian, though.
Good early info from Wash. I mean, Truth has liked to sit in that corner before. It's been something Wash have been able to handle in the past, and with the Hunter's Fury, it's causing a lot of pressure for Rose, who just get dismantled before Wash even stepped into the site. And haven't even done that. They've swapped over. Because look how deep Shot Up is into enemy territory. And Truth and Ian don't have full health. This could be a 2K. Oh, but the trade there in time for Truth. 1v2.
Spike planted.
Annihilation as well. The first contact is just Knights with not even needing his teammates from to help him out from mocking. But yeah, you talked about it with them pivoting back towards the A site when you already had Shut Up push towards the spawn of B. It's just because of the Hunter's Fury again from mocking. It really pushed some players out of their positions. They now found out that there was a huge stack from the over on the A side. They even got the flanker towards middle. It was easy for them to rotate back towards the B side to go for the plant down for Wash. So unfortunate there, but it is a round that was much lower in terms of the economy for Rose, and they're still able to drop 3 players in the process. You see that the buy is not.
Show me a target.
Well, actually, the buy's still pretty good no matter what in the next round here for Wash if they lose this one.
Kane leading bad and gets the win against Rebo this time. So
Revenge.
aggressive. 2 rounds left in the half. And ults to spare.
No distraction.
Who are you gonna pull this time? Ian. See how he does. Wall's down, and man, that's been what, 2 kill contracts that we've seen that Kane hasn't pulled off.
Enemy remaining.
All good though. The rest of the kills looking like they're going Washed's way. Ian, mid Hunter's Fury, 1v2.
But why is he going towards A though?
Caution here.
He killed the spike carrier with his Hunter's Fury.
He's got a hunch. I don't know.
Nope. It's the wrong one. The wrong hunch. I guess he's trying to make sure that he could find knights, maybe, because he at least knew that there was one player towards the A site. But he gave a chance here for knights and mocking to group up instead, and it's going to be in a tough spot here.
They still have to cross into. He knows exactly where they're planting.
Spike
Maybe
planted.
the other one in main. In the alleyway of death. Mocking has a node in though. So
One
it's
enemy
winnable.
remaining.
Yeah, for someone like Ian. Sonic towards the window. Taps the spike with his back turned. Yeah, so 8-3 going into the final round of the half.
In the half.
Yeah, he was still anticipating that Knights was someone lurking somewhere towards middle. It was going to meet up towards spawn or Ivy, which is why he's probably still looking towards the spawn, and that's the issue. Now that you're so focused on trying to find and isolate that 1v1 somewhere across the map where you have no idea what that person could be, then you're still playing under the unknown, especially after I think even Mocking did a mistake there, because he was already pressed up towards an area. They knew that their opponents was going to come in from the spawn because he used a Hunter's Fury there, and first contact potentially should have been Knights. But Knights still still able to clutch it, and yeah, this round change of pace, and Mocking is going to...
Right here.
See, he trusts Sonic. He trusted his Sonic maybe a little too much.
Truth, bro.
What?
Come on.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Oh, dude, come on.
Well, Ian,
Another
all up
3-9
to
half.
you.
Flawless.
Dude, why is it like that? Why is it that Wash in round number 12 is just gonna start trolling all over the place? Get a 9-3 half, and then
Switching
suddenly
sides.
it's gonna be a 13-9 finish.
Mocking was just showing us the lineups, both on, well, in another galaxy with the Sonics and on to four heads.
I should probably play some
Educational
stats in
balance.
This is in Japan, right?
I should do.
Oh,
So
Don't
then
quiz
is
me.
Recon darting towards...
That'll work.
Oh no, Split is Japan. Or is there two maps in Japan? Is there Split and also Abyss in Japan, chat? Abyss is in China, dude. That's what it is. So
of
he's reconning
course.
from China to make sure that if it goes to a third map, he'll hit the recon on Split.
of course. Trying to
That's
see
what it
where the W is coming from.
Yeah.
This is a full mid push. Just being able to kill the two duelists right off the bat is also pretty nice out of Wash, but it's pistols. Anything can happen. Knight's early spot, and you spotted a lot of people mid too, so that is great info for Wash. And then Kane takes advantage, got an early shot, body shot into Truth, and double tap helps him out a lot, but he got netted, and great reaction out of Truth. Numbers even. Nice. Oh, the sheriff shot is nasty. It's coming down to the wire, a 2v2, but Ian's pretty hurt right now at 20. He's got the spike coming over to B. I like that Rebo's been able to explore deep into sight, make things safe.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, but him reconning there just gave himself the tell that he rotated back towards the
enemy
spawn, and
remaining.
somebody should be lurking up, and Shot Up did not expect that Rebo made it all the way through towards the spawn. At least Mocking has information on the last two, and a Shark Dart could take down Ian, but yes, Mocking has aim, but I haven't really seen Mocking clutch too much in his career.
Well, he clutched while shooting a dart at China or whatever you said, so like
Wait, he lands
I
that.
believe. Wait, you jinxed it.
No, like
You
this
jinxed
is
it.
the cast. This is caster praise.
Bless. Yeah.
Bless. That's it.
Bless
That's the word I
up.
was looking for. It's a long day.
Mocking is not real. I feel like I'm in a fever dream. Good clutch though.
Yeah.
As if what a read on that dart.
Dude, I don't even know what to say. Because at this point, this is all great stuff by Kane. One, Rose has given him a lot of respect, and two, because of that respect, Kane is able to just go left and right, activate the shields, play a sheriff on top of that against his opponents, and just yes, he's able to get taken down, but eventually at that point they've lost two players in the process. Wash has still so many players to trade off towards middle, and thankfully because of that lurk you're mentioning by Rebo, they're able to get that plan towards B, but
Revealing area.
unfortunately gets caught by Mocking's shot dart.
Okay. A little
Whoa.
bit.
No peeking.
That
That
was
was
sick.
insane. Nice Bucky play. Now washed around the corner. Up to Kane to break through. Now he's barriered from escaping, but not like anyone's really challenging him right now. Flank goes through. Washed around the corner. There's a deep flank for Mocking, so team can buy time. This could be good. It would be smoked off though. Meanwhile, I think Rebo went to get a snack. Either way.
Mocking's gonna get a free kill though.
You jinxed it again.
That's the curse.
That's the curse. Oh, Rebo's moving.
Oh,
Now he's on the flank. 3v2.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay.
Last player
Everything's
standing.
okay.
It's all good. I thought you cursed it again too.
No. Everything's
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Oh, thanks, Hedgie. Hedgie was saying that Abyss is in Norway. How is Abyss in Norway? That was in China.
I don't know.
All good.
We'll ask
All
Rito.
good. I don't know my Valorant lore. I only know my Valorant strategies by watching a lot of demos, but it's hard to make something out of this game so far.
At least you know how to read. I did not know Rose until 30 seconds ago was for Rise of Scarlet Empire, so.
Dude, that's a sick name, by the way.
area.
I'm not gonna lie.
is.
That's a
I would
very
have been
fun-
fine with just
fun
Rose.
little org name. Yeah. Yeah, so I was told, according to our DMs. That said, though, Wash, I mean, at this point, it's another one of those moments where I mean, it was still a forced buy from Rose that came through on that previous one that was able to bring this economy quite low against Wash, so they have a chance to fight back in this game. And that's what I finally wasted enough time to wanted to talk about that nice little peek that I saw from Cuz in that previous round. He went from sort of a Mike Tyson peekaboo swing. He dashed down the ramp to updraft to actually catch his opponent off guard on Tetris. That's a tech that I haven't seen yet from a Jet on how they entry towards the site. So that was pretty cool.
Well, Rose lasted more than 8 rounds, but they are still 6 rounds away from catching up to Washed. Defense holding site. Okay. Decoy down. Lot of info from the defense. Ion exposed too, and well, the scout can only do so much, but I
Yeah.
see Clam doing a whole lot. Here's Rose coming alive, but lurking really close as Knights and locking in for a trade. Can't do much more. It's Kane with a Bucky. Sure, man. I'm sad. I'm ready for those.
No way people are gonna escape through Ivy on the blast radius, so this should be pretty good. I think at this point you saw what Wash was trying to do here, just hoping to do some armor damage with the one-on-ones off the Marshall if Ions wasn't able rather to get some headshots, which is why Knights was positioned in there with the Sheriff so that they could do and carry on with the body shots after to try to get some players down. But just too much utility coming out from Rose on the execution once again, something that Wash didn't really have in terms of site takes and retakes. So this is looking pretty good for Rose here. I think they're realizing if they're continuing to, move with as a death ball against Wash, there's not any real way to stop them with the exception of what Wash has in terms of aim.
Still a lot of work ahead of Rose. Annihilation, Hunter's Fury. That's pretty close. Good options. And you're able to full buy, which is always nice. Now stacked on the A side. Not gonna be
Standing ahead.
any sentinels to stop this. Just making as
many
much
items
noise
alone,
as
too.
possible.
Might be able to get cuts. Yeah, he will.
Okay, just the ego chow when you have your whole team, just take the one-on-one, and Ion does a good job of staying alive, now playing his life, and quietly getting down. Mocking still has a shock dart.
Must have heard the drop though. The last second he drops on the ground and the off angle being here by Clam Run.
He's about to get shot in the back.
No,
Oh, wait,
dude,
what?
He got the free kill and fell.
How
Didn't have a
though?
TP to escape either.
But like, how though?
He just crouched. He just crouched, backed up, thinking that he was gonna get an angle. He just backed up too much.
Standing ahead.
Allows Markin to get the backstab, a headshot onto Truth, damage onto Ian, and then the convergence on the other side.
Does that just cost him the round? Like,
Bro.
Enemy remaining.
that may have just
Yes.
cost them the round. Like,
30 seconds
that's definitely a me move to just accidentally walk off the map. And Wash get up to 11, 2 more away from getting to our For Those Who Dare grand final for a chance to go up against TSM or 100 Thieves at our main event for $15,000. And yeah, there's the last second drop off the map there.
That's okay, man. It happens. It happens. This also happens in pro play, as much as it is intentionally as it is unintentionally as well in a map of Abyss. I mean, G2 is the signature one. You've seen it in Game Changers. You've seen for the G2 main team in the VCTs. And you also seen some players just drop through, like Cloud9 players when they were playing. I think it was Vanity. Shout out to Vanity. I miss that guy.
Hunter's Fury is missing Shot Up right now, who's currently flashed. Rose gets pulled into a 1v1 against Kane. Oh boy. Oh, with the double tap, that's disrespectful. But a one-man advantage, no traded annihilation. Now it's chaos with the defense. Nothing obscuring them, and Ion caught on the jump. And Truth holds the angle, and it's Rebo nowhere near the action until now. The orb for Cosmic Divide would be nice for just the next rounds, and catches Kane walking by.
Ult ready.
Okay, the amount of times that Rebo has had head-to-head fights against Kane, he's been on top of it. I think it's like 3-1 against him so far. Chance to win this 1v1 against Mocking. As soon as this Clove smoke comes down, it's a showdown.
Oh, there's so many angles to watch. That's such an unfortunate place to leave a spike. 12-5, 1 away. Let's see what
Right here.
ults we have. Dimensional Drift, Cosmic Divide, Knives, Hunter's Fury.
Not too much on the side of Rose either. Yes, they have those ults that you just mentioned. It's 2 for 2 on each side, but that economy is in shambles. So it's not the best position that Rose could be so far. And I think they've already used both of their
That
timeouts.
should work.
So this is just going to have to come down to, again, just adapting on the fly, which Rose was able to do for a bit of these rounds on Sunset when they were backs against the wall at a 12-5 before. And 12-5 was seen this as a scoreline between, as I was talking about, C9 versus Energy. And you know what happened in that one?
Look at Knights just not even caring about this Cosmic Divide, and behind them, that was the Dimensional Drift from Clam getting behind and catching 2. Rose did a really good job this round, but it's matched up 3 versus 3. Spike down, Cosmic Divide up, making things tricky for Wash to play off of each other. Round goes 1 for 1. It's going to come down to the wire for who goes to the grand final if Rose can extend this map.
One enemy remaining.
And it's Kane that brings it down to Just Cuz, and that's all she wrote. A dominant win from Wash to move on to the very end.
Dude, I was wondering why Mocking was playing with a pistol only on a retake. Didn't he win a 1v1 with a Vandal? Like, what the hell's going on, dude? Kane finishing off with the Hadouken pose, but it's a great round and a great series one overall by Wash. And I don't even know why they're called Wash. They never played together.
I don't
in, like,
know.
officials.
Well, let's ask Ethos if he's ready to come chat for a second. This was a fun map. What did you think?
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't
muted,
know.
one sec.
Oh, sorry. Let me.
Oh, it's just mute on Discord. They hear
Yeah,
it.
sorry.
It's fine. Just let
Okay,
them yap.
here.
Let them
Sorry.
yap.
Sorry about that.
You're good, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Having no Sentinel, I feel like on Abyss is typically very hard to deal with. But again, like, you know, I hate using the word confidence, but really, Wash, they just were that much more confident. I feel like almost every 50-50 fight I saw just straight up, they were winning pretty much, except for, you know, Rebo in the ISO ult. He was doing very well in there. But overall, I think that there just wasn't enough like taking advantage of the weak spots on that comp. I think it was too much focus on like, okay guys, let's keep trying to play like our normal setups, our normal game. But again, they weren't focusing enough on the reactions, like how to really like abuse what they don't have. And in my head, On defense, triple flanks, double flanks, those would have worked so well. Like you see here, there's only one person walking flank and it's way too slow. They even killed everyone but didn't have enough time. Like taking more proactivity here and taking two people and pushing one side when they have no sentinel, there should have been more double, triple flanks on a map like Abyss where that kind of playstyle is already so powerful. And just in general too, they just seem a little bit kind of uncoordinated right now. I feel like they're just continuing to get caught off guard by Wash and they're just very chaotic playstyle. And I think that, you know, in their VOD review, they should be taking a little bit more time to look and understand, like, realistically, that they were playing weird, but it's not something that they've never seen before. It's not something that they can't understand, and it's something that they should have been able to adjust to.
Yeah, and a lot of those moments when I guess again, as we were mentioning here, Ethos, where I sort of disagree with you, where sometimes a team that has protocols, you play around your protocols and it can work well, but they were losing a lot of these rounds on the defensive side where they're getting fully pushed by Wash, you know, towards the spawn. You saw it from the replays when they were getting caught off guard and getting pushed towards the spawn. It was one person alone, one person alone, one person alone. So their protocols could have been like, hey, I got to be here and flash here, I got to be here and smoke here, I got to be here and we're going to double swing. And then as they're still setting up, it's just like, oh well, they're not paying attention to what their opponents are currently doing. Where if Kane and Ions are actually pushing towards the spawn, then before we get into those positions, we got to figure out how we could play more passively. And you know, there's still a lot of time on that timer of the spike before we could actually do and play the retake, which is sort of did work. You know, remember that round where they had the Cosmic Divide on the attack side, and then they used the Hunter's Fury and their Cosmic Divide for the retake on the defensive side. They played a little bit more slow at the very beginning. They caught some players off guard, but then started playing a little bit too slow when they lost off timer instead. So I think that's where it could have helped a bit if they worked on that a little bit more, on slow tempo and then when to activate.
I think overall, I completely agree with you. I think that they should be prepared for that kind of stuff too. It's like they should just know that this is a pug team. They are going to do weird stuff. You should be ready for that. And also be confident enough to, if you have someone next to you, just hold the line, right? Like if you have two people in library, just hold that. You know they're going to push, or they're probably going to push, but instead they're like backing up. They keep backing up. They're giving up so much map control against the team that doesn't have a sentinel, right? Map control was the key to winning this game, and they were just giving up way too much of it. They were playing either too scared or they were just caught off solo. Find a teammate, hold that angle, and that's really all it came down to. Also, the flanks too absolutely would have decimated that comp.
I just wanted to quickly update on how the other semifinal is going, because we had a blast with the 2-0 from Washed, but the TTR versus Core semifinal is getting pretty hectic. 12-11 in favor of Core. So and that's just map 1. Yeah, so who knows who we're gonna get in the grand final. We'll have to wait for that.
So that means that it's going to take a bit before we actually resume here the stream A, while we're waiting for that second matchup to finish on stream B between both TTR and Core. So that gives you plenty of time, which I've already seen you activated in the chat, twitch.tv/SOAR. It's time for a giveaway here for a chance to win the ROG Raptor GT-AX 6000 router from ASUS ROG. Make sure you type out RAZE or RAZE if you're from the US or from Canada at least 18 years of age. And you already see the peripherals that we're going to give away in match number 3. So as we have time here, I know it's going to take a little bit because we still have to finish map number 2 and potentially even map number 3 on that second series before we see you guys on the stream here. That gives you plenty of chance to interact on the chat, plenty of chance to go get your food and whatever, because it is dinner time, and then we'll have a chance to catch you right after the break to resume the grand finals of the open qualifier number 1 of For Those Who Dare, presented by SOAR, and all thanks to our partner ASUS ROG and Intel. So I mean, go for a bit, but come back soon. We'll catch you after the break.
can see is we're drifting apart. I can't believe how it all turned dark. Bring me the light, 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 bring me the light. Christmas city looks at night. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay while we leave. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay while we leave. Stay with me.
virtual skies, devoid of all sensation. Everything is digital. We will elevate. Wireframe and mythical.
feels so good. So good.
over the edge. Feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. Hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
OG in search of incredible. Hello, it's us.
Hello, welcome back everyone to the For Those Who Dare tournament. Once again, this is the grand finals. Sorry, Vance, I was just doing a little ad read right there. It was
I was doing the same thing, literally.
yeah, no, it was crazy. But yeah, we have today for our grand finals we have Core versus
Did you come
Washed.
back with glasses?
Sorry, yeah, I just had to see what the heck was going on in that Core Turtle Ship game. That was insane, man. That was
We really picked the wrong semi, man. That other one was crazy. Went to OT on the second one. Really heartbreaking for TTR there at the end.
yeah, especially when they were up like what 7-1 or something or 6-1 on.
Yeah.
Even that was crazy. That was an insane comeback out of Core. I mean, I respect resilience. Everyone in that server absolutely super talented. So this is gonna be a crazy grand finals though. But before we do that, let's talk about our second giveaway of the day. Moving in, we have the Oh, sorry about that.
Peripherals. You got it. You got it.
Yeah. Sorry, I found it. Okay. Well, for our second giveaway, we have the ROG peripherals package, which includes the ROG Carnix microphone, the ROG Strix Flare 2 gaming keyboard, the ROG Impact 3 WL gaming mouse, the ROG Baltius Qi mousepad with wireless charging. This is from our presenting partner ASUS ROG. And if you guys would like to enter, type RAZE, that is Raze, or RAZE for the Canadians, according to Van Silly.
Of course.
and speaking of US and Canadians, if you are not one of them, then you might not be eligible, because you have to be a lawful US or Canadian resident over the age of 18 to be eligible.
You could marry one of us.
One of us.
Not it.
Okay, what?
Oh my god, what are you praying?
I guess
I didn't get the memo of glasses, man. So dude, you gotta have my plate. I was eating while we're waiting here. Production, come on.
There you go.
You still have your paper plate in the background.
It's not paper, dude.
What was that?
It's fine china.
Oh,
my
It's
bad.
a fine china plate.
Oh, I didn't realize you were a man of culture, Vince. That's awesome.
Come on. I try.
Awesome. Do we have the maps yet?
Yeah. Actually, before we get into that, we gotta showcase who the hell's in the finals too, right? So, as we were waiting for that
Not
second match to finish, so Core had like a 3-mapper against Turtle Troop, and I think even the second map or something like that went into overtime. So it was a pretty insane BO3, a gauntlet that was being run through by Core to finally make it into the grand finals. So this is actually going to be a fun little thing to witness for grand finals, because you have on one side a team for Wash that just won against 2-0 in a speed run pretty much every time they played their attacking sides, and they're coming in waiting for this BO3 to finish, while you have the other team that just came from a BO3 gauntlet. So who's gonna be more tired than the other? And sometimes just active waiting is tiring, just like me. That's why I'm off.
Yeah.
I'm off the chains right
And
now.
Core have such a cool story, because they were definitely like middle of the pack, still growing when it comes to challengers, and Turtle Troop, second mid-season, the mid-season cup. Like Turtle Troop were definitely the favorites to win this whole thing and to put up a good fight against a team like TSM and 100 Thieves. But it has been a long day for them, and to just trip over their shoelaces at the end. Sad for TTR, but exciting for a team like Core, who have made really great additions. It's really only Snarly and Nerve who are the core of Core, I guess, from challengers, and it's cool to see how much they've changed.
Yeah. I mean, they've already lost 3 players, right? So T-Dog that went to TSM, Ziff that also went to TSM, and then Zeldris, where I'm not sure if he's trialing or whatnot. I haven't really gone through to see where he came across, but yeah, there is a lot of brand new firepower coming into this Core roster, although some veterans that's been grinding through Valorant since like 2020, 2021, Alexander, so he's gonna be one of them. I think was even back then at some point part of the EG roster, right, Ethos?
Yeah, that is on the co-ed version. Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
that's it. When Potter used to play for EG, how crazy is that?
That is crazy. But
Potter and Claudia back then. So yeah, he's still around and grinding.
Alexander on Andbox was also a demon, but most importantly, Alexander on Squirrel Warriors was just the best iteration. That was with me as well. Hashtag Go Nuts was our hashtag. But I love Alex, and he's great. Also, I got to scrim with Logan before as well. They're the new additions to Core. They both had great games, and they both had, some slower starts on some maps, but we both know that these guys can do it. They are the new faces to the scene, and I really like to see them continue to put up those numbers. But man, Wash, they just seem consistent all throughout. So hopefully, hopefully they can keep that up too.
And this is a crazy first map to go to. We have Sunset picked up by Core, and Core just went into an extended overtime against Turtle Troop 14-12 on this. And then if you remember the sort of speed run from Wash, 13-9 with some goofing around.
Oh yeah, that was
Wash played a very speedy Neon Sunset. So I wonder how those styles are going to clash.
Yeah, it's going to be very fun, because I think for both sides, I think you already have some tape on how Wash is going to play it, how aggressive they are. And then literally while Wash was in the sidelines waiting the whole time, Haven was literally the last map of the series between Core and TTR. So there's a possibility here that Wash could find something out. Although we're gonna be in for a treat with the amount of raise action that we could probably see here from both of these teams on Sunset and Haven.
Oh, absolutely. And I am excited to see if, Rose didn't quite have the answer for, defending against Wash's just over aggression on Sunset. Maybe Core does. I want to see if they are able to learn anything from that match and see if they can try and adjust to that incredibly aggressive playstyle.
And we'll see if the Clove comes out again from Washed and how that will help them. I don't know if they'll be able to run amok in this lobby the same way, because Core have definitely proved that they can beat some of the best. I mean, I don't know if y'all would consider that an upset, but just from just how much I respected Turtle Troop, like that big turnaround from Core, despite being down to 1-7 at one point on Sunset, like for them to come back is really impressive out of Core. But do they still have any gas in the tank to finish up this grand final? We still have a best of 3, and the winner of this goes to the main event, and there's no second chance.
I think you bring up a great point, because when you look at that roster for TTR versus Core, is TTR, they still have, a main 3 that's in that roster. They brought in 2 new players from Fluffy Aimers, and those 2 new players were actually cracked when we were able to cast TTR just earlier on tonight. So to see that those guys got dismantled by a team that actually lost 3 players from their main roster after Challengers Season 2, or Challengers number 2, then it also comes to show that Core, under the guidance and the coaching of Ocean, for example, Kyle still did a great job, building fresh new talent. And for those of you in chat that actually never heard about Ocean before, only heard about Ocean now in Valorant, like, he's been around the scene for the longest time, even in CSGO back then, Ethos, when I think you were playing CS as well. And the amount of great players that he found under SKDC, Twist being one of them, Stewie 2K being one of them, he is able to find diamonds in the rough, and look at how they are playing now today in CS2, and how successful they are in streaming as well. So lots of power, lots of respect that I give to Ocean. And I think it only makes sense is to see, or maybe it shouldn't be that much of a surprise after all, now that I think about all this, that Core was able to get that win against Turtle Troop.
Yeah, I mean, one way or the other, Ocean is a legend, and Turtle Troop.
He's also a bouncer.
He's a what?
Yeah, I think Ocean used to be a bouncer for a club called SKDC, which is why he's got that SKDC name.
Oh, what? I had no idea.
I'm pretty sure.
What?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know if at this point it's so late that I'm talking out of my butt again.
Oh, wow.
But I have a feeling that that lore is correct. We should ask Kyle next time we see him.
Yeah, I just know him for the A main flash and the cat smoke. Yeah, that was some of my favorite just moments on CS. So,
bro, look at Sabrosa just carrying the team, man. Look at Sabrosa on the top of the scoreboard,
bro.
Flash A.
Flash A. Really throws his own flash. I'm trying to smoke. That's a good moment for sure. But yeah.
Oh, I love Ocean.
Yeah. I mean, I guess in a sense though, this is a lot of old faces on Core. Nerve's been around forever. Alex has been around forever. Ion, Kane, Zera, and Knights. These guys are more of the unproven, but just kind of they were the ranked warlords. Obviously people are just giving them more respect now, the respect that they're due. And I'm kind of excited to see it feels like new versus old in this. So I'm really excited to see what happens.
Let's get your first reactions to the comps. I'm not expecting anything weird. Oh, the ISO is a different look, because we thought we were gonna expect some neon out of Washed.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting considering how well Kane Zera did on Neon the last time they played. But I guess they realized that honestly this makes more sense in my head, because Kane Zera just running out by himself as Neon is a little less viable when you have people who are actually going to punish that. But when you're playing ISO, you can take those 1v1s a little bit more consistently, and you can also do it with teammates without really creating space, because it's hard to keep up with the Neon on your team when they're trying to capitalize on space or timings. So this makes a little bit more sense if they're going to go for more aggressive fights and just take fights together as a team. And again, that's what we want to avoid as a PUG team, or avoid as a team playing a PUG team. You want to avoid giving them those 2v1s, those 1v1s even, because that's all they're going to be looking for, and that is their win condition. So
yeah,
makes sense to me.
We'll see if it gets them the map win. Thanks, Ethos. We'll check in with you in a little bit. And this is our grand final, everyone, of those who will dare go up against TSM and 100 Thieves next week. It all comes down to this. And Sunset, a map that washed rolled, but with a much speedier composition against the core who fought tooth and nail just to get to this point. Let's see if they still have wind in their sails.
Yeah, it wasn't that long of a break that they had between these two maps, right? Versus Wash, who again has been waiting a whole BO3. So the waiting game. I mean, if you're looking at it on the setup already on the defensive side, from the side of core, they're already expecting something where it's kind of like a good counter to a composition that would play a neon, with the splits that you're trying to do towards the B site, which is something that Wash potentially wants to try to do. But they're playing with an ISO this time around, so it might be a little bit different. So we'll have to see how that pans out. But the composition in itself for Wash, very difficult to play around as well. There's not, again, too many flashes or any at all, and no support around Kane. So there's going to be a lot of individual plays, and that's how you get the punishment.
Yeah, and Kane just ended up playing this on Abyss and didn't look as relentless as, you know, his neon play from Sunset. I think the double tap was good at times, but those kill contracts weren't always guaranteed. He didn't get that second signature, so it was not valid, and you end up in a 4v4 in this pistol with the spike leaning towards A. Smokes have been cleared. We could have Knights engage against Bonnie here. That's a great start, but going for the heal, then you didn't notice the second player, so Wash are a little bit cut off from the smoke. Paranoia goes through the lane. Wash will be pushing through elbow, or at least splitting things up with Logan playing around box.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Playing split up is going to be very difficult too. I've mentioned there's not too much util for them to, even as a 5-man, to get into a site.
One enemy remaining.
Logan holding it down. He had such a good clutch at the end of that core series, so love to see that. They're warmed up, and a lot of bodies there, but it's core taking the pistol.
Very interesting again, and I want to continue with the composition onto Wash, because so far we've seen now Wash over on 3 maps. So we've played Sunset, and then we've played some Abyss, and then now we're back on Sunset with Wash. But a big shout out to Hedgie in the chat once again, who mentioned a little bit of lore on Knights, who apparently only played Clove during the open qualifiers, trying to lead into Challengers 3. So maybe a one-trick pony, but still good enough. It still allows here for Wash to play a double controller, and potentially why they're okay of playing just an ISO, because they could utilize Knight as well as that aggression as like a weak arena, but with faster speeds when you actually get a kill. So there is good tradability opportunities they could do around this comp.
Missing out on that second initiator, though. That information, like if you were to run a Sova or a Breach, it definitely limits the options offensively. But so far, you need warm bodies to get an offense going regardless, and your only initiator is now gone. So Wash will have to get this information using their eyes. So the door is open, though, so it should be easier, but Nerve against that whole army is going to be tough. Hey, but the power of that ISO shield will help take a brunt of that damage. Like a shot like that is Bonnie now playing mind games, but Washed converging on the site, and the spike's also at the other side of the map, so this is a great distraction here from Washed. But how long will it last? The spike still hasn't even been planted during this giant stall, so Ion's gonna do just that.
Enemy remaining.
What a huge round there by Knights. It's going to leave it in a 1v1, although for sure Logan's going to hear that the spike's been planted towards the A side because he didn't hear the tap towards B. So if he books it across here and is able to win that 1v1 against Ions, he's going to force Knights to make the first move. And you're hard to see Knights rotating across, but now the ADS, he doesn't check back, so this is tough for Logan to win now.
It's the timing of Knights coming from behind, not even needing it. An Intel Thrifty on our second round. Glad to see like both our teams are really showing up, because you remember how Wash started Sunset before. It was like a 7-1 lead at the beginning. Different comp, different opponent, but really respecting the competition, especially if you maybe expect a Turtle Troop or just whoever was going to come out of that series. These are two very talented teams, a very stacked side of the bracket, and for Core to emerge, Wash knew they can't be playing around.
And if this continues in this way and Wash is able to win this best of 3, that means that they're going to be the first team qualifying into the playoffs, like you mentioned before, playing against TSM and 100 Thieves. And I think officially, as you know, Ethos mentioned it in the green room where we were chatting, is like, man, maybe Maka will have to unretire himself for the 8th time. Yeah. So I'd be down for that lore. I'd be down for that story, but I'm also down for Core's story right now. As I've mentioned, when Ocean's able to find diamonds in the rough, Bonnie is somebody that I didn't hear about too much. And if you look at his VLR history, he's playing a buttload ton of neons or even just duelists overall that brings hyper aggression. So I can only think about a cracked duelist aimer.
Oh, no one was watching Market for Wash. They pushed someone deep sight and they got something off the Prowler from Mocking and just tunneled on that kill. So sacrifice a body there when ultimately this could have been a much more successful push. But look at Alex go with 3 this round alone. And this is mostly Sheriffs coming out of Core versus, you know, SMGs out of Wash. This could be a big round. Mocking. The timing. Just the 1-2 punch, leaving Logan the lot ahead of him. Knowing there's one at the top side, but where's the second? Time running out, and that's going to be all she wrote for that round.
Still some great damage, man. I don't know how the hell Alexander Rosa was able to get 2 kills with a classic like that. And when there was already utility in the back, they isolate. He's all by himself. There's 2 players facing him, and he still lines up 2 of them like that. Even get to 3K in the round. Like that's a great way to bring things up and even help out or maybe into these moments where you have an opportunity. Most likely a neural theft is available now for their side on the defensive side. Yeah, so they have it right now, which then could allow for you to work the map a little bit better within these early rounds, especially when I try to go for a chalk play.
And that's the beauty of running a breach on defense, or just a breach overall. Rolling Thunder is so good for the retakes too, but not a lot of action over at A. The one-ways have been painful. Wash are just defaulting with mid control, no vision on B market because of the smokes. Gonna lurk over at B. Prowler is gonna send someone over at A elbow. So Washer is just really keeping them in check and not giving up too much map control. And now with mid, he got an opening pick at someone at the back of mid. So I think Snarly's gonna need some help. And even still has a fault line, flashes and everything, but just pressuring them back and respecting that and just waiting for Wash to cross.
And that's the good thing about Wash. What, you know, we're praising them for is the buddy system, how good they are of pugging it, but making sure they're watching each other's back. Great fade, seize, and aftershock to push players out, but when they swing to try to take the person that got seized, you saw the second one there. A second player from Wash comes out and gets that pick onto Logan, which now allows for them to open up and split this A site on a weaker hold.
And now when you have Fade Util, you're able to re-clear the site. Plant ensues, and man, Core is pretty split from each other. Neural Theft available. They need a corpse to use it on. And Alex is rejoining Nerve, but Ion is watching. Yeah, Ion is watching the flank, so Alex will have that duel, but Core are simply outnumbered, and at this point you just save your gun.
Yeah, it's the smarter play. You say he had to throw neural theft to try to find a body, but the whole time, if it was actually an actual game, he would just be like, give me, and he can't do it because everybody's still alive on the other side of Wash. So you're about to see the spike detonate, as it is going to be a Soar flawless, and a great way here now for Wash to continue answering back off the scare that they potentially had when Alexander was able to score a 3-kill classic on the previous round. Things dumbed down a little bit. The dust has settled for a little bit too, and they realize that, you know, you got to check your corners here and there. Both of the teams had some of these mistakes from that round number 2 and round number 3, but it definitely looks a little bit ironed out, cleaned up now from the squads on how they're scaling up on these maps. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of hint of you know, tiredness. I think when you're playing a whole day like this of Valorant, there's gonna be some of these mistakes that are gonna slip, and that always creates like the best Valorant from time to time because it'll get chaotic and you'll have the best shots ever.
I did feel a sleepy defense there from Core, but Bonnie is waking up with the overdrive, taking full map control. That's something I wanted to see out of Core. That's the spike down. Wash will be able to recover this, but that's still critical information. You see all the arrows from Core turning towards that right side of the map, but never really pushing the offensive half. Core will be up to Bonnie to catch them, and he gets spotted out first.
Yeah,
so
should have inspected your weapon there.
Fortunate.
Tunnel vision into watching a sick animation, and you just get picked off by odds, which then resets everything, because that was a beautiful first kill by the defensive side of Nerve, right? He said, guys, I'm gonna activate, start activating and get a couple of kills. But thankfully with Shot Up Dead, there's still another smoker available with Knights. I'm gonna try to sell a fake here towards his B side, and Kane could definitely be the person to do it.
Knights had the spike over on the right side, and I thought was going to have this one-on-one against Nerve a bit earlier, and Neural Theft activated from Ion, knowing how close Nerve is. He's going to be able to escape. Nightfall activated from the defense, thinking the B side is still a hit, considering you heard the B main orb hit, you've got the camera from the Cypher from Alex destroyed on B, so Core very paranoid about this. But now 14 seconds, Washed have sold the fake, now they got to sell the plant. And that goes down, but Ion extending out. He gets caught. 1v2 for Knights, and goes 1-for-1. Has the ult to have one last hurrah around the corner, shooting through the box. Can't get it done. That's 4 for Logan.
A big 4K there for Logan as well, and you know, it almost looked like he wasted that that Nightfall, but just making sure that he throws out the Nightfall and it only catches Kane, that he could trust that his teammates just going to play the 1v1 on that side, and he could book it over on the other end with Alexander to making sure that they could just isolate. Actually, it wasn't even Alexander in the first place, it was him and Nerve, just to make sure that they could try to secure the round on that side. Great positioning, great heads up play too, anticipating the lurk from Mocking on top middle. That was a very, very clean round here by Logan. He's got to get the defuse, so again, the Nightfall that was used with the defuse on top of that, he's already halfway into his next Nightfall. Couldn't ask for anything better here from an initiator player as support, and also just top fragging for Core. So Washed back into a gun round. They've won so many rounds in a row and got a spike plan for quite a few of them, so a full rifle round. But they can explode as well.
Ooh, Logan has just been such a star for this team, where Ethos talked about how he's gained a lot of confidence as his previous series went on, and a 4K into First Blood. Kill contract secured for Mr. Kane. And that'll even up the numbers. Plant, but it's been a bit hairy to protect this planter, and it works out as Core couldn't around the pillar, had iffy market control, and Snarly still does a good job of winning that. And again, a lot of tunneling on one entryway, with Bonnie coming in on the angle with 2 to swing the round back for Core.
This is pretty much what's happening for Core right now. They're just knowing that there's some sort of lurk that's going to happen on top mid. And it's been a different player almost every single time, right? I think the last time there was Ions in that previous round. The first round, I think, was Mocking trying to move up. And everybody's getting punished every single time. So this is actually really good here to keep Logan kind of like just inserted up, because they kind of know that Wash cannot fast tempo with... They have no Neon, there's no Rays, there's no Jets, so nobody's going to try to go for any type of like super fast splits into sites. So you could play a little bit more passively this time around and just activate on those extremities where, again, Nerve was doing, is able to TP away on top of that. So really good stuff that I'm seeing from Core in the individualistic department, rather, for their play styles. So we saw the teamwork that they could do on the retakes as well on that B site on that previous round. Wash has to realize here that, you know, walking alone and lurking is probably not the best idea unless you're Kane. But for the rest, they really got to keep up with the buddy system.
Core is operating off of great information in the early round, giving them intuition to go for early picks. Wash don't have that luxury with the composition. They will still Nightfall onto B. This will be hitting Alex. He's got the assist of Nerve getting into position for the paranoia. He hits that on B main and not Market, and Market is where Wash are coming from. With the double tap, Kane gets away with one, but his team get dismantled at all the angles that Core are taking around them. It's all up to Mocking against the world, and it's Core on top.
I'm trying to figure out what you could really do here with this comp of trying to death ball through, because so far throwing the convergence wall from Kane to yes be able to move into a straight line into Market, it doesn't really cover you from trying to get into or covered from the Boba cross or even from the ledges into the B site. So they really don't have the best amount of utility unless they want to start leveraging more potential Caterpillar smoke with an Omen with an Omen flash, so they could really get a real death ball into these sites, and that might be the case this time around. And that's what they were good at in their last BO3.
What? That fall line was gonna be a perfect trap play for Snarly and friends of Core, but the bite back from Wash was just better. You follow through on your push towards elbow, take advantage of this, and Kane unleash, but Bonnie on the other side makes this difficult, but still a 1v3 while blinded. Alex, okay, the GOAT, and on the crouching spike here for the 1v3 clutch. Jeez.
I saw somebody in chat earlier on, maybe like 2-3 rounds ago, was like, Alexander really got as many kills as the last game. Because yeah, I think at some point on Haven he was 1-7, but that was also because he wasn't getting too much action. But when you want him to get that action, he's definitely going to be able to activate. I mean, this guy, as I mentioned, legend in the mixed team of EG, also back in the gauntlet of playing with Moon Raccoons back then to just try to make it into, you know, the pro circuit from the open bracket into the VCT group stages before franchising or partnership came out. So definitely not a guy that you should sleep on.
All right, Kane. Ooh, he's been getting better at those. And this is already the round feeling pretty secured for Wash, but we'll see what the Rolling Thunder can do when Mocking around the corner. And the cage wasn't enough to cover his tracks. And somehow Wash continue the roll, and hey, they're only within one.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. I like the idea of throwing the Rolling Thunder and the Paranoia all the way from gate down towards elbow. But the thing is, this smoke that was thrown by Nerve was still a one-way smoke thrown on short instead of one that really tries to cover, you know, the main entrance of A. So as soon as, you know, Wash realizes that the pressure's coming through on one end, the other guys just start pushing across through the one-way smoke, just anticipating or hoping that nobody's watching there from shops. So it allowed really for Wash to actually do the counter crunch onto Core and set up that crossfire for the dub. So a little bit of a nice attempt, but just unlucky on that one single smoke that didn't allow for Core to get the best value out of the Rolling Thunder.
And Wash got away with just having Knights jump around the corner, but it's Core that want to strike first, and they strike pretty hard with the overdrive. First blood. Now it's Nerve versus Knights, as Core have a flanker of Knights behind them to worry about. Core surrounded, and how do they get themselves out of this hole while Washed have evened up the numbers? And it's Nerve and Snarly playing together. No breach util, no Paranoia, just smokes. Try and get out of the site at least and rejoin Alexander.
Find you.
And so far away from any course to use the neural theft on. Wash get the plant. Now they can explore the top of site where they may be expecting a B site defender like Alex to be coming from. He's about to meet Knights in a back alley, but timing favors Knights. Yeah. The attackers live. Vaughn Mocking emerging from the smoke, and we're tied 5-5. This series is gonna go the distance.
Yeah, I was gonna say that they needed that there for Alexander to try to win that fight against Knights, because that would have thrown a neural theft and given information on the last two. I'm actually quite surprised too that Wash threw their own hat from Iron, and then realizing that Alex was alone here towards the B site, they still wanted to go for an A site hit. I mean, I guess because of that moment, it was a 3 versus 2, so you have the power numbers on your side on the attack for Wash. So they're just like, okay, well, let's just brute force into it. We already got the numbers. We're already pretty much at the extremity of the site. We'll go in for the plant. And then the positioning was much better here for Wash towards the end. So 5-5 on the score line, and Core is going to have to go on an eco, and couple of rounds ago, you know, Core's been trying to go for this fault line peak, but as you see, they're putting a lot into Bonnie to do some damage, and if he gets caught, there's not too much left here for them to really anchor in the right spots, because pretty much solo like this.
Pretty good nightfall from Mocking. You got Bonnie and friends nervous. And now it's the scramble. But this lane Nerve went unnoticed. The 3 shots, 3 kills with the Sheriff. When all of Core had Sheriffs except one Bucky out of Bonnie. What a turnaround for Core. 1v1, the job is not done. The spike is on the ground for Kane. We have no idea where this last player is. You have the safety of the box to plant from.
Nerf could pick up a gun now.
Rifle versus rifle. Oh, Kane just spotted him. Now he can play his life, especially with the help of Knights' smokes. Just needs to buy some time. Doesn't need to take this 1v1.
Nerf still got a second smoke, but he's thinking that Kane's going to try to push him like he always does.
It's taking too much time for Nerve to get through all the smokes that were placed late. Spike tap, Kane getting close, up close and personal, and it's Wash with the lead.
Dude, if anything, though, we'll probably see in the replay, and if we don't, then whatever, watch the VOD later, chat. But that triple kill that he got with the Sheriff was freaking sick by Nerve. Just coming out towards short, bam, 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 flicks here, but right here. Like, that is some quick shooting, and that's how you activate for sure. But leaving it on a 1v1, you had to circle all the way around, try to pick up a rifle. You played the mind games, and you know, you have to play against a Clove too, so Knights, while from the grave, is it'll drop up a smoke so that Kane could still play around all of that and create that extra chaos here that Nerf cannot convert the 1v1. But this is a much closer game than what Wash had against his opponents before. And Bonnie, unfortunately, once again, punished.
Kane says, you're not getting away, not yet. See the result of that in a second, and yeah, wins it against Logan, and Washed, as soon as they dodged that fault line, they pounced to make sure Core could not escape. A good round for Wash, especially at the end, but Nerve is trying to get the jump on them. 1v3 for Alexander the Great, it would be possible, but 7-5 will end this one going into the next.
Yeah, he's just gonna be Alexander in that round. But maybe like 10 rounds ago, definitely Alexander the Great when he got that clutch. But this is a great little half that went back and forth just in between rounds, not just the round, or sorry, in between the rounds in the series at the half and not the rounds itself, right? They've done some great reading from both of the teams, some great trading capabilities, some great ways to find the weaknesses too from each other. And some great highlight reels that we're seeing from players stepping up, right? On one end, Logan and then Alexander, Nerve with that 3K. On the other end, though, for Wash is just finding out the death ball seems to be working in their favor finally, and they realized that, which allowed for them to get those 4 rounds in a row in that first half. So now that we've switched sides, Core has the opportunity to be a lot more quicker than how Wash was trying to execute within the sites. Fade Haunt sees nothing towards middle, but this allows here for a potential hit towards the market. There's a trip waiting right there and 3 players on top of Wash to just try to push forward and try to help out Shot Up inside market.
Ooh, there's 3 players at the top of mid, and
spike down mid.
Ends up working out. Could have been better, but double tap and Wash push forward. They have Spike down, and man, there's no one touching this thing, but there's enough damage done into Alexander. We'll get to recover that, and well, in a second, once they deal with Knights. And Shut Up is 20 HP.
Right here.
Barely an advantage for Washed.
Drop in a smoke.
But having the spike down is going to be difficult.
1 enemy remaining.
Well, Knights is just going to hold it down. It's all up to Alexander. And again, these solo scenarios. But Shut Up has closed the door and isolated themselves over at
30
B.
seconds left.
So if Alexander can take these isolated duels, it's very possible if Knights is going to play with his food like that, trying to go for the jiggle peek. So
I like
Spike
this, though.
back in their hands.
The reposition from Shot Up at the top too, because you're going to have to break the door, try to cross a trip. There's only 10 seconds left. and then you could set up the crossfire on the top. Very well done for shut up towards the end. And yeah, as you mentioned, the 3 players towards the top. The first one got caught off guard by Bonnie, but Bonnie didn't know there was 2 more players there. Again, good on trades is the highlight and probably the strongest point that we currently have from this pug team of Wash.
Enemy remaining.
And then these individual plays that come out from Knights, or sorry, yeah, from Knight and from Kane Zero. So it's sort of complete when it comes down to the brawls.
This goes here.
But I think that's why Ethos was also underlying how important it was that if you have protocols, you know how to deal with this. It should be easier for you to close this out. Because again, there's just 2 players doing a lot of individual things, and then the other guys are kind of just training it out.
Taken out.
So if Core has the right protocols, they could isolate a lot of these individual plays.
The judge around the corner. Don't need information, just need buys, but Bonnie with the bucky just slides by. And Core just infiltrate. And that's the beauty of having a breach, having a fade. You prowler, you fall line, and man, there's Knights with the outlaw. That's been a problem, but Core catch up in time. 2v2. And then upgraded weapons too from Core. That's important. We'll get to get... though. Oh, there's the flank from Mocking, and that gets snuffed out. Still need to get the spike, but with how fast Bonnie is playing,
Cover going out.
almost not won there by Shada, but he's got 31 HP against 34 HP Nerve, and the spike's going the other way.
Yeah, Battle of Omens too. But the more time you wait here, the more that shutup's probably going to read that
30 seconds left.
Nerve has rotated out. There's probably a potential that Shutup can even walk into the side and maybe upgrade a weapon before that, or knowing that Nerve is already low on HP, that Stinger will be enough to even fight him at mid-range to win against the Bulldog that Nerve has. So yes, you'll get a free plant. It's just going to have to see where Nerve is going to try to activate after planting the spike. Maybe pushing back through the shop, maybe going towards gate. It'll be gate the option instead.
While watching the back, Nerve is ready, and now the smokes won't be an element anymore. There's a lot to clear for Shada, but not a lot of time. Washed have a good buffer when it comes to rounds. Now just trying to tap the spike, get Nerve to play close enough to shoot through. Now Shada has the information, not a lot of HP to dance through the bullets though. And it's 6-8 Core with the catch-up.
You could see the vision too, just hugging the wall after tapping on that spike so that he can look at the bullet tracers and see where the sprays would initially come from. He waits for the second burst, knows that his opponent's going to be towards the elbow, and then it's just going to be a 50-50, where you're hoping that the spray is not going to hit you when you're running outside of the smoke, and then Nerve is just spamming right here. The flick just across while holding mouse 1, you get lucky on that one. Because you know the rate of fire of that Stinger is a lot quicker. Speaking of quick, though, Core is looking to go very quickly towards this A site. Elbow control.
The usual haunt into elbow that Mocking had to use was shooting at. Distracted him from Bonnie slipping by. I like that play out of Core. Now with elbow control and the close smoke in the way, we'll have to slow things down. You still have all your breach util. You're kind of just waiting for Wash to step up or even sell it. Maybe they've just gone to another site. So I like the pace change from Core. But Wash isn't extending in any kind of way. You did just hear Kane run around.
Well, especially when Mocking is the first one that falls, they have no opportunities of finding mid-round info.
Oh man, Bonnie gets caught. And man, Kane just barely gets out of that at the double tap, and then the Bucky to go 1-for-1, especially when he had his back turn. It's kind of best case scenario to actually get a kill out of that. Now a 1v4 with just a Sheriff. This will be Core closing the gap by 1 in a second. See what Shot Up can build up though, and how expensive he can make this. Okay, 1 rifle down, 3 more to go. Ooh. Good read out of Logan.
Yeah, I was trying to do a Nerve cosplay, saying, hey, if you can hit those Sherry shots, I could probably do the same thing and one-up you. But he's able to do the Omen diff, but not like choosing not to upgrade any weapons to off Nerf's body to try to do some more damage, just trying to catch his opponents into different positions, looking at the wrong places. But unfortunately here, not the case for the last player trying to retake the site. So Shadow gets picked off, and as you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, closing the gap is Core, and for another round, just going for that elbow control. So the Haunt's gonna come out again. Flashes on top. There's 2 players waiting this time around towards the elbow. I love that. Holy crap, that's so nice.
First blood. Core just bulldoze their way into the site, and Wash don't have like a breach or something to really force them back or to trap them in. Aftershock, speaking of that, not able to catch Knights. It's the one-man advantage for Core, and smoke dissipates, and Snarly gets the jump on Knights. The play goes through. Hat thrown from Alex. Shut up and Ion. The jig is up, and they just get crunched on, and it's Core tying things up.
It was still a very high risk that they were trying to run with that last strat from Core, because you're just guessing and hoping that nobody's really playing there on shops and on the left side of A main again. But being able to sneak through the way that you did, and you're counting on that because of the amount of util that you're initially throwing towards the elbow, so that people be focused on that side, knowing that Bonnie already got the pick earlier on onto Mock in that previous round. But instead he goes on the left side and throws a relay bolt on the right side, so that concusses players. There's a fault line that comes out, there's an aftershock, and then a Haunt or Prowler on top of that. There's just so much good utility that didn't allow the double elbow to get any value, and here's Bonnie doing the pressure and the punish once again onto Mocking.
So Wash put their Omen on that side of the map to have an option to blind, to throw some util at Core, who have just been speeding down the lane, and fully blinded. Bonnie gets into elbow, still gets a kill on the Mocking. It's so ridiculous. The power of Neon on this map, and especially in the hands of someone like Bonnie.
And that's the tough spot, the tough part rather, because your only flasher that you have in your composition here for Wash is an Omen. So, and you're playing against a Neon. Neon gets blinded, you slide, and if you go close range, you're paranoid. But so you could still, you're basically nearsighted, right? You could still see close to you. So he goes toe to toe against Mocking, who is literally in front of his nose, and he's playing the way that he does. There's no way that Mocking can win that fight. So it doesn't give enough util to stall the aggression that comes out from Bonnie so far, who keeps you guessing from going left and right continuously.
Oh, the util. I just thought it was cool that Ion missed the Prowler and managed to surprise someone with the headshot. You know, every kill matters. And Core, who were down 5-8 at one point, have now taken back the lead. And Core, can't ever count them out, especially how they came back against Turtle Troop at some pretty heavy deficits. So it's cool to see that both these teams still have this much firepower left in them after a grueling day of battling all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, and definitely with the composition that you're running right now with a Neon in a breach, you're starting to see more leans towards the attack side with how things have been moving across here in Valorant on this map with this comp. On the other end though, Washed, I mean, it's still a pretty decent comp that they had on the attack, but it's so hard to hold, to find info, and see how they're getting caught every single time with Bonnie and getting free space. Free real estate.
It really is. I mean, you had the early paranoia from Shot Up that came up A, and Core saw it coming and thought, who really can stop Bonnie? They took a mid control, and all they do was slide top mid and clear the back alleys. Finally get shut down, Kane. Great chance there, but 1v3 is tough task even for someone like Kane, who was by far the MVP for Washed in the other series.
Because Bonnie this whole time has been keeping Kane towards the spawn. He's been, I mean, look at those X's around the map. They all happen towards Boba and spawn on the other side for Wash, where those deaths happen. So by the time Kane wins that 1v1 against Bonnie, the spike's already been planted, and you've already wasted 60% of the timer trying to just move back into the site. I think this is another one of those scenarios where it's unwinnable. You gotta save your weapon. You gotta save it into the next round. A hero rifle on Kane could be the weapon that's gonna be able to help you win the round going into this one. But he still has enough money to go for a full rifle armor, full armor as well if he wants to, because he still has already a full kit from the previous round that he didn't even use. But there's still an opportunity to get out of the pit here for Wash with this force buy that they have.
So same haunt being thrown from Logan into elbow. How early does this paranoia from shot up go? It's paranoia offensively. Shot up's gonna hold on to that until they actually have something, maybe someone to swing into that paranoia, because delaying is one thing, but more value would be actually getting a kill, especially like we talked about the limited flashing, blinding options that Washed have. And they're gonna sit on the site, no playing for retakes. They want to play to win and win fast. They got the trip set up. This site A has been hit quite a few times from Core, so I like the adjustments from Wash, especially with the SMGs. You maybe want to play on the site as close as you can. And the shadows from Nerve, and he just gets vision, but it's Core that just step onto the site, and there's not much Washed can do about it. Now the play goes through, and you only have 2 left in a 2v5. At least you got a rifle for Knights, and you got full util for Mocking. So you could probably just hold this line, but solo swinging ain't gonna be it. I thought maybe they're gonna play passive, wait for Bonnie to try and slide by or something, but it's an ASUS flawless for Core.
Well, the idea was there too, just trying to put your Cypher on that side. And remember when we were talking about how Wash was doing so good at like taking over and fighting against the against Rose, and where Rose didn't really adapt was putting Cypher util like the camera on the bell, which Ions did. They saw the amount of players moving up towards the A main. They had the perfect stack. They had the trips to counter on the hit in itself. But because they just turtled in, they didn't give a chance. They didn't have a chance to play around the trips. So contact play was good enough.
There's the early paranoia, and Wash were hoping for a crossfire. They thought Core were more engaged than they were. And Bonnie, jeez, almost 1v3 to elbow solo. But here's the backup. The cavalry is here for Core, and it's another A-site take. And Alex getting the neural theft. 4 versus 2, and okay, wasn't expecting that guy to be that close, and that surprised Snarly. At least Alex gets the trade, so it should be winnable for Core, as Ion didn't know where the rest were. Core 1 round away. What a streak they've been on. I don't think they've only dropped 1 round in this half.
You almost could see here that the Neon is a full counter to ISO in itself. ISO activating a double tap, you're sliding full accurate, and you're just double headshotting Kane, and he has no chance to even react on that, and just gets fried and taken down, melted pretty much. And that's going to be probably, if they had to rerun this map, if they had a chance to replay this map, I wouldn't be surprised here if Kane decide to take the Neon instead. So you can go toe-to-toe against Bonnie, just like other Neons tried to do against him.
Man, Wash have been trying this paranoia play and just now get rewarded with it. Now Nightfall, Wash want to finish off what they started, and it's Wash just hosing down the fire. It's this map 1 of Sunset. Alex will go down without a fight. Well, man, 3 is too much for even him to handle, so Wash will continue to extend Sunset.
Okay, at least some life, some aggression coming out here, and able to stay alive in this fight, and potentially another opportunity to even close the gap. There's a lot of good ults available here for Wash, and the kill contract, and you've mentioned it before, Kane's been very good in the previous series when he was playing on Abyss, and his kill contract wasn't the highest percentage. I think he went like 1 in 3 or something like that. But this time, I think it's been 100% on this map against Core, and that's a great opportunity here to, once again, if that's why he's playing towards this A side. If there was a big pop hopping through, I think you kind of just want him to isolate Bonnie and fight him at that moment. Yes, he's backing up, but he still has good range to hit under the ult.
Ooh.
Well, Bonnie
Nice lineup from Shot Up, but you didn't have any more friends to help with the crossfire. You would have really liked that. Kill contract for Kane. Try and give his team the advantage, and man, just kept moving, couldn't get the accurate fire. Snarly and Core 1 round away. The high-low gets the trade. It continues to go the way of Core. Now watching their back as they advance through elbow. You have Knights, you have Ion, just cages, vibes. maybe hope to extend another round. You still have a paranoia from Nerve and full util from Snarly, but really wanting info. Of course, when they emerge, you could easily use that camera. Peekaboo. Nice playing hide and seek. Now the fault line used. Paranoia is gonna hit Knights, but at least he gets away with one. And it's just down to a 1v1. And Washed, they somehow pull that off.
10 HP remaining too after getting the overheal. That was huge there, and I love the positioning from Knights. Yes, he had a metal to work with, but at the same time, if they were going to swing out, and I love his position, like the camera or a flash that was going to be thrown out from the elbow, he could dodge it really quickly and just re-swing right after. So great heads-up play by the Clovas. They stayed around the corner and played it smart so that they could also just not try to go for too many heroic plays, getting the right moment so that Ions could swing out with them to win that and convert the 1v1 towards the end. I mean, they got hit by the paranoia on top of that, and thankfully, once they got out of it, won that fight. And Ocean's starting to see that, you know, Wash is closing up the gap, using the first timeout of this game, seeing that there's maybe some patterns into how Wash is just positioning themselves to really try to stop Bonnie in the very beginning of these rounds towards this A site. So this timeout is, or just a mind game to say, hey, after a timeout, maybe they're going to try something different and work towards this B site so that Wash can maybe start adding more players towards B instead. And you'll just see Core still slamming this A site, because this is a timeout to call for potentially even 2 rounds in a row. They still have great economy to buy within the next 2 rounds. So
and
far
if
for
you
Core,
can get an orb, like Bonnie, if you can get him an orb from B main, A main, whatever. I don't even know if you want to go for the A orb with Wash constantly throwing a paranoia every 2 seconds. So Core has barely touched B. They can get that orb. Bonnie could just let loose. It's a big ult for them, especially when you talked about that compositional matchup. Now maybe not wanting to touch that, knowing the Cypher's on this side, the Clove is lurking around. There's a lurk
already broken the
from
camera
Alex.
too, though.
Yeah.
So this is why it's forcing Mocking to just kind of rotate across and start using Prowler probably quite early, just to get some more early info to see if people are backing up or not. But the tap on the orb, the full commit to pick up the orb onto Snarly is another tell that, you know, they still committed into this B main. There's no activation from players lurking up towards the A side from Alexander either. So Alexander's role was just trying to listen to see if anybody's going to try to push through. They have no information on middle either for Core. So they're going to have to just group up and start using a full pop into a site.
Kane
Catches some players.
good info, good stall, but if open elbow, I mean, to be fair, Bonnie has been steamrolling elbow, so I don't blame them for just wanting to just watch the entryways from the site and Wash just playing retakes overall. Now the Core have left the spike, cut through mid, and Wash have a good read on it. They have 2 on the site. See what kind of damage someone like Shot Up can do, but no paranoia, just Ion with a neural theft, and Spike Carrier down, 9 seconds left, and it's Logan with 2, Bonnie with the cleanup. It all comes down to the 1v3, and Bonnie activates the overdrive. No time remaining though, and it's Wash that force yet another round.
Both teams so far here, or both players from both duelists even, Kane and Bonnie, finding good timings to get behind enemy lines, but Core just took a little bit too much time to sell for a double pump, faking towards B, faking towards A, walking through towards B, and as soon as they break open that door, that, for me, could have been a wait a bit at that moment, because as they heard the TP away and also Bonnie made it through towards shops, there was an opportunity to run back here towards this A site and then Bonnie to be inserted, cut the rotates. So there was a, not necessarily miscomm, but there was definitely a miscomm in terms of somebody needs to watch their backs as they're walking in a triple push into market, because Kane was able to move through and get a 3K right after when they were able to pinch from the B site. Like right over here, look at that mini map. Look at where Kane's at, right inside the smoke, gets this kill, and then the second one there onto Kane 0, while the rest of them, or sorry, not the Kane 0, but onto the Cypher, which is Alexander. So again, they were really covering their angles as they're pushing through. So I think maybe of an overcook at that moment on that timeout from Ocean. So he's gonna have to call a second one right away just to try to close it out.
Yeah.
Maybe it's gonna be
Talk about
something
the
as simple
ults.
as pop through the ults, yeah, of the Nightfall.
Because I was wondering why Snarly got the orb instead of someone like Bonnie who was one away, Alex who was one away from their ult, and maybe if Bonnie would have had the overdrive earlier, then that could have been an easier round, and of course he activates it with no time left. But hey, that means Snarly's one away from Rolling Thunder. You got Nightfall, you got Neural Theft, surely, right? These are the keys to success. An immediate Nightfall as soon as barriers drop. The paranoia from the defense to slow down the market push, and Core wastes no time. Take advantage of the paranoia, the blinds onto Wash, who hold their ground and are stacked on the B site. So Core got a lot more fire than they expected.
They lost Spike again.
Spike down, a shot up is right on top of it. At least Core are together. Only one flash left for Snarly. Neural Theft from Alex gives them an idea, at least what the setup is. Now that that's gone, it's mind games. Will it be Core going to map 2, up by 1? Will Wash continue this going? And all Kane crumbles under the pressure, and it's up to shot up in a 1v2.
We've seen in clutch before. Right now, for Core, they're just waiting for the cooldowns of the close smokes to finish, but Shut Up has hits to come up. He's got another 3 seconds for another
30
one.
seconds
They could just
left.
keep cycling these smokes through, so they're forcing Core to make the move. Snarly has a full line end flash, and they're probably gonna have to just go for a 3-2-1 pop with 20 seconds left.
Hearing how close they are. Oh, jeez. It's like, what was that? Shiny. And then it was Core 13-11 to end Sunset. Holy cow, what a comeback too, because Core were at a deficit, then they went on an insane win streak, and it got pretty close. It took a while to get here. But it was 12-8 at one point for Core.
Yeah, it took a while. It took both timeouts until they could finally close it through. And as I mentioned, now after that second timeout, they probably said, let's just keep things simple. They popped out with the Nightfall. There was still great positioning that came out here from this side of Wash. It had 3 players just counter paranoia, lighting up for these fights. It came down to a brawl. Maybe it could have been different if the Spike went towards B main instead, but they had a lot of numbers working on the other side too. So I would understand maybe why the Spike made it inside the market instead of holding towards B main. Nonetheless, though, came down to individual plays. You're finally able to close it through here for Core and get the first map in this series. I mean, again, this is a gauntlet that was played so far by Core, and they're 1 map away here of qualifying into the playoffs next week.
And Sunset won by Core just by the skin of their teeth, just like last time against Turtle Troop. But you go into the playground of Washed. Heaven is up next. But before we begin that, we got to get a word from our sponsors. So we'll see you after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare tournament hosted by Soar Gaming. I'm joined by Ben Silly and Lemon Kiwi. They did a great job casting that first game. It was a really intense game. It was super crazy. But
dude, you're so nice.
Oh, dude, of course, you guys killed it. But before we get into that, I just want to remind you guys again, we are doing another giveaway. It is the final giveaway of the day. We're giving away the ROG peripherals package, brought to you by our presenting partner ASUS ROG, which includes the ROG Carnix microphone, the ROG Strix Flare 2 gaming keyboard, ROG Impact 3 WL gaming mouse, ROG Baltius Qi mousepad with wireless charging, and yeah, I mean that sounds like a pretty good package to win for free. But again, I gotta remind everyone, you have to be a lawful US resident or Canadian resident above the age of 18 in order to win. Make sure to read that.
I'd like to win those peripherals so I can plug it into my ROG Strix laptop.
Oh yeah, dude.
But you guys can't win that. I bought that with my own money.
You actually have one? That's awesome.
I mean, I'm literally holding it. How do you? Oh, are you asking?
Oh, sorry. I'm blind. Actually, that's.
He has his
You're
glasses
blind.
on.
You just went up to wear glasses. Exactly.
Yeah. These don't have lenses in them. No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, he's a hipster. I love it,
man. But okay, let's talk about map 1 because that was really insane. Lots of highlight moments, really crazy stuff. But I really want to get into about what actually went on. So here on defense, you saw Core actually did exactly what I thought Rose should have done, which is adjust to the timing that Wash was doing. Now, I don't know if you guys watch anime or Blue Lock, but it really feels like Wash is just a team of like 5 strikers, 5 duelists looking for the optimal timing. They're all trying to make that hero play, go for that win, find that win condition themselves and win the round themselves. So if you leave a gap, expect them to be there. Core adjusted for that. They set up traps in the right places. They fought people who were in solo positions and they caught people trying to take timings, and that was great. They were doing so good. But then Wash also adjusted. They started deathballing. They were super tradey. They were taking all the fights together. There were people playing anti-stun, anti-flash. Now the traps no longer were working for Core, and Core never actually ended up adjusting to that as well. So if Core just started playing normally again, which is what I said before, you force them to play normal, then things would have worked out much better. But again, still we saw so many times the rounds that should have never been possible made possible by the incredible talent we see on Wash.
Especially Bonnie, like just being able to get like not all 16 first bloods, but a lot of first bloods coming from Bonnie, just being able to slide around the initial corner and not having a lot of answers on the other side to blind, stun, flash, anything.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, not to take away from Bonnie's just mechanical prowess, but it does also come down to the fact that Core was just playing so well together. And that's why you saw them do so well on the offensive side, even though Sunset is now predominantly a more defense leaning side of the map, is because you saw that Core is now playing together as a team. When you're on offense side, the full execs, the set plays, your util is for sure being used. It's for sure getting value, and you're for sure going to be setting yourself up for better fights. So that actually forced Wash to start playing normally. They were giving up a lot of space. They were playing back. They seemed a little bit more scared, and which is uncharacteristic because they're a very confident team from the previous series, right? So you saw that Core actually forced them to play normal, and Wash was really trying hard. You could tell that they were a troll team, but they were actually trying hard to win there. So, I mean, props to both teams. Core forced them to put on their serious caps, but in the end, Core did win out.
Yeah, I think also it kind of looked like they were playing scared, but also at the same time, they didn't play a composition that allowed for them to be as aggressive or want to push the way that they want to really have like the one guy that's going to try to like make that hero play and actually get some success out of it, right? Because if you're going to move in with, again, we've seen from what Bonnie was doing against Kane when Kane was activating the double tap, just a slide double headshot, boom, you're dead. And there's nothing that from that composition that allows for you to just dash across and break crosshair placements or even break ankles for you to get the best value out of these cracked duelists over at Wash. So I think overall here, we're going to think about the second map, which I think is going into Haven, right? A map that Core recently just played as their third map against TTR, where, again, I think if they do want to play not scared for Wash, if they want to play with that overconfidence like they just did against Rose in their previous series, I think now is a great opportunity for them to maybe go for. I think an ISO would still be good though for Kane, but I think for a second duelist to follow behind as a Jet or a Neon or even a Yoru would be really good here for Washed in this second map.
Yeah, and the Washed pretty much played the same composition with the ISO Clove, but with a Sova instead, obviously. So they didn't play a second duelist when they went up against Sad, but it was still a pretty dominant win, 13-8 for Washed. And just a reminder of the score was 13-9 in favor of Core when they played around the Neon. So is the fast aggression gonna continue to ring true for Core? It did go 13-11, so it's not like it was that big of a compositional gap, but I wonder if we're gonna see Kane go back to something that could, you know, fight fire with fire, just bring the Neon too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that this is Washed's best chance right here on Haven. They just watched Core play, right? They just watched them play Haven. It was a really intense match, and they have the answers now. But if Wash actually want to take this seriously, then they cannot troll too much on this comp. It is Haven after all. So for example, on Abyss, they ran no Sentinel. If you run no Sentinel on Haven, I do not care who you are. You should not be winning. There's just no way you should win. I will accept the double duelist, right? You go Sova, Omen or Astra, and then Killjoy or Cypher, right? And then you can have double duelist. But if you forfeit that Senti, or if you forfeit your Sova, then you are cooked. There's just no way. So, but Haven is a playground for lurkers. It's a playground for people who find those timings, find those 1v1s, and that's what Wash is so good at. So this could be a very good map for them, but they cannot troll the comp. Please don't troll the comp.
Yeah, definitely. They were definitely looking at the map back on Sunset, as we've mentioned and pointed it out, the lurk plays, but it was aggressive lurk plays too. You know, the ones that were trying to get mid control were doing solo plays, but not waiting for their teams to pull or rotate before they actually moved up. They literally just went up and tried to just win a face-to-face duel. But a map like Haven now, there's a lot more different avenues they could do right now as well, where you're trying to go from B, go from garage, and have your team work those extremities, right? So I do agree with you. This is a great spot for them. It's just the comp. I do agree with you on that.
And it could be fun for Wash, because now on a 3-site map, maybe you can get away with doing more hero plays. And if Knights drops another 26 kills on this map like he did against Sad, then it's gonna be great, because if you're not going to provide as much team util, or at least in terms of flash and entries, you know, playing Clove instead of another initiator, then you really got to frag out. And I think Wash not having a Neon, they're not able to just go in for free, and it's been difficult to try and stop Bonnie, but I'm excited to see what Wash are going to look like on their map choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if they could run the Neon, but the reason why Neon's so difficult is you need that breach as well, right? And I don't know if there is someone who's willing to switch to breach, because realistically you can't do double duelist if you're running Neon, because you need a breach. And if you're running a breach, you still need the Sova, you still need the Sentinel. Haven's one of those maps where there's a lot of variations you can do. You see people try the Viper, the Harbor, the Ashes like double smokes. You could do a lot of lurks, but really if you want to run Neon, you need that proper setup.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Okay, the same comp, yeah, just the Neon versus the ISO. Any thoughts? Those?
Same thing as against Sad, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, here again, this is fine. I think they're not doing double duelists. They are doing double smokes, but Clove will act as that, you know, that pseudo second duelist. They don't have a space maker, but again, Haven isn't a map that you necessarily need to rely on that space maker, because it is so good. You can draw rotations and manipulate the map and find those gaps, and this is the perfect type of comp for that. But because while you're doing that, you need to have info. The Cypher maintains the other half of the map while the Sova pushes up the other side, and that's exactly what Wash has. And I think that Wash could do a really good job here if they can find out how to counter Bonnie on that Neon Breach combo.
All right, thanks, Ethos. We'll check in with you after the series. It's Core up by 1 on series point in our grand final with a chance to go to the main event next week to face either TSM or 100 Thieves. And we'll be qualifying another team tomorrow, so you'll want to stay tuned for that. But will Wash be able to force another map and truly exhaust Core to their limits? It'll be up to the fragging powers of, I guess they quote, pseudo-duelists there of Knights and Kane on the actual duelist.
I just realized Knights was able to change his actual name, so that's pretty dope.
Neat.
It's not Knights OBS 09
with
anymore.
a K.
Yeah. so now it's just Knights, where it's almost that time of day for me too. Actually, it is. It's 11:45. But also with that, it's an open site for C for the taking, as Irons was looking for a trip kill, but the smoke never came out. And I think he was counting on that when you go for these single executions into the site.
Jump kills always told me when they happen to be anyway. You would think the aim would go crazy, but that's big for Logan. And the smoke's in place. Wash just trickle in one by one, and bodyguarding at the front is Snarly with the least amount of HP, so it's good bait. And eyes on Garage as Alex just able to swing in and out.
One enemy remaining.
Shot Up does a good job of putting a dent in, but this has been a Core round from the start, it feels like, when they're able to walk for free into C. They get the first blood. Almost lost Snarly, but at the end, Core wasted no time.
Yeah, and just to finish that point that I was trying to say, when Core was playing contact up on the C side, and usually when you're looking at an exit and you're fully going and swinging into the C side, the most basic thing is you're going to throw an open smoke on the garage ramp, you're going to throw one into the spawn, and then just go for the full exec and fight within, you know, the C site in itself if somebody is hiding in there rather. And Irons was just waiting for a trip kill through the smoke, but the smoke never came down. So as the trip came through, he swung out. 2-3 guys are staring at him. Finally, the smoke comes out, but it's just a little bit too late, and he gets popped before. And that just allowed here for Core to get instantly 5 players in the site. And then hold a very good pulse plan towards the end, only losing 1 player in the process, and now playing the anti-eco. And Core is about to do the same thing. Walk up, walk up, walk up.
Free orb too, and I don't know if I would think Wash heard that my Guardian shot, but either way, Bonnie, nothing to slow them down. Backline in trouble, goes 1 for 1, and Wash have a lot more bodies ready to fight back against this. Even Ion can work off the contact there of Shot Up, but couldn't get around the corner. And around the corner too is Mocking. Spike still hasn't been planted. Knights 2 on a flank. The Core in trouble. Just after hitting the same site over and over, it's just better adaptations from Wash on the Intel Thrifty.
Dude, there's got to be something with the classics of this game tonight on both sides. Alexander on that first map for Core. This time you're seeing it from Shot Up on the other side for Washed. Winner holding the anchor towards that C site, and the walk-up contact play was perfect. Again, I mean, I guess grabbing the orb maybe has given a tell that there's people moving up there, but this was still like, what, a 5 versus 2 walking up towards the C site and somehow crunched through and delayed enough that Wash is able to win that fight and just fully go for the Intel Thrifty against Core. A big round here, resets the econ back for Core, and something that Ocean probably is not happy with.
Ooh, the Sonic from Mocking didn't get a read either with the smoke in the way, but when you spot Neon, you're probably going to spot the rest of the party, so Shot Up. Will they be able to get out of the site? Trying to set up a crossfire with Mocking, catching the TP from Nerve, and Core just get absolutely dismantled on the entry.
Well, trying to go with an eco here and try to push through, and I love the repositioning that we saw from Shot Up at the same time, and the trap play was just a simple vulnerability thrown by Kane, and Shot Up just went to go for a pre-fired shot, hoping to just do some double damage with the Vandal. Did some damage, but no kills, but then right after that, just a TP across. They didn't expect it here as Bonnie was just jumping across and trying to spot people as if you're doing a jet dash into your own smoke. Just try to scout around the area to see if anybody's playing in that close corridor and go for the instant trades. Now things will finally start getting serious. A full gun round for both of the teams. Jiggle Peak coming out and an ADS that fails here from Kane Zero's side.
Kane Deals with Bonnie. Deals with the util well. Double tap maybe expecting Bonnie to have the reinforcements that they usually get. Logan's waiting for the overextension. Both just barking on the other side of the smoke, and that's spiked down in garage, and that's just the worst place to leave it. Not like Nerf really had a chance at a 1v4, but now you've just made it impossible. The only element he has is he's slipped through the defenses, and Knights will still snuff him out.
Love the selfless play from Kane on top of that. Trying to just throw his weapon away so that I think that was Mocking that could upgrade inside the garage window. He runs down, picks up that weapon left on the ground after he got the kill on Bonnie, and sprays a full clip so he could bait out the push inside the garage and give free kills and free trades for Ions to not give a chance here for Core to get a full control into garage. So nicely played, nicely done. And now with the thrifting that happened on the second round and that gun round, again, that was supposed to be serious, it fully breaks the econ of Core. And that was an opportunity for Core to really run away with a beautiful pistol round on their side. But this might be a moment where if the next gun round comes in for Core and it fails, I think Ocean's going to have something to say here for them to try to reel back the confidence in.
Just carving right through mid, but losing Bonnie now in back-to-back rounds. It's a great pinch from Washed, who had a paranoia and even an Odin play from Mocking at A long, and it was an easy rotate to just pivot their eyes into B. And it's Alex who gets chased down by Knights, and quite a little streak that Washed has built up now, 4 in a row.
Yeah. Unless the timeout comes down now, I want to see what ults we have here. We have a Silva ult and a Neon ult. Seems to be relatively quiet, so you're still trusting the process on how you want to attack or Core. Right now, they haven't really tested like a real default of like, I guess they kind of did with the garage play that kind of failed earlier on, but now they're just gonna go for a full hit towards the A side control. The Omen should TP across here so they can take sewers potentially.
Yeah, no A short push from Bonnie this time, just right through A long, but the kill contract against Bonnie, and not the ideal gun with the Bucky to do it, so kill secured complete for Wash, but the plant continues. Look how many smokes are just all over the site. Wash wouldn't even know how to retake. They're gonna drone in just to sort of figure out the setup, plus Hunter's Fury to push back, Rolling Thunder too. I mean, Wash will respect it. It's a few seconds shaved off from the retake. Eyes on heaven. Logan will call that out, and the one-way in place. Like, Core have had plan A, plan B, and plan C. A big investment, but maybe one that they Core desperately needed, with just where the economy is at.
Beautiful one-way being thrown too on the attack side for Nerve. And you see here, it looks like Shot Up was trying to just backpedal back into heaven and try to do some econ damage because of the amount of rounds that they've won in a row. I mean, already after losing that round, you still have a player at 9K on the side of Wash, so they're pretty happy and content with how the first half has unraveled so far. But this was a very clean hit for Core in the end. Although the grab from the kill contract from Kane Zero was perfect because it really nullifies all of the util that's available for Bonnie, so he has nothing left but a Bucky to work with. Can't even get his overdrive out that he already activated, so that's a huge trade-off on the ults. But unfortunately cannot win the round after winning that duel battle against Bonnie. I love this push. Core has been looking for, what, 2 rounds where they walked up C, now 2 rounds where they're working down for the A control, and not too much focus on middle. So a big risk coming out from Wash. They're able to cut the rotate.
Yeah, and where Knights put the smoke at A long, just forcing Core to stay in this spot, and Knights is just a terror back here, and Bonnie can't even do anything about this. Knights is going for the ace, and it's the Omen around the corner, switching up the gun. That's the wave goodbye. Soar ace for Washed.
Dude, that was so sick here by Knights, but also at the same time, not that great for Core because everybody just swung one by one. If you're looking at it from this position right here, after this first kill, it's just great crosshair placement, pre-firing shots, placing it at the right moments, and then look at that. Every single one of them is one by one by one. Nerve trying to play the off angle, wide swings. Knights catches him off guard and gets that pick. And as I mentioned, They didn't need to stop that momentum somehow. The tempo that's being owned by Wash so far, and here's the first time out being called by Ocean, where they're like, okay, well, we got to go back into something that allows for us to figure out here if Wash wants to go for these type of aggressive pushes once again. Because you're looking at the comp, this is something here that Ethos mentioned before. They're only really running like a true initiator, which is going to be mocking on this Sova. And if they're going to try to play him towards the garage, or going to play him towards long, then there's still some weak parts that Wash cannot get early information for. So they are pressing it a little bit more forward. We talked about the confidence that they needed to come out on their side. Although, for me, I said they should have changed compositions, but they kept things pretty much the same way, but still wanted to push more aggressively within these last few rounds. And Core needs to punish that a little bit more.
Core using those 2 ultimates, not the previous round, but the one before, the Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder, bottom around, but look how many Washed have stacked up and running that double controller. Yeah, you sacrificed that initiator you talked about, but look how much map control Wash were able to manipulate because of that. See what Space Body could do. It doesn't matter how concussed he is. The Bucky where the sun don't shine is gonna hurt nonetheless, and Core get some weapon upgrades because of that sight take. Now Washed have annoying smokes in the way, including one in heaven. So Core just have to play time, play the crossfire, and Wash
Huge.
just have Kane to really lead the way, and he's sitting in heaven. As Knights takes all the attention, Kane wants to capitalize with a slam dunk and gets completely shut down by Logan. So this is a Core round.
Knights opting to not try to get some weapons down, because this is pretty much a thrifty coming out here from Core. They had a Bucky and a Guardian with pistols, and just a Bucky enough is going to allow for 3 players to get free upgrades, or at least 2 players to get free upgrades from Sewers and A site. So very nicely done here from Bonnie to start. I'm not too sure if the timeout was considered for this round right here. I think it was more for the round after, when they would finally get their economy right. But man, this is going to be pretty good. A very important gun round for Core still coming up, because Wash, despite losing that round, is going to be another one of the scenarios where they're going to have a pretty clean buy no matter what. I mean, you have Knights still at 8K, you have Mocking at 8K without before buying, so they could still buy for the next 2 rounds. And at this rate, potentially for the rest of the half, if they start going into like half shield buys too, racking up with the bonus rounds that they have. So this is why Core has to be a little bit more pristine here since the timeout, to make sure that these rounds continue to stay clean and that they don't lose too many players in the process, because that's going to eat into their own economy that could swing back in the favor of Wash in terms of the half ending in their favor.
Yeah, and for Bonnie to get these short slides, so he doesn't have to take too much damage before at least being able to get a trade. So it's a big opening and a big round for Core. Like we already talked about the buy, and now it's start to settle their economy a little bit. 5-3,
try to
where
go for a vulnerable ult here, 11 QE, I think, because you already have this vulnerability getting ready to come out from Kane. Throws it right away. There's that Hunter's Fury, but a nice little dodge from Core at the very beginning. So they're already pivoting towards the C site, and they're going to tempo up here.
yeah, Core were able to get C-Site for free in the early parts of this game, but the cages may delay things. Half of the site is theirs. Paranoia to delay things at the back for Washed. Aftershock to continue pressuring back. Core still haven't planted yet, but you've inserted Logan and Nerve at some pain points for Washed. And the Clovolt to disengage and give themselves a chance to push again, but Knights didn't get the backup they were hoping for, and Paranoia didn't come out from shot fast enough to give themselves a chance. It was a small window they had to execute on. Now Core just have to watch Garage and backside. That's where they know the last 2 players are.
Again, this is Wash that could buy into the next round too. Trying to do some econ damage. Smoke dissipates. Nerves loses his life.
Wait.
Oh my god, this might be doable now.
Last player standing.
Wait! Okay, good util out of Core. That was looking pretty dicey with shot up just locking in.
Don't get stopped. Bad way.
Now we are within 1. I mean, the leads have been pretty swingy, but when there's a comeback, man, it's close.
Yeah, and good thing Bonnie was still around too with that single relay bolt that he never used in the half, or in the round rather, in a great moment to even stun those players running across. And even nullifying the Odin that was purchased from Wash to attempt to retake that C site after the opening that we got here from Shot Up. But overall, I love here from Core where they've conditioned so many times that they're trying to get this control towards the A site, over towards the A choke point, that you see Wash trying to go for just an early trap play with the vulnerability with the ult. And easy for Bonnie to dodge. They wasted a lot of util in the first place, and then they just fast pivoted towards the C site where, again, a Neon could just sprint across and meet up with everybody else and do what they were able to do here on that site right after. If it wasn't for Shot Up, though, that would have been a much cleaner round there for Core on that post plant. But because of those kills from Shot Up, as I mentioned before, they're still in a good position to buy for the side of the defensive, even if they lost the round. And for Core, the money's eating through their pockets here, as the first round loss you're about to get is only going to be 900 bonus that you're going to have on the side of Core, which then would mean that you're probably going to be on an eco or something like that with the last few rounds that you have remaining on the first half.
He had someone, one of the players disconnect, so they'll be back any second now. And we still have Core on series point when it was what, a 5-2 start for Washed, and this is the Washed map pick. So Core catching up, and we've had so many 7-5 or 6-6 halves, so competition has been amazing at this Those Who Would Dare tournament. And he got another qualifier tomorrow with a bunch of new teams ready to step up and take a swing at the likes of TSM and 100 Thieves for a chance at $15,000. And of course, you and chat get to benefit too with all the giveaways. We'll be announcing the winners in chat, so don't you worry. And we'll have more giveaways tomorrow and for the main event that'll be taking place next week. So we hope you'll stay tuned.
And Sora was even saying that the giveaways are going to get better and better as well. So you have to make sure you're watching the games tomorrow and watching the games on the 26th of November. That said, thank you for your patience. The player has reconnected in the server. If we resume this matchup on the first half, and it's going to be Core going back into the tried and true A side control, A side commit. You see already Logan setting up here for a double bounce recon. Try to plow down with the success that you had from Bonnie with how he dashed across here into the site. King goes towards the back, King towards the left and right. Beautiful coming in here from Logan. There's enough delay here to not allow Bonnie to move in.
With how fast Core are playing, you can't have Knights go on these courtyard lurks like you did last time where you got the ace. So Core, they always entry off of Bonnie and still alive. Alex with the hat. Where is Kane? We want the guarantee. Kane at the back. No surprise, just has to wait out the neural theft. So even the hat thrown buys some precious time for the plant to go down safely.
A 3K throws to Michael Jackson. Kane's trying to go for a 360 with the Odin and gets punished. And this is great because finally they're able to stop this aggression that comes out here from Washed and even breaks the economy at this point.
Yeah, with Core they're always catching people on the site and playing that fast. I almost wonder if the defense just maybe worry about retakes, but the one ways have been really painful to get through. They can't get picks at the top of heaven. Core just know all the angles to watch on that post plant, so the solution isn't obvious for Wash for sure.
Plant the spike.
Breaking the economy, I was talking about how Shield buys, but for the rest of the boys, they could still buy here for Wash after all, so they're not really in full control of the comeback of this half for Core. At least in terms of the synergy and the team play on the executes, it's definitely been looking good on how they're successful in the post plant holds.
Bonnie is vulnerable and will be taking that L, but maybe lines up the pins for Logan to get a strike with the Hunter's Fury. He still has a way left over for Nerd, but he's not going to be able to use it. Now, Core smoked off main. Just need to ping the spike. Oh, Shock Bolt still being left is great. Logan still has one more in the tank. Diffuse getting halfway, and Shot Up was trying to stick it. And here through Garage, Alex provides a great angle to keep this round alive for Core, just to buy time for the spike to go off. And Knights has no targets to go after and is going to be taken out by the spike. That's Core with the lead.
That was so dangerous too on how they planted that for Core. It wasn't planted
Last
within the
round
box
in
in
the
itself
half.
so that they could actually have the perfect sprays from playing the long C, you know, post plant spray style. And especially when Sean Up is throwing that smoke on top C, it's so hard for you to try to get that hit. And thankfully, there was shot darts that was still around. There were still 2 players. And I think from getting the plant that they had, it's a blessing that Snarly was still alive, because it seems like the aftershock going through the wall had enough range somehow to even reach into potentially that default spot. So doesn't seem like it if I'm looking at it from the minimap, but somehow maybe my eyes are too old and they fail me and I'm just seeing different things. But
You gotta get
nonetheless, they're
glasses
still able to
too.
commit into that round. Yeah, maybe I need those glasses. Yo, Ethos, can you mail me those glasses? But last round here in the first half, and thankfully Snarly also did not need to use the Rolling Thunder on that 2 versus 1. So this will be a big key component into the execution towards this A site. It seems to be where they're heading towards to at the very beginning. But on the other side, I do respect the contact play, because making such early noise will allow for Kane Zero to stop them in their tracks with another kill contract to move in.
And all these ults are going to come out. Just depends if you can have Ion alive long enough. And there's a Rolling Thunder leading in as Bonnie kill contract. Didn't get anyone, yeah. So Core exploring before Watch could even walk in. Core already, the firing squad, taking them all out. And this has been 4 unanswered rounds for Core, so it's not over yet though. 3-2 with Ion finally getting the neural theft online, but how useful is that information when you're dead? 7-5 half for Core.
So unlucky there for Wash that
Switching
a kill
sides.
contract and a Hunter's Fury goes in between the players splitting the site. So Bonnie was able to cross that finish line, the 100-meter dash just before the kill contract came through, because I saw that go just behind his feet. And then the Hunter's Fury just missed every single thing right after that. And that allowed Core to just smother that site and spray towards that spawn, because after those 2 initial ults gets nothing and you're already there, you might as well try to push through and try to get the fights. 1 here by Core, and they take the lead by 2.
But that's just by 2. That's not a comfortable one. Core won this pistol, but Washed have had their number in terms of how many pistol rounds they've had. So, be droning up C as Wash can't be as nuts, you know, they don't have a Neon that can just run things through. Will be a default where Wash haven't spotted anyone. Paranoia, of course. Can wall through. It's the ISO that could lead that charge. And you have a recon for Mocking if he wants to throw it at the back of the B site. So many corners. No pings on that. Smokes in place. And Washter, he's going to try to pinch towards A. And it was Core that thought the play. I mean, the play still happened. But Core were trying to still set up a retake. And Wash took them all out at the heel. Leaving Nerve and Alexander to pick up the pieces.
Last
Trying to get
player
creative,
standing.
coming through the backside, and Nerve already made contact before Alexander could do anything about it, and it's an ASUS flawless for Washed.
I'm ready.
See what their buy is. But an important round 2 to catch up, because if Core would have had that pistol, I don't know. Could have been some serious momentum. Not that, I think in a lot of these maps, I mean, anti-eco bonus hasn't always been won by the team taking the pistol. Guardian Frenzy. See what Core have in store. The
Revealing
recon
Shot
in
dart.
long. Also Mocking with a recon there. Good for Logan. I like that Bonnie's playing aggressive too with the shorty and maybe just willingly taking that recon so he could give a sense of security. And there's Bonnie jumping around, eventually gets the kill, but Logan, the bait play worked out. It took a bit of damage in the process. We're still left in a 4 versus 4.
Sometimes when you see somebody jump across like that and break the L drone, you should have an inkling and an idea that somebody could be close, because you're kind of just throwing your life away to try to bait something out. And it seems like they were ready for it, but thankfully, you know, Bonnie was able to still get one before he falls, and you'll respect it. It's a 300 credit investment on that short. He gets a kill out of that, and the rest are just probably just gonna look for exits or die to spike. And I love the full pivot on the other end as well, because at the very beginning here, Wash probably understood that there was a stack towards this A site, so you could ring around the Rosie, catch some players off guard, especially with that fault line.
Yeah, the fault line coming from spawn's not a bad idea. Gave a chance for Core to put a dent into the site. There's the flash, and Knights did his best to avoid it. Kane with 3 this round, 2 away from the kill contract, is gonna help things further down the line, especially with Wash being able to tie things up 7-7. This map, this series could go the distance. And yeah, Core are doing their best to play catch up with Wash to now hit this B site back to back.
And even on top of that, you got 2 kills while he was actually hit by a stun. So you got to respect the aim here that Kane has brought tonight so far for those who dare in this tournament for the Open Qualifier number 1. So very nice shooting coming out from the young lad. As now we're, yeah, as you mentioned, we're tied up 7-7. An eco that you saw in the previous round for Core. They had to go for a full save after losing the pistol round and not even going for a sheriff buy. They want to make sure that they have the best in terms of utility. So everything is full with the exception of a wall not available for Bonnie, which is fine. He seems to be moving forward to want to play around just a Vandal and full shield because he's going to be the tip of the spear. But for Wash, they just want to tempo up. Quick split in towards the C site. Maybe force a rotate. Even the spike on the back of Iron still. Oh,
wow.
Nice
Through the
bang,
box too. And Kane, yeah, his position was already discovered by an early trip. Placed in garage. And now Alexander's back against the wall with no help coming his way either. His Wash been hitting the B site back to back, so Core may be expecting a pivot, still keeping 3 stacked at A. So perimeter secured for sure for Core. As Wash will go through middle. Alexander's camera. We'll see this coming if he checks it. There it is, peekaboo. Already planted though.
Yeah, and there's not really a true answer to try to flood back into the side. I mean, look at how Marville is all the way up too. Even with that pig, this is probably going to be a call to save. You already see Alexander backing out. Again, I love it because this is what I've been harping on a couple of other teams tonight, where you're in an unwinnable situation. Might as well just try to save these weapons for the next, because there's still, again, a lot of Valorant to be played. It's only 7-7. We're only in round number 15. It's 1st to 13, potentially even overtime, with how Core has been playing so far tonight in the Open Qualifiers. So you're always going to have to give yourself a chance, especially when your economy is dwindled down to pretty much nothing after this buy in that gun round. They choose correctly to save in the right spots. All of them will be able to save their weapons into the next round. Even Kane dies to the spike. Okay, we'll take those a bit. Take
Sure.
that small dub.
And it was a 7-5 half for Core. And now the lead swings back into Wash's favor, who haven't had much contest for these B-site takes. And it's just been up to Snarly to try and get a good fault line going. And with Wash all stuck inside such a small site, it's just up to Core to have the right flash, the right util to break that apart. But when Snarly gets picked in that previous round, not like that was gonna bode well. So our Wash gonna be baited to keep going for the B site. This time Core gonna set up Nerve there, or at least keep him close by along with Snarly. Maybe pinch from angles if Wash still just want to keep running through mid map.
Seem to get free real estate every time here for Core, who think they might have free real estate, but every time they're doing this, Wash seems to have free real estate on taking control of garage and finishing towards B. So Core needs to change the positioning a bit, or be a little bit more quicker on these rotates once they realize here. I mean, look at the forward position you already have from Bonnie, and Logan is still holding behind him instead of trying to rotate away. And as he rotates away, but look at where everybody, you're already inside garage, already inside B. Yes, Knights dies here, but it's getting instantly traded from this push from Kane.
Yeah, pushing through the smoke into B, it's a big risk with who knows how many corners are being held and the camera that would spot you, but Wash will make the most out of their garage position to converge into C and to bring the spike in the process. So at least you still have Snarly up with flashes and aftershocks and a flank from Bonnie. Relay bolts against the concuss there of mocking. It works out. The flank activates for Core. This spells trouble for Shada, who doesn't have paranoia. And Ion. No, maybe of course he's a neural theft if you really believe, but you know exactly where Snarly's coming from. 1v1, and Ion is just healthier and just better. 9-7 for Washed.
And that's Ion coming up huge here, being that second to trade behind. And it seems as though Alexander was never ready for a second player flanking behind from spawn. And, excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay, sounds good.
So, not only does he get the kill, but he's able to already set a camera towards grass. There's a trip towards the back. There's a trip towards spawn. So he has full utility to allow the team to get the best in terms of information. But that 1v1 that we just saw through the replay of, I don't know how Bonnie was able to slide through, gets hit by the trip, and still accurately slides to get the kill and slingshot it back. I mean, Neon's too good right now, dude. We gotta be capping for anybody that's not playing Neon at a professional level right now until Neon gets that nerf. I don't think I've seen anything as crazy as this.
All right, Sheriffs. Tough round for Core. The deficit could increase unless they get some kind of intel thrifty going. Logan's just gonna go for a cheeky peek, at least knowing that they're still in spawn, and Kane's like, I got this. Right? Right? Okay. I just didn't want to cast a curse at too nasty, but yeah, trip at the front of B, trip at C, camera not in B this time for Alexander. 2 stacked at A, so Wash already have the 1-member advantage and the weapon clearing the corner. Okay, a bit of a team damage, but distraction and maybe too slow of a push as Core was able to make their way behind and give Washed a bit of a spook, but will be Washed going up 10-7 and with extra ult orbs.
Yeah, definitely wiping the slate clean here of Core on that previous round. They're looking at this buy-in. Bonnie's going to bring out the op for the first time, and I'm kind of liking this, and I love that he's finally in a different spot too, looking back towards the garage for a grass peak potential. Because so far, for the last, 4 rounds, Core's been just walking up towards the A-choke. And Wash realizes it's free real estate towards middle, so they're just going to walk out of that to play contact. So it's a great opportunity here for Bonnie. Just swing out through the double doors and go for a pick.
Washed haven't lost a round in this half. Oof. Thanks to the Kane kill contract too last round, made things easier, but now this offense is spread pretty thin, defaulting through 1 through short, 1 through 8 long. Spike on its way, lurk on the opposite side. Knights drawing 2 from Core on the left side of the map. Opening first and second blood for Kane. That's exactly why you put him on the ISO, but maybe getting a little too greedy for these kills. Snarly keeping his life is huge for retake potential with the fault line flashes. Now needing some backup. I know in position 2 with the paranoia 1 in heaven, but annoying close smoke in the way. Now you don't want to sit up there with a neural theft activated from Ion. So buy time as Core don't want to come in too expected. Now an opposite neural theft, this time from Alexander, and now they could set up this paranoia, the spot line. Kane in trouble. He swings down nicely through the smoke to go 1-for-1, but Washed were ready. And they go up to 11 and potentially ready to go to a map 3.
One of those rare moments here that you see that ISO is able to counter a Neon is when a Neon has an op. So the double tap saves the life out of you, literally. But I love the heads up play cut out from Ions, because he's always placed his camera up on grass. So when I was talking about the free pick that Bonnie could get by swinging out, well, Nerve was there to help out because they've known about this camera that's been consistently placed by Ions. So with Nerve shooting the camera at the very beginning, it gives that heads up play for Ion to know, oh, there's probably going to be some sort of play outside of the doors. So instead of just wide swinging out into grass to try to peek into garage and try to sell some sort of fake or some sort of lurk, he jumps onto the boxes, baits up the shot. Bonnie misses the shot, which also gets Wash ready to know that they're playing against an operator within that round. And they full pivot towards the A side to cut the players off the rotates onto a weaker site. And now this is 6 rounds in a row here that Washed has won on this second half. 2 rounds away of pushing us into a third map. And Ocean does not want to see this happen. He's trying to close that gap right now. So this is going to be an important timeout. 2 rifles and one's going to be resold. all of them actually. So they're going to play potentially even for the OT unless they can get some great value out of Bonnie with, I don't know if he's going to buy a Bucky or if they're going to try to go for something with not even a trap play. So I think they're just going to try to hopefully catch some players off guard and then utilize the ults if they have the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, because if core plays slow, feels like Wash run them over, retakes haven't worked out, even when they do the right thing, playing off neural with that paranoia fault line, like you hit the right people with it if you're core, and then you still haven't been able to win a single defensive round. See how things will change. Still the setup of Nerve on one side, Snarly on the other, Rolling Thunder, just have to play off contact, and Bonnie not getting crazy with the overdrive until they sense they have a chance to surprise Washed. Dealing now with the trip, teleporting on top of the box, checking out the back of the site, with the ISO wall helping out. Hunter's Fury from Logan to try and flush out the rats from the middle of the map and the Rolling Thunder, and Wash managed to escape and only sacrifice Kane, which is not too bad, because even the paranoia just came out of core, and Wash are just now on hero mode, where they've all kind of split up. Looking for these isolation duels, Wash have pivoted towards the A site from the shadows. From Nerve on the flank, but behind could be Mocking, but timing may favor Nerve. He's a little bit quicker, could be getting behind Shot Up, who has already turned his back to spot this out. Nerve doesn't have the HP, he doesn't have the time or the backup, and it's Washed up to 12.
That is so good there from Washed. Like I said, it came down to an opportunity to use ults, and it did so as soon as the spike went for a tap onto B. And that's a great play from Shot Up. Goes for a TP on top site, taps on a spike, baits out the Rolling Thunder, baits out a Hunter's Fury. He TPs away out of that, and the team was already behind him outside the window, so they trusted that he was able to make it out. And it nullifies the 4, even 5 ults, or I guess 4 ults available for core. I think maybe they had the Hunter's Fury, yeah, they had all of that, even the Omen ult. The only thing they didn't have is the hat. So now they have a gun round for 4 and 5 rounds to try to come back in the game when they don't have any ults they could cycle through, and they've already lost 2 players in the process.
Kane's kill contract didn't hit anyone. Let's cope for the core fans there. Got 3 more ults you gotta dodge though.
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's why you see Mocking all the way back towards the spawn. So he's going to be the flank watcher and also the guaranteed dub if Wash could at least get into the C site and plant. Might not be the case.
Trying to spam through. Paranoia blinds too, and that sets up Alexander to be great. And it's up to Mocking in the 1v3 to send us into a map 3 or 4. We'll continue to be like cats and have like 9 lives. You got a lot of rounds to be perfect on. But what a paranoia from Nerve. That was huge.
Mocking needs to lurk on the Twitter feed a little bit more, because I've seen that position where Silva's walking up and goes for a double recon by bouncing it on the top of the C site. And I think that was Petra even playing against Shopify Rebellion, and it forced 2 players to look at the dart, allows for her to swing out and get a double kill at that spot with the clutch. I mean, that could have been right for Mocking, but fortunately here, just a beautiful hold on the defensive side. 4 core, a 4K for Alexander. So the whiffs that they had on the lower buy with the ults, but saved by the synergy on slowing down the actual hit from Wash towards the C site. Triple push inside Garage. Hasn't happened too often, and Nerve gets caught.
Nerve feeling the pressure there. Definitely nervous. And now Cora will have to try and turn this around. 4v5.
This
big
timing.
stakes.
Oh no.
They're just gonna be right next to each other and be like, wait a minute. You're not on my team.
Oh no, this is gonna be. Oh, I was gonna say free kills for Alexander.
No way! There we go. Well, 1-man advantage continues for Wash with the Hunter's Fury. Going through, making sure no one else is at C. And here comes Core through Garage, but trips, smokes in place. No place to go without Core being discovered.
Here.
And now no vision to even get a lucky headshot or anything. You got fault line that begins. Bonnie jumps in and cut off at the heel. At least Logan's there for the trade, and Logan with 2 brings us to a 2v2. Logan is clutching just like he did in the last series.
Oh,
Shot
no.
up. Shot up. Oh, the targets are so low.
One enemy remaining.
Just has to play the life of the spike, and there we
Attackers
go.
win.
The clutch for Washed. It goes to map 3, the decider on Ascent, to see who will ascend to the main event next week. Whew.
I was just about
What
to
a
mention
series.
they probably would never expected who was it shot up towards the back of the spawn because he pushed all the way from the A site. But then they just decided to go through the C garage, pick everybody off somehow. Logan was popping off at that point. But thankfully here, that one-way smoke that was thrown by Shot Up made them think that he was playing towards Long C, and just did a great job here to play that clock, play the timer, not give his position away when they were tapping on the spike. So under heavy pressure, under these heavy moments, Shot Up still able to clutch up, and Shot Up still able to show that he's one of the strong players to look out for ever since Valorant started here, and he's been grinding for the longest time. And I'm more than happy to see and witness this third map between these two teams, because we're in for a nice little treat so far. We were in for a nice treat so far, and I think we're in for more treats in the third map.
Everyone's won their map pick, but we got one left. It's Ascent. Gonna hear a word from our sponsors. We'll get Ethos back in, and we'll see you for the last one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare tournament hosted by Sword Gaming. Joining me is Vansili and Lemon Kiwi again. What an insane map that was. I'm so excited to get into that. But before that, again, just want to remind everyone that there is a giveaway, the final giveaway of the day. We're going to be giving away the ASUS ROG peripherals package, featuring an ROG Carnix microphone, ROG Strix Flare 2 gaming keyboard, ROG Impact 3 WL gaming mouse, and the ROG Balteus Chai mousepad with wireless charging. If you guys would like to enter, make sure to type the word RAZE, that is raise or RAZE, and make sure that you are also a US or Canadian citizen above the age of 18. Otherwise, you can't get it, which would kind of suck.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, make sure you read the eligibility rules, and good luck to everyone, because we will be announcing those results after this final map. But speaking of maps, that last map was insane and went almost exactly how I thought it would, because Haven is a map pretty much made for Washington play style. It's made for people who excel at taking those 1v1s, finding those timings, and again, Wash will waste no time finding those timings, because again, that's their only option. They don't have that superior util. They don't have, that superior structure. So they know that they are gonna win by picks and picks alone. They have to find picks. So if they don't find picks, they're gonna pivot and look for them. And that's all you saw. All the reactions are very well done. And I think that Core, their big mistake was trying to play normally again. They weren't accounting for the fact that the other team doesn't have as much info, they don't have as much util as they do, so that whenever they slowed down and stalled and waited for refresh times and started to stagnate, you'd see their coordination start to crumble a little bit. And that's exactly what Wash wants you to do. They want you to make mistakes, they want you to slow down, they want to find you all by yourself, and they want to take advantage of that. So Core had a little bit of trouble on T side, and on defense too. It's really just real hard to, not leave any holes on a map like Haven, because there's so many lanes, so many different entry points. And to be fair, Wash played it very, very well. It's a very different Wash from what we saw on Sunset, the first series. They definitely were not trolling this time. They were conditioning well. They were finding those lurks, those timings. They were faking. They were doing such a good job of making people rotate and catching people off guard.
Yeah, that's exactly as you mentioned before. The conditioning has been pristine here for Wash, especially on how they're playing the attack side, baiting Core into making the first moves and also making the wrong moves. And I feel like when you're trying to do the aggression from Neon moving up towards the A long, they were missing a little bit of sometimes shifting it, especially with the Neon breach. What happens to like your Neon breach combo pushing down towards long C and holding that angle as well, right? Like it took 5 rounds before they actually started to bring out an op for Bonnie, and then move from Garage to try to get the pick there onto onto Ions. But if it wasn't for that round, every single other round was walking up towards the choke towards A. It was never really understood quite well in terms of how Wash were defaulting to that map. But I'm looking forward to the last one. This is going to be, nothing that's unorthodox for a team like Wash to play against, because Core, if they stick with their guns that's tried and true, then they're going to go into the M80 comp, if I'm not mistaken. So that's double Senti with a Deadlock Cypher and playing a Yoru on top of that. So we're going to end the series with something you really like, Ethos.
Yeah, absolutely. I always love to see Yoru. I think he's a fantastic agent. But really what this map will come down to is whether or not Core can stop giving them opportunities where they can find fights without util being used to take advantage of that. So really, they just gotta keep creating those environments where they're using utility and taking those advantageous fights and just getting those picks without being caught off guard. And I think that this is the comp to do it. This is the comp to counter Washed, but at the same time, everyone knows how to play Ascent. This is the most well-known map across of all of Valorant, the esports and everything. It's the longest standing map that hasn't been taken out yet.
Even longer than Dust 2.
Yeah, no, pretty much. What is that, by the way? So really, this map is like a pugger's playground too, because everyone understands how to play this map correctly. So it's not going to be as much structure leaning on this side.
Oh. It's actually Wash that's going with the Yoru instead, and Core is going for the Jet KJ, so they're going with the default. I'm liking this little last minute switch.
Yeah.
And Ions on Jet instead of or Bonnie is on Jet instead of Ion, who Ion brought it out on Abyss.
Yes.
Either way, oh yeah, on the other team. But yeah, I'm glad we got to see some Jet. I feel like we've been avoiding Jet for so
That is
long,
true.
except on Abyss.
Ethos, any
Yeah.
final thoughts?
Again, I mean, Core Gaming's playing meta comp, and Wash is going to be playing another weird comp. But actually, I kind of like Wash's comp more, to be honest, because it's going to be a lot more unpredictability, a lot more chaos. We're going to have to see how Core really plays around that and see if they can actually just stop the mayhem that the Euro is inevitably about to cause.
Awesome. Well, thank you,
Let's
Ethos.
close this out.
One more map, Lemon Kiwi, and I think just to chime into what Ethos was mentioning before too, I think switching over to a Jet last minute for Core is actually quite nice, because if King was going to go play an ISO again, it's a nice little counter from like the Euro trying to push forward to get some info. But speaking of pushing forward, it's Core pushing down towards middle, and first blood for Core.
Oh, jeez. Whole scramble in mid. Core just having a better stack going. And, well, Knights is still lurking around. And it flips back in Wash's favor. Spike left behind. Who cares about planning these days? Just up to Bonnie with the Sheriff. Glass being broken. That'll be heard by Shot Up. Be able to call for Mocking. Decide if they want to go towards A or not.
Mocking is doing his best Draven cosplay, double knife running back towards the site, and for sure it's going to be the A site. Shut-ups are there covering the area or being picked up, and that's the cue here for Bonnie to know that both players are inserted up at that spot, especially looking at the minimap and realizing that Smoke and Recon have already been pushed towards that spot. So double hell setup. Bonnie, you need 2 headshots here.
Got 0. But hey, that was pretty crazy. A mid scramble, but Wash could really lean on Knights in that moment to get the trades. And it's another Wash pistol. I feel like they win more pistols than not.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. I think so far they've been doing very good, and also in these moments where they don't win pistol, they go for a force by second round and still win those as well. So that's a team that's playing with full confidence throughout this whole tournament. A team that's like, hey, we got nothing to lose. We're just 5 guys hanging out and Mocking that probably round us up back together like he's Captain America in the Avengers. And it's making it work because they're able to fight it back against, you know, the powerhouses and against the teams that are signed, against the teams that are looking to get signed, against the team that's had so much experience in challengers, and making them work for a potential spot here into the playoffs next week. But at the looks of it so far, by winning this pistol, it could be Wash themselves making it to the playoffs next week on Tuesday, who are now in this anti-eco, walking up towards the middle, using their clove to try to scout out in the first place to see if the alarm bot was there. With no alarm
Not a
bot,
lot of
everybody's picked
info.
up for A.
And Wash has just been trying to pre-fire to get the attention of Core, bait them in. Now Wash is on the hunt, and they're always pushing numbers, so it's hard for Core to fight back. And it's not like they have someone in heaven to contest this plan immediately. It will have to be a retake, but we saw how much of a struggle that was for Core on the previous map. But this is a different scenario, but maybe similarly built to like an A Haven. And Kane's just gonna take the initiative on this one, but with the flurry of bullets, he'd be taking a smarter approach.
I think Core being that disciplined team, also under the leadership of Ocean as a coach, the call is definitely not to, well, should be not to break the door and just die to the spike. You don't want to give any orbs away here and allow Wash to really snowball these rounds, because they really gained the momentum from how well they've played their attack side on that previous map on Haven. Going flawless on that side, breaking the door. Kane's trying to move into behind to get a double kill. Only gets 1. It allows here, I think it's nice, so that Bonnie's the one that got the kill, so that allows for him to activate closer to the Blade Storm in the next few rounds.
Not having to give too many ult orbs over, just being taken out by the spike. That's pretty nice. And a great start from Knights, who I think has been huge on a map like this, and just overall has had a great performance. Now Wash seem to be the offensive warlords, just based on the momentum they built from the last map to come back from that 5-7 deficit.
Right here.
just completely went out on their offense. Odin's gonna cause some trouble. Just immediately reacting to the KJ turret being taken out. But you ping that it's only this KJ, who's usually the lurker, so Core just better watch out. And they've always had eyes on mid, and this time Bonnie takes a safer approach, uses the smoke to get back into tree, and Washer left at a pretty big deficit, and they just lose more. Now off this pop flash. Nothing out of Core. Good attempt, though.
Cover going out.
They're doing great jobs just trying to cover and isolate this split attempt coming out from Wash. That first smoke so they could double up and fight towards tree. Gonna be a lot of trade-offs on util here first. Oh no. You need a nerf to help out a little bit here from Dice, and that pinch still happened towards the end, and then lost to 2 players holding up towards tree and even the site on top of that, and that is going to be a save for the last 2 players inside the B site. Wash converting in the bonus, upgrading into all rifles when they came in with a Marshall on top of that. And a Bulldog, I think, to even win the round. That's not something you want to witness here for Core on your start of the 3rd map.
I wouldn't mind Core reacting a bit quicker, too, from the B side. Just heard how many guns were popping off in mid. You lost Bonnie. Either way, Wash have been pretty successful at the A side. At least Logan will be able to keep the Odin. It's an expensive one. We'll keep B locked down. Wonder if that would... if Alexander would think about stacking the KJ stuff over at A, if that's going to be an adaptation that comes this soon. You really like to keep 2 on the B site. And if you keep just 1, just not even play them on the site, really. But Wash have been able to do whatever they wanted offensively.
And they'll continue to do so within this round. I think realizing that the last 2 players that are saving their weapons is probably an Odin towards the B site with Logan. And Alexander, who usually plays this B site. I mean, they're still going to try to keep towards that, so that if it comes down to Wash going for another split towards the A side, then they'll be able to save those weapons again into the next. And if there's an actual hit for Wash inside the B site, at least both weapons could help out to hopefully, you know, trade off the best kills and somehow turn the scenario back in their favor. But the read is better for Wash, going towards higher numbers for Core, but the lower weaponry.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Again, free mid control from Washed. And Catwalk, Bonnie's gonna be pushed back just because of the smokes, I think. And not having a crossfire and glass, so Wash just take any map control that they want. And wrapping all the way around. The only saving grace is Washed have a 3-2 split, so depends on what this 3-man core of 4 is going to be facing, and not knowing that tree control is lost, which means your spawn is vulnerable, and Core just not really knowing how to react to all these unknowns that Washed have presented.
Yeah, we're about to see an ASUS ROG flawless. No, we're not. But it's been a while since we did a shout out to our sponsors, right? So it's only just.
1 enemy remaining.
But the results, no matter what, remains the same. Washed, being able to cancel out the util, and seeing that Alexander is not able to save his weapon into the next round. This is not the best play. I mean, yes, he could still buy, but it's a half shield only, and is only able to afford 1 nano swarm. Could have had much more value here if we just went for the full save in the weapon, and 1,000 credits would have been good enough to get the full util around. So, unfortunate decision there for Core on that 2 versus 5 to try to save their weapons. But they have an opportunity. At least Bonnie has an op. They're going to try to settle him towards the entrance of B main, and what I've mentioned before, oh, the gun's sticking out.
Here.
Free kill.
Ooh. Finally, Core get to start off a round on a good foot. And a quicker reaction to try to get some rotates to help support mid, help support A. There's just no eyes on mid if you're for the defense. But man, this KO util has been such a pain for Wash. It delays them from getting through A main, so Won't be unlimited map control for Wash. Gives time for Core to maybe wrap around through mid, provide another angle of attack, because Wash went back into tree is like to get some cover, and it's walking right into the hands of Core and well, and Odin. That's peppering down the site. Wash will do a good job making this close, but with no HP. Wait.
No way.
Wait. He's 11 HP and gets 4 kills. Be so for real.
It's shot up still. He's too good. Bring him back on the VCT circuit, somebody. Yeah, that is definitely going to be a momentum breaker there for Core. A timeout just to reset things and reset the mental here for the defensive side or the defensive team, because that is definitely a demoralizer after seeing Shut Up getting a 4K out of that one. Everything worked perfectly from the beginning of the round. I was going to say, like, Living Kiwi, we were able to cast a different event over the last week, and I was saying how, you know, when the jet overextends and uses the up to break the turret, you're giving your position away. You're letting your opponents know you're playing with an op. So it's not a good idea for you to just go for the wide swing. So you hold the tight angle like that, and if your teammate's going to break the turret, you could swing out. And if your teammate doesn't break the turret, well, at least you could hold a tighter angle and avoid the turret ping and still get you know, some good map coverage. So that worked perfectly for Core. But somehow just moving inside the site, they had the perfect wall bang too. Logan pinged into the default spot that forced the planter to move into the plant towards the heaven sign, and somehow just Shut Up dancing around a generator wins the whole fight and breaks the econ for Core on top of winning the round for the team.
At least it's the start of potential for Core, with a lot of good delay coming out of Snarly. It's just, how can you really take full advantage of these pop flashes, these knives, these delays that you cause out of Wash? And now Core just gonna decide, well, if this A site keeps getting hit, well, screw B. Let's help support mid. Let's provide quicker assistance to the right side of the map, but it's not gonna be an obvious A hit for Wash. And as they get eyes in mid, finally Core get a punish. But it's 4-4. Still an A hit looming. Owl drone with Bonnie, knives out, ready to pounce. Hearing at least the sheriff. Dimensional drift available too for Kane. He wanted to get some guaranteed info at the back here, but Wash are just gonna try and duel against this as Logan keeps the door sealed with the Hunter's Fury. And this at least indicates to Kane that there's still people rotating from the B site, so he can go and take care of that. As in the back of the spawn, this tree area, this glass open for Wash to pull through, and it was a big wave for Wash to get some backstab or unexpected kills. And this completely destroys Core. A 1v3 is not impossible, but you got a paranoia, but at this point, you just save the gun.
King just try to TP, spawning it backside, it doesn't matter. 1 versus 2, Nerve comes across, and that was just a nice TP from Shut Up inside the site to get the information of whoever was inside A, allowing Mocking to just spray with the Odin. Lure by the FM Core, but a winnable scenario, and not anymore. I mean, there was a lot of overextension, a lot of confidence that came out of Wash that potentially would make them lose the round, because, you know, they were just pushing the push, as you saw from Ions moving forward. And right over here, single swing on a triple stack.
Stand.
And it ends up here being around, no matter what, saved by Wash because of Walking's Odin. So no shenanigans, no thrifties coming out from Core, and we have a 6-0 scoreline in. Yeah, things are looking pretty good for Wash, especially this is an attack side.
I'll handle this. Cutting through.
Dimensional drift now for Kane, who was able to conserve that from the last round. Just spotted the Omen. Smoke off into tree and called for the attack from Wash, and it got met by some trouble. You don't have smokes in heaven, but Core aren't very antsy to meet that right away. Just trying to play off the contact from the drone thrown by Logan. And hey, at least you're not letting Wash just walk through glass for free. Well, now you have an Odin in place who can just tickle your toes coming through heaven. You can honestly keep spamming through the smoke. Not trying to give away his position away too fast.
Got the longest gun in the game and is trying to hold an angle behind the smoke. I love it.
See if Kane can get a good surprise with the judge, the 1-2 punch, the teleport out, and Wash just can't be stopped.
Oh, dude, that is just so funny to see him try to hold the outside smoke with an Odin, thinking that just holding the ledge on heaven would be a tight enough angle for him to surprise some players, but judge position towards the door, and Core really has no answer overall. And you know, when Ethos is mentioned in a composition that kind of favors Wash at this point, he likes what he sees. I think it's just because he saw a freaking Yoru more than anything else, because you're still lacking like a very strong, I mean, I guess maybe not as much, since you have the flashes from Yoru that could counterbalance the lack of KO flashes. But the type of Sentinel that we have as well is not going to be a huge trap player either, so for them to get 8 rounds, I'm about to say 8 rounds because this should be a round no matter what against the anti-eco. Okay, there we go, it's good, we're good. But yeah, 8-0 is what you want here on your attack side when it might not be the best defensive composition that you may have for Wash.
And this Odin from Mocking brought Logan down to 1 HP, who Logan did a good job of putting damage into Wash, but another mountain to overcome for Core with just the Sheriff. So what kind of defense can the Core take the defensive round, or have they hit the end of the road at the finish line when Core had already done a good job of having an upset in their semifinal and getting to this point, going up against a very chaotic, I guess, puggy team, quote unquote, as we were talking about with Ethos.
Yeah.
But these are just kind of, I don't know if it's just silly or just unsynchronized pushes, just like Snarly coming out of A main when Bonnie was on the retreat after getting pinged by a Sonic, I think, for Mocking or something like that. So it's just Core not on the same page, and after 8 hours of gaming or being in this tournament, like I don't blame them for not being at the top of their game.
Yeah, especially having to go through the gauntlet in a third map this time around too, and even forcing out the second timeout. And I don't think this is the type of timeout for Core to say, oh, it's because they trust their attack side of what they could do. Because yes, you're playing a default comp, but you don't really know what Wash could pull out here on their own defensive side. So you're kind of just gambling that you want to salvage these last few rounds with this last timeout, and hopefully have the best calls as possible here on your on your attacking side, rather, to be able to catch up within this game. Overall, though, quick shout out to Temet, by the way, who's double dipping in terms of Twitch chat. He's currently watch partying with a lot of viewers. Hello to the viewers over at Temet, but also just chatting in their own chat here on SOAR. I guess he wants everybody to spam Raze, R-A-Z-E, for a chance to win some peripherals that are going to be announced here by the end of this third match. We're going to choose a winner here. And all you have to do is be 18 and over, legible here from the United States or from Canada, and give a big thank you to ASUS ROG if you win this peripheral, okay?
Got it. Is Washed. Get a first blood going.
And that's what I was mentioning, right? Lemon Kiwi forced out himself to break the turret with his op, gives his position away, simple swing from Ions while the other one's reloading, and wins that fight. This could have been avoided if he just watches a tight angle instead and covers the whole B main. But thankfully, there's a lot of activation in terms of flanks that might not be ready here for... as I say that, it looks like Logan just turned around. Would have been a great opportunity to catch some players who are just looking for a full exec inside the A site.
Maybe just someone to help with the immediate paranoia play, and you got 2 flashes left from Snarly, who just doesn't even need it. Converts on a double kill. Finally, Core get the angles. They may just win their first round on defense on this map, and there's the flank ringing true. Knights in a 1v3. Gets the crossover, and 21 seconds. I don't think you can wait for Core to come out. Washed Knights have to take fate into their own hands. Spike down in no time. Maybe just keep it. The gun will be ideal here.
Yeah, 100%. Economy's still blooming for Wash because Ion's already maxed out. Mocking's about to get maxed out in the next round. But it's just you don't want to give the ult orbs over to Logan or somebody else to just that could maybe snowball these rounds back in their favor. And again, that backstab was a lot. for Core to really just put a wrench in the wheels here for Wash's attempt to just go for a double pump back into the A main site. So Core finally finds some sort of like a little glimpse of a light at the end of the tunnel, but slowly walking towards there and hoping to reach the end of it. But you're gonna play against Washed here with a Yoru ult, Kane with the Judge through as well through the Yoru ult. And this is probably gonna force Core to play the retake.
Time to jump.
That's maybe just fine. Just trying to do damage in a 2 versus 5 when you usually only hold 2 on B is already difficult to survive. So retake will be the plan. A lot more entryways too, but Wash already checking top side, checking mid. And the turret from the KJ is gonna ping through spawn.
You should run.
Paranoia gets no one from Nerve. One less option, but 2 flashes available. Then the Sonic and the Shock Bolts. It's just not a fun alleyway to push through if you're Washed against a Sova with util.
Even gets the wall bang.
Shot up was playing up close and personal. 3v2. The Judge inserted quite deep, and Wash 9-1. After swapping over to Beef, they find success.
Dude, at this point, you'd think that Mocking has retired, but I think he's secretly still playing ranked games and are like different aliases or something, because to still wallbang from the B site to take down the lockdown. You're even pinging in at the end on top of that. It's like, hey, look at that. I just pinged and sprayed their lockdown right at that spot, and they couldn't get the lockdown for the retake. That's exactly how Mocking sounds, chat. But that doesn't look good here for Core this time around. I mean, look at the buy that they have in round number 11. Has shields across the board, which would allow a lot of success on Ions with the only one with a Phantom so far. But could use that distance to get an instant headshot and a fight win. Going into a clean round. Owl Drone to clear out the site, but it doesn't clear Kench Bench, so this is still a good opportunity here for Bonnie to get something.
Yeah, your saving grace if your Core is... You hope that Wash get a little too overconfident.
There it is.
Spike does get recovered. Yeah, I like that Core trying to fight for mid more, because that was a little too free for Wash throughout most of this map so far.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 maps, it was so passive by Core on the defensive side too that Wash is able to do anything that they wanted. So it's nice to see the little proactiveness. And I love the Bonnie backing up, re-peeking back, and going back towards Kench Bench to get the 2nd kill in the round. So I like to see him activated now. An opportunity to salvage the 2nd round. Clean shots.
Down B.
Yeah, Core need every round they can get, and for this to be at a half buy is not bad, and an ASUS flawless. So we gotta pay the bills. Shout out to them for getting a flawless going. Last round. And this is still a big gap in the score that Core have to overcome, and especially even having a lead in the last map and ultimately losing that. It's been heartbreak, but usually Core have been the ones to deliver that heartbreak. They're Core are the ones that are used to coming back from large deficits, just like they did it again in their semifinals. So Core haven't given up.
The last round of the half. Blade Storm available, instantly popped here by Bonnie. Going for a shark attack back into main, and unfortunately none of that util blinded the players holding out towards the front. An easy kill, the first one to fall. They have an off-butting attack on top of that for Wash. So anybody else trying to push towards middle will get instantly punished by Kane. Now map control's back in favor of Washed. They're thinning out the defenses. Mid is very, very weak. Hopefully they could delay enough here, because that knife is actually going to slow things down for a bit. The more that you wait, the Hunter's Fury is going to be an important piece of ultimate to hold here this A-side push.
Wait, he's gonna stick this on top of the box. Okay, that was a great angle, and this player in hell is cooked. Yeah, Alex is gone, but the defense reinforcements are here. The plant just goes down around the corner. Got recon, shocks, no paranoia, and op. Now playing from main, and on the flank is Nerve, but it's on the outside of the fun with a turret. his flank will be detected, so Kane is gonna hold this angle unless he misses the first shot. Should be able to do well on this. And the Jiggle thinks Nerve's playing a good mind game, but all the time Nerve is wasting is more in favor of Wash, but running out of time and brought down to 42 HP and Mocking holds his own. 10-2 at the half for Washed.
Wins it with a classic on top of that. Nerve was almost gonna activate one more time. But I mean, this is not bad, right? A time coming out from the second timeout and went back and forth. You salvaged 2 rounds. You kind of wished you were able to get a little bit more off the first timeout that was called by Ocean. And this is almost an impossible feat here for Core. Playing out the hardest side on her default composition, not knowing what Wash could come out with as they have like what come together for the first time as a pug for this event here. For those who dare, and they dared come with a different composition. They dared come with a Clove on every single map with Knights. They dared play double controller with an Omen on top of that. And every single time we've been harping on bad compositions they've been pulling out, they're still making magic out of it.
Mid push for Core. She did more of this on defense, but gotta switch it up. Knight smoked off. Can they at least go 1 for 1? Got maybe a Paranoia that shot up could help with. That didn't come out soon enough, but then you got some crossfire action with Kane and the late Paranoia to make this a bit easier. It's just a pain sandwich and Core are caught in the middle. Oh, it's Alex. A 1v3 and he took some shock bolt damage, which does not help. Wash 2 rounds away from securing their spot in our For Those Who Dare main event next week to face either TSM or 100 Thieves for $15,000. And Wash, it was just pure domination on their offense, and Core's already shaken up.
Yeah, there was so many flashes to fight back on that catwalk. So the first point of contact, Nice just holding W's, being selfless. He gets a kill on top of that, which has done his job. I mean, that was perfect to get that first kill. And then you saw the Paranoia from shot up. Flashes out from Kane. They pinch on both extremities. They get a backstab kill on top of that. There's just, unfortunately, no answer coming out from Core. Forcing a buy in this second round. And also forcing to their grave. Ares double kill. I mean...
They gotta change their name from Washed after this, right?
To Clean?
Come on, sure. But then people will assume they, you know, they bathe, and you never know. They do.
Well, they're definitely going to be bathing in the tears of all their opponents tonight, coming in as a pug and making it to the playoff bracket next week. So that I'll take it. And you know, it's only fair, and you got to give the respect to Core as well. I mean, we're live now for 9 hours and 20 minutes on Twitch. You know, these guys have been playing the game throughout the whole day. 3 VO3s. Core playing at least 2 of them that went the distance, including this one here. So you're definitely going to be running out of gas at some point. So unfortunate for them is that they're running out of gas where it matters the most, because it's only a best of 3. And Wash peaking at the right moment, especially when they had a 2-hour pause on their side. They probably had a chance to take a nap even on top of that. Eat some bananas.
I'll be looking forward to seeing Core also in Challengers. A lot of these teams in this tournament are playing in Challengers.
Yeah.
And this is just kind of a sample to what to expect, because a lot of these rosters have changed, including Core. Have gotten so many upgrades, and Wash, though, brought them down to the final map. And to turn this all around after it was Core who won Sunset, Washed just fought so hard to get to this point on a difficult side of the bracket, too. 1 round away for Wash in a 3v3. Pretty healthy, though, on the Wash side. Dashing in. It's all up to Bonnie. Obscured by the smoke. They have the element of surprise as Mocking's just trying to hold for the close engagement with the Bucky. And now hearing that Core have made their way on the site, making sure no one's playing from main. And now that they know where the last remaining people are, Bonnie just gets unluckied and it's just Alexander to hold on, and it's Wash with the defuse, with just the dismantling of Core to take our final map. It will be Washed going to the main event.
Extinguish the Core. Washed has qualified for the main event. Congratulations to them. Where this probably is coming to a surprise for a lot of people, including myself. I mean, they came in with a lot of firepower and a lot of confidence, and somehow are able to make it work with just solo players just doing quite well and just being good on trades and just spamming at the right moments and spamming at the right spots and just really catching all of their opponents off guard. So this was a nice little gauntlet run coming through from Wash. I think they even went they went through this without even dropping a map, right?
Yeah, I want to talk to Ethos because I'm really bummed that Core just fell this short. Usually the comeback has been really possible. Core have been come back from worse. What do you think happened, Ethos?
I mean, I'm not sure if they were gassed, but based on that whole series and that whole map, it really was just that Core was playing to not lose, and Washed was playing specifically to win. And their win condition was to find timings and was to make things work and get picks. And the deciding factor really was just timing, because you would see that Core, they had ideas. They would try to do a trap, they would try to do a flash play, but they didn't have enough people with them. They weren't on the same page. They were taking fights. When there's only 2 people there were people stuck on sites, and then they were leaving massive holes that they weren't accounting for quick enough. And if you make any mistake, Wash will punish you for it. And if you leave any gap, Wash will find it. And that was proven very clearly in that map. So you absolutely cannot be making those mistakes. You have to be on point. You got to be making those kind of reactions and having good flexibility throughout the round. I felt like they would have a game plan going into the round, and then they would stick to it a little bit too long and not improvise to Wash's improvisation, because I felt like their entire game plan was to just improvise and to just be on the balls of their feet, always ready to pivot, always to make the next move, always to make a new decision and have those mid-round calls at the snap of a finger. And I think that's really what it came down to, was just that flexibility and timing.
And with the snap of a finger, time to pull it up one more time. Our last chance to get a giveaway. The ones here brought to you by ASUS ROG. Just type out RAZE or RAZE if you're American or if you're Canadian at least 18 years of age. Just spam that through. We're about to select our winner through the chat. So make sure you're in the Twitch chat at twitch.tv/SOAR and spam out the Raze name. I see already Ions is doing so. I mean, haven't you won enough today, bro? That said, if that happens now and we choose a winner, of course, they'll be contacted through Twitch chat. So good luck, have fun, and make sure you stay tuned as well, because tomorrow there's going to be a lot more of this happening. And from what I was told here from the SOAR admins is that the giveaways are going to be even better and better. So you got to stick around here. There's more action happening in 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow too. There's 8 brand new teams, and then the winner of that one will be the second team qualifying into the playoffs for next week. And to see what's going to happen, how the seeding is going to happen as well, because today it's going to be Washed. Tomorrow, whoever wins, you're going to have to determine through map differential. Who has the better map differential is probably going to get the better seed. This either play against TSM or 100 Thieves. And if not, it goes into round differentials if it's also 2-0 for everybody else. So I think if you guys have nothing else to say, I'm going to call it. You know, I'm going to do the executive decision. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. This was super awesome for those who tuned in, for those who dared to tune in, to those who dare. Didn't that work?
Oh,
a VCT offset
that works.
shirt
That
right
works.
now.
That works.
This is brought to you by SOAR, and also a big thank you to our sponsors, Intel and ASUS ROG. ASUS ROG. Make sure you tune in tomorrow again for 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Us 3 will be on a desk one more time, and we'll bring you some more Valorant action. Until then, have a good night. Thank you so much for your patience, and see you again tomorrow.